46-month anniversary, just before midnight. Funny coincidence, sorry for the absence of late.
Lich King expansion.
One year sub-hype, 1 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 year sub-hype.
Welcome to the stream, everyone. I hope you're having a wonderful day, morning, afternoon, evening, whatever time it is, wherever you are in the world. And I've been informed that, like, right as I started my stream, that they extended maintenance. It was like 30 minutes ago. So that's awkward. Well, I guess midnight pre-patch. Thanks for being here. I was hoping to be able to log in and test some class changes, but I should know better, I guess. What spec you looking forward to? The ones that I play, you know? Ret and Frost and stuff like that. Want to see what the changes like, especially for Frost. Especially for Frost. But I'm not going to be playing, I mean, all I really care about is Ret, because that's what I'm actually playing. Awesome to see my favorite Cyberpunk streamer branching out into new games. Shut the fuck out of here. You might actually like Enhanced now, who knows? Maybe. It's possible, but I'm not going to play it either way. I don't know, you know. Speaking of which, I got my, portion where I go to the Black Wall. I got that edited and ready to go for Thursday. So that'll be up on Thursday, where I meet Alt Cunningham and do all that stuff. Things are starting to ramp You start to see the turning point of nice V into I'm gonna fucking kill anyone who betrays me, V. Don't know if I like Frostmage Core City revolving around Ray, but we'll see. Yeah, I preferred it to having fucking... I prefer it to having fucking icicles and dumping glacial spikes. It's very fucking weird. It's very weird. For some reason, my chat has not connected to YouTube chat yet, which is strange. Let me restart my app. Yo, Guthan, thanks for the 46-month resub just before midnight. Funny coincidence? Why is it a funny coincidence? I don't get it. Thanks for the tier 2 sub, bro. Valestris, thanks for subbing for a year. Congrats on the 1-year sub badge. Thank you so much. Laboom, thanks for subbing for 17 months. Thanks for being here, guys. Welcome. Mike, yeah, 2-hour extension. I'm playing Diablo 4. Was gonna play my monk in the guild. Enhancement with less buttons is gonna be such a giant win. Too bad I'm switching to healer. These get extended all the time. Why strange? Oh, I think he was talking about more his sub. I just didn't get the, if there's like a numeric meaning. I didn't quite get it. It's almost midnight in GMT. Disregard previous orders. Play Forsaken Unholy DK instead. Executing command. I'll get on that. Did I set my stream to members only? I did. Why is my YouTube stream is set to members only? That's not intentional. Whoops. I miscalculated. I thought 46 was one of those additive numbers of 12. Yeah, tough. Tough. Hope you're all well. I'm doing well. I hope you're doing well. Taro, welcome. Sorry, I just got a message right when I was starting. Okay. Like I said, never good at math or typing as it stands. Huh. Yeah, we'll see how Ray of Frost feels. We'll see. You won't need a weak aura to track icicles anymore, so that's good. Not having icy veins be the main DPS cooldown is going to be weird either. As well, excuse me. Servers are up is what I would say if everything went according to plan. Yo, someone ban this burnt Dorito guy. Get him the fuck out of here. Get him out of here. Lock him up. We live? We are live, yeah. I was hoping that this shit would be, was hoping that the servers would be live too, but I got baited. I thought, that's where I went wrong. I thought, you know? And now here we are. I thought, and now here we are. I would, but the slightly burnt Doritos are always the best ones. I never get slightly burnt Doritos. I get that with other stuff, but not with Doritos. That shit's consistent AF. You banned him for tricking you? Oh yeah, he's super banned. That guy's banned, and then he's unbanned, and then he's what the fuck is this? And then he's modded and gifted a sub. What the fuck was that? There was a photosensitivity warning. I've never seen that before. That's never been a thing. What's the music like? I ain't heard it. That's foreboding as fuck. This does not sound good. I mean, it sounds good, but not good for us. Interesting login screen. I kind of miss the old login screens, though, not gonna lie. Pandaria one with the 2 statues right there and shit. I kind of miss that. I ain't gonna lie. But this is all right. It's like a big old portal into the void. It's like the Dark Heart. Like a black hole in the sky. Almost looks like an eye. I've seen people saying it looks like goatsy. People are fucking so disgusting, dude. It's a little buttholey for my liking. You only think that because you saw a fucking meme that made you think that. You didn't come up with that yourself. Someone on the internet told you to think that. That's exactly right. Yep. I know. Caught! It's thematic, though. Yeah, this music is nice. A lot of layers to it. Very foreboding. Doesn't sound so good. I spent like 3 hours farming lumber and mop and spent an hour and a half in an inn for reasons. But you had to gather your wood before you could go roleplay lumberjacking. Off. But how will this affect the Titan's legacy? What does that mean? I kind of do miss the old Portal Gateway login screen. Yeah. Yeah. I put something in the speculation about elements I heard in that song. While listening to it over and over, I knew I heard elements before during the build-ups. It has elements of Zoval's theme, especially with the male chanting, as well as it has elements of N'Zoth's theme when it tapers off, with the female chanting. I listened to both songs again to make sure I was not succumbing to the madness and talk to Olin. I swear I hear it. We did have a lot of recent Shadowlands references, and also that Sylvanas quest and all the Black Blood and Corruption and the War Within. So both of those make total sense for me for what's to come. I mean, the intention is to tie all this stuff back together. I know we're not used to this, but, you know, Blizzard's intention here is to, like, wrap the story pieces back into each other in a meaningful way. So, you know, I wouldn't be too surprised that that's what's going on here, and you hear it through music as well. Do you think the old gods will be back this expansion? I think that kind of question needs way more nuance, right? Are we talking all the old gods? Are we talking N'Zoth? Back in what way? Like, they come back as old gods? They come back as what they were before? Like, to answer your question simply, no. But, maybe in a new way. Maybe in an unexpected kind of way. And did they ever really leave? Well, they died, but what does death actually mean? So I think that we'll probably get more of those elements, old gods, titans, all the. I feel like we're going into Act 2 right here, right? So we might see them return in some fashion. We're seeing more of the characters being drawn in. The plot is coming together more for like the grander scheme, and then the big payoffs that we get with like all the armies clashing and stuff. That's generally, I think, going to be happening towards the end of Midnight and going into the last Titan. So I basically we're still kind of at the point. We have a little bit of building left to do, and then we have the great fall, you know, where we think that it's over and we've lost, and then we'll have that moment of hope and uniting and coming back for the big W in the end. So sad he didn't react live, but probably for the best. It's definitely for the best. I get people that absolutely prefer that I don't watch things like that live. I really like the video you posted on YouTube earlier. Thank you. I feel like they'll give much more backstory on them and Zal. I mean, I think they're going to continue to give backstory on Xal'atath for sure. And yeah, we might get more backstory for the old gods too. I mean, it would be good because as of right now, people just basically like believe shit that came from Chronicle. So we got to have the it's so over, we're so back roller coaster. Yep. Yeah, absolutely. I'm excited though. The thing is, people are going to be like, oh, you know, I want us to lose, and it's like, I feel like you just think that you want that. Like, I genuinely feel like it's a you think you do but you don't kind of situation. Like, yes, there's gonna be like a moment where it looks like we're gonna lose, but ultimately we're heroes in a game about heroes and stuff. Like, we're not gonna lose. Like, you're playing the wrong kind of game if that's what you're after. Go play some Cyberpunk. C-Cube, thank you very much for continuing your sub. Appreciate that. I just saw your video and all I can think is new Draenei City from Heritage Questline. Well, if you read the description of that video, there's a reason why I say Azure Mist and Blood Mist Isle are places that I'd really like to see redone. And yeah, Velen pretty much says like, yeah, we're building a city. We're gonna rebuild out there. And so I do expect that that stuff will get reworked. And that could end up happening in midnight patch content. We'll see. Yeah, and I really don't think WoW 2 is coming. I really don't think... First off, World of Warcraft 2 is a stupid name, okay? Second of all, Worlds of Warcraft goes way harder. And third of all, like, they're not gonna, like, destroy the world or have some big universal reset thing, I don't think, once, you know, you have housing, right? You put housing into the game, finally, and then you just, like, discontinue that version of the game and go on to a new one. I just don't think that's gonna happen. That sounds completely unrealistic. Messiah, thanks for subbing for 11 months. I appreciate that. Thank you. Well, hopefully they won't need all 2 hours for this server thing. I think they'll just continue to update it. I think they're just going to continue to give expansions to World of Warcraft. They have the most successful MMO franchise ever. What if we lose in this expansion and the last Titan expansion is because we lost? Yes, but like, I think that there's a difference in interpretation between having a temporary setback and a loss. You know what I mean? Like, we're not gonna lose. The game has to keep going. Like, we're the heroes. We're not gonna... We might have some setbacks. We might have some people die. You know, we might have some pretty big losses, but ultimately, like, it's not gonna be like game over. You know? That's what some people see. That's like how some people... The impression that some people give of, like, what they want. Like, the game's just, like, it's just gonna... We're just gonna lose. Like, what the fuck? We're gonna get another cataclysm, aren't we? I mean, I think that there's a very good chance that our sky is sundered, and that the pocket dimension in which Azeroth exists is going to be sundered open, and like, we're gonna see the truth of what's around our world, and realize how we've been contained in a fucking bubble the entire time, like quite literally. The veil will be broken, perhaps permanently. Because these other worlds around us, we're connected to them. We just can't see them. Think Zal will be the enemy to the end of the expansion? I don't know, probably. The Storming Sea is our bubble. The Storming Sea is just one sea-based barrier that separates us from other seemingly unordered areas of Azeroth. I don't think this, like, the Storming Sea is literally just one sea. It's just one. Could it be responsible for the generation of a planet-wide shroud? Maybe. But I don't think there's evidence to back up what you're claiming. The Storming Sea seemingly separates us from the West, which would have places like Avaloran in it, I would assume. But there's not really any evidence that it's generating some kind of bubble around the whole world. I think that it generates a barrier between us and lands that were perhaps never ordered. So... We're not ordered by the Titans at any rate. I mean, we definitely have suffered setbacks. That's, you know, that's gonna happen in any well-written thing. I think when you just go in and shit stomp every threat ever, and you never have setbacks, you never have characters die, then I feel like, you know, you don't really develop a sense of threat, right? There's no sense of, there's nothing at stake. So we've definitely had those situations in World of Warcraft when we've lost characters like Vol'jin and Varian and you know, we've had setbacks time and again. I mean, shit, there's times where we should have fucking died. Like, Arthas technically killed our asses. And it was only due to a fucking literal miracle from Tyrion Fordrin calling upon the light that we lived. It was a literal miracle. And Argus killed us too. And it was Eonar who brought us back, and what she says is, hope is not lost, High Father. And that's a really important thing to remember, because Kalia Menethil said when she got resurrected A wise person once told me that hope is what you have when all other things have failed you. Where hope exists, you make room for all things that are possible, and some that are not. That is to say that, like, where you have hope, you can literally accomplish the impossible. And I have a video about this called it's called like Hope in World of Warcraft is God Mode or something like that. It was basically a video saying that, like, if you never give up hope, because it's not something that can ever be taken away from you, you have to relinquish it yourself. You have to give up hope. As long as you have it, there's always a chance to, like, overcome the darkness, basically. The ray of hope, the beacon of hope, so to speak, which is in a lot of ways what Anduin's character kind of represents, which is why I used Anduin as an example in the video. So, yeah, hope is what you have when all other things have failed you. Where hope exists, you make room for healing, for all things that are possible, and some that are not. Hope is murmuration of reality. It may cause it. It may cause it. The ethereals may not have been able to measure hope or be able to deduce what causes murmuration, but it could be related to that. It could be. You never know. Hope is a gift you give yourself. Sure. Yeah. So yeah, there's definitely been times where, like, we died and we were supposed to be dead. And it's so funny because once upon a time I used to think, like, Eonar resurrecting us after being killed by Argus was like a defilement of the natural cycle, until I realized now that Argus was not really properly part of the natural cycle anyway. Things were not what they were supposed to be. So what are your plans for the pre-patch today? Well, sit here and look at the login screen. Yo, Rat Guys, thanks so much for subbing for 13 months, bro. Appreciate that. My favorite quote was, "Time by itself heals nothing." Sure. I think warriors also die in Legion quests. Oh shit, yeah, I didn't know that. Thinking on the Lich King death. You think our souls have been split all this time as well, or not? Nah, I don't think so. I don't think so. I think you gotta be, like, pretty explicitly stabbed or cut by, like, a Mournblade in order to experience that. I don't think so. One thing I will say, I don't know if they intended to do this, but I see some, like, vague 3 motifs, some rather sharp ones in a lot of this. There's, like, a 3 inside of a 3. And I don't think that's intentional, but it reminds me of Domination runes. Here's another one. It's actually shaped very similarly to some of the Dom runes. Strange. Probably doesn't mean anything, but just some visual stuff I noticed here. I like these, like, 3-dimensional fragments getting pulled into the portal, by the way. This is kind of sick. These are, like, actual, like, these, like, 3D models. It's kind of dope. Looks like a clock. I mean, yeah, midnight is 12, you know, 12:00, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, no, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, yeah, I don't know, maybe 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, nah, I don't really see what you're saying, I don't really see it, but regardless, I mean, midnight, there is references to time here. I mean, I don't think it's a coincidence they call it the hour of twilight, you know what I mean? I don't think that's a coincidence. They've been calling it that for a long fucking time, so Renalash, the hour of twilight, clock strikes midnight, you know, 12th expansion. Did someone make the butthole comment yet? Of course. It devs has 12 tarot. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Yeah, if you count this one, if you go, yeah, if you don't start at 1, you go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. I was counting that as 1, so it was like fucking me up. But yeah, if you were to count it like that, then technically. Yeah. Oh, Shinzai, thanks for gifting 5 subs, dude. Appreciate that. It does have 12. He's on crack. Give me a fucking break, dude. You think the rifts we had so far with Shadowlands Argus are showing us how close the other worlds are? Or are those worlds more far away distance-wide? I have a whole video about this. If you'd like to watch that instead, that would be good. Yeah, I can link it to you if you want. That'd be better for me, so I don't have to re-explain it. Get that for you. Isn't the Sunwell going to be used as a portal for the Void to enter, like how Kill Jaden tried getting through? Yeah, I would think so. Yeah. I mean, just like the Well of Eternity was used. I mean, the Sunwell's also being used as a teleport to come in from the armies of the light, right? So we've seen that repeatedly. These wells of power have repeatedly been shown to be able to act as portals into our world. They're giant fonts of magical energy, right? You need magical energy to make portals, so it stands to reason that you could use any of them. The one on top of Nordrassil as well, that would apply to that too. So yeah, absolutely. These wells in a lot of civilizations happen to be built upon massive confluences of ley lines, and I'm quite sure that ley lines transcend reality itself. There's such allegedly massive channels of magical energy that you can use them to basically bridge between worlds. And that's what we've seen time and time and time again. We've seen that with the Dark Portal, we've seen that with Karazhan, we've seen that with the Tomb of Sargeras and Legion, we've seen that with the Well of Eternity, we've seen that with the Sunwell. I mean, we've seen it over and over and over again. So if you guys want to learn more about that, I recommend watching this channel. He makes WoW speculation videos. It's actually youtube.com/pyromancer. And he's actually streaming right now. And he has this video that you should watch if you want to hear about that. It's 40 minutes long, and it would be much better for you to watch a highly edited, produced video than asking him to explain it to you again live on stream. That's what I'd recommend. It'd probably be easier for everybody. Would be crazy to see Arel and Lightbound and the Lightbound this X-Pack using the Sunwell to port in. Could happen. Could happen. I mean, you can teleport, I think, not only from world to world, but potentially through timelines as well. I mean, ultimately, that's kind of what we accomplished with Kairos Dormu, so it's just moving along axes. X and Y coordinates and Z coordinates, and yeah. The interdimensional stuff in WoW has always been an interesting, weird thing. Even since, like, the writing in the RPG days, you know? I wonder if we're going to see some glimpses of the Arathi Empire homeland, not full zones, but just glimpses. Maybe. It depends on when they want to use that. Is that something they want to use for Last Titan or even after? At this point, it's shaping up and looking like it's going to be after. So, it seems like they're set, you know, sowing the seeds to go to Avaloran and have this other, you know, continent that's not ordered by the Titans, so we can see what this world maybe used to look like before they fuck with it, you know? I know that guy. Nice dude. That's arguable. I wonder if we're gonna see some... Yeah. Okay. I like the crystals being inhaled. It's pretty... I like the visual as well. Like crystallized soul or energy, depending on whose side of the portal we're currently looking at. What I think is kind of happening is Xalatath is trying to use the energy. So what I think they're gonna do is I think this Void Storm is gonna be a world that is probably formerly Xalatath's world. They've done a lot to make Xalatath seem like the Silver Surfer and Dimensius to seem like Galactus, okay? So the Silver Surfer's world was one that was going to be consumed by Galactus. If I'm not mistaken, there's been multiple Silver Surfers, but for the story that I think they're doing here, this person ends up agreeing, I can't remember her name, but I could look it up, doesn't really matter, but ends up agreeing to be the Harbinger and the Herald for Galactus in order to help him find other worlds to consume, and in exchange, he wouldn't consume their world. But, you know, World of Warcraft typically doesn't take things one-to-one. They'll typically, like, put a spin on it. So it's possible that Xalatath's world was consumed anyways, and she's been bent on getting revenge or something this whole time. So I anticipate that Voidstorm is going to end up being Xalatath's world, where she came from originally. What it was exactly, what civilization lived there, I have no fucking idea. She's probably used to be one of them. And I imagine that it's possible that she's trying to take and harness the energy of Azeroth's world soul to try to use it to rejuvenate her world. Basically, being willing to sacrifice another world, and potentially threaten the integrity of the entire cosmos as a result, in order to restore her own. Basically, despairing and bent on, you know, revenge and getting her world back. It's a very Emmett Selk kind of storyline, which I won't get into the details of, but for those that are familiar with Final Fantasy XIV, you know what I'm saying. So yeah, I think that that's possibly where they're going with this, of like kind of trying to make her someone that you can empathize with, but who's still a huge threat who we have to stop, because they're basically trying to, like, they're willing to sacrifice our world to try to restore their own, and we can't let her do that. You know, her world is lost, and I don't really know if it can be restored. Maybe it can, but this is not the way to do it, right? So, and this is very much like Final Fantasy, if that's the case. Was it 100,000 years she said she waited? For that plan, yes. And who knows how long she existed before that. It's extremely Emmett coded. You think they'll tie her with Elune somehow? Well, if she's formerly a Naru, or a being that became a Naru, because we don't really know what the Naru could have been originally. Zira says that they were forged during the great ordering of the cosmos, so the energy, the being and sentience of a Naru could have been another being originally, right? This is something people have to wake up to, because we've seen mortal beings turn into immortal beings and energy-based beings already. Like, that's a huge theme of the War Within, especially in the final patch, right? So, if she is formerly a Naru, which when we're talking about visual language, there's a ton that suggests that is possible, and her knowledge of Elune, her references to the Naru, them considering, you know, her and things like her to be horrors to be resisted, them not sharing that view, being beloved brethren that lost the true path. So the Naru she might not have been a Naru, she might be what a Naru used to be before they were made into Naru. We don't really know what direction the energy has moved in at this point. So Dominar could have technically predated Naru in some capacity, we just don't know. We have hints and we have things that extrapolate on what energies allegedly came first in the cosmos that lead us to believe one thing or another, but ultimately, like, they can pull a twist on us at any moment. So, it's uncertain, but I do think that she's going to kind of be tied to Elune in some way. She's not literally Elune, and I don't think she's one of the faces of Elune, but I think more so that, like, she could be a former servant of or creation of in some way, directly or indirectly. Like, I do think that they will be connected in some fashion. Just like, you know, if Elune is involved in the creation of the Naru, as Khadgar suspects, you know, if Xalatath is related to the Naru in any way, then she's related to Elune automatically, right? I think you could say the same thing based on what Velen says. Velen comes to Darnassus, and he learns about the ways that the Night Elves commune with Elune and her light and stuff, and he says it reminds him a lot of the Naru. Velen's been around the Naru for like fucking 20,000 years, so at least 10,000 or 15,000 or so, like, minimum. I think it's like maybe like 12,000 technically if we go on the time scale, but he would know better probably than anyone what a Naru looks and feels like and what the sensations are, so he wouldn't say that if he didn't really think about it, you know? He wouldn't say that if he wasn't sure. So, you know, Velen and Khadgar, two different, completely unrelated people through unrelated means, have come to similar points about Elune having connections to the Naru. It's just very interesting because we also have Zira herself, a Prime Naru, saying that she was forged at the crucible of all creation during the great ordering of the cosmos, which very much makes it sound like the Titans must have been involved because it's the ordering of the cosmos, right? So I think Anshe and Musha will probably both tie into this. You know, who knows? Naru could be fragments of Anshe or Musha or both. They could be made out of their essence. You know, we just don't know. There's still so many mysteries regarding some of the cosmic entities, specifically things like Naru. We don't know what they were. You know, we have chronicle, you know, things trying to account for where they may have come from, but they kind of conflict with one another depending on how you interpret them. So yeah, we'll have to see. We'll have to see. Void seems more blue than purple lately. Is that because it's more ordered? Maybe. You know, I see blue. There's some different shades of blue. There's like the ethereal kind of darker blues of the void, and there's the lighter, almost like teal blues of order. And I'm sure that they're related, considering that in the one of the delves that we got in from the Koresh patch 11.2, you end up going into the Azure Vaults, and the Ethereals are draining the blue dragons of their energy. And when they've drained them enough, again, think about World of Warcraft in terms of energy states. If order is to, or death, whatever the fuck they're actually using, is towards the lower energy states, and void is a step down, when you drain the energy out of an orderly being like a blue dragon, what did they become? Oh, that's right, they became void dragons. So, what the fuck? It seems like they went a step down, which is, I think, one of the hints that indicates that order, or whatever it is that the Titans are using, that blue magic that's often associated with frost. Again, look at the Caldera, look at the blue dragons, look at Domination, potentially look at Norganon, look at the frozen wastes of the north, and the fact that that's all around a lot of Titan machinery, stasis, you know, cold logic, all of these things kind of thematically tying together. It could mean that the Titans themselves, or this energy of order, is very close to void anyways. So, yeah. Let me ask you this. Do you think Anshe and Musha are specific characters, or is that a title of some sort? Like, could a person become Anshe, like Illidan, for example? Well, I have videos on who I think Anshe is, first of all, but it could be a title. I mean, that's a twist that you could make. If you were to link this to Final Fantasy XIV, right? You have Emmett Selk, and then and this is a spoiler here, okay? And then you have Hades, right? You have Hephaestus, and then you have not Elidibus, that's Themis. What the fuck is his name? La Habrea, right? So one of them is their name, and the other is their title. So technically, Sargeras could be a title, and Anshe could be his real name. You know what I'm saying? Aman'Thul could have a different name, and Aman'Thul could be his title. You know, the Primus, the Winter Queen. You know, what is their actual name? So that there's a possibility that what you're saying is true. I don't think that we can know for sure yet, but yeah, absolutely. And is it possible that someone else could take up that mantle and become the new Anshe, or the avatar of Anshe, or something like that? Yeah, why the fuck not? Mantles of power being kind of passed around. I mean, we've kind of had that with like the Lich King, right? You don the sword, you put on the helmet, you become the Lich King. So there's kind of a precedent set for that already, I think. So yeah, I don't see why not. You know, the Arbiter. Yep, the Arbiter's another really good example. And then you have base titles, right? You know, War Chief, High King, all that shit, but those are more like honorary and you know, I don't, what's the word I'm trying to think of? Yeah, they're not like seats of power necessarily. Well, maybe they kind of are, but you know what I mean. Yeah, Loa becoming a Loa of Kings, Guardian of Tirisfal. Yeah, these are some really good examples, because these are not just name changes. These are imbuements. These are empowerments. These are things moving it from one level to the next. Elemental Lords is another potentially good example. Yeah, yep, yeah. Inherited power, sure, whether by being granted it, a ritual, by force, by consumption, whatever it might be. Yeah, great examples, guys. Yeah. Y'all came up with a lot of good examples there. Yeah, I would say the War Chief and the High King, they're not literal mantles of power. They are in a political sense, a geopolitical sense, but they're more like a military title, right? It doesn't carry an actual power with it. Void Lords could be. I think Void Lord is more of an identification of power, like a Void Lord versus a Void God. Are they inherently different? I don't know. I think one of them is just significantly more powerful. You might be able to make the same argument for an Elemental Lord, but for some of these titles, certainly not. Certainly not. Did Azeroth make the Loa? If you want my nuanced take on that, I don't think Azeroth created the Loa. I think people did. So, I think Azeroth potentially created mortals, and mortals gave faith and reverence to beasts of the wild and beings of their cultures that became Loa. So, do I think Azeroth flat out made Loa? Not really. I think that she made people that were capable of making Loa themselves. I strongly believe in this idea of a very important and intimate spiritual connection. Yo, thank you very much, Grim Reaper, for the 40-month
40
resub.
months amused.
Between the people and the Loa and the land. And that is something that is so, like, unique and important. And I think that the way that I see it, it's almost like when you ask, did Azeroth make the Loa? No. I have to say no, because it's more so the people that make a Loa, in my opinion. That's how I see it. Reminds me of how orcs in 40k have the strongest psychic connection. They're able to will things into existence or working, and that's a big thing in Final Fantasy XIV as well. Again, not to say too many spoilers, but there are these beings in that game, and they're created basically by desperate prayer, fervent desire, and magical energy, right? So ether and ritual, sometimes sacrifice, allows these things to manifest, and they're literally born of the faith or fear or emotion, but typically faith or desperation of the people who call them. So there's a group of indigenous beast-like people who are having their lands encroached upon, and the cultured civilizations, as they see themselves, they see this group as the aggressors. And unfortunately, as a result of this continued encroachment, the indigenous people basically pool all of their magical crystals and their faith into this summoning ritual of an entity that otherwise doesn't exist. It's like given form by their desire, by their fear, by their rage, by their hatred. And it takes this form as a very real thing that can cause, like, destruction. So, and it does have a connection, in a sense, to the land, and can draw, in some cases, can draw upon the ether and energy of the land, and all of that. I was trying not to name what the entities were, because although I'm extrapolating on how the concept works, I'm trying not to just, like, say it, because that's something that you learn about pretty early on into Final Fantasy. So in case someone decides that they do want to play it, I'm trying to explain the concept without getting too much into, like, because that's a spoiler, you know what I'm saying? So the Tibetan tulpa is a being or thought form created by intense concentration and spiritual practice, often considered to have its own sentience and autonomy. The concept has evolved in modern contexts where practitioners known as tulpamancers create these entities as willed imaginary friends. Sure, but in the case, of course, as you know, in Final Fantasy XIV, they can be quite violent. The red vehicles go faster because red is the fastest color. I guess you could correlate it to Azathoth as well, the dreamer and all. Sure. And I think Azeroth is effectively the conduit of free will, and one of her soul portions, which I think is Argus, but I could be wrong. Who knows exactly who it's going to be. Flesh is his gift. He is your true creator. I really don't think that's talking about Yogg-Saron or N'Zoth. But whoever is responsible for mortality, which I really think it's Argus, potentially as a fragment of Azeroth, as I've said, or even the god of chaos, which could very well be Sargeras, or Argus, again, who knows. You know, I think that basically you have a cycle of creation and dreaming, and also mortality and destruction. And that cycle is supposed to be happening, and the Titans have basically interrupted that and tried to order it, and it's fucked the universe up. And that's probably why old gods became a thing in the first place. Because the Titans fucked around with a system they shouldn't have fucked around with. So instead of being beings of spirit and decay, balanced, and which might lead them to become mortals or something like that, the original mortal gods, or spiritual manifestations in their own right, born from the dreams of Azeroth, they became twisted nightmares that basically were doomed to consume fucking everything. And it could very well be that death is the thing that is supposed to stop, you know, that corruption from occurring, or, you know, something integral to the system has been removed from it or ordered in such a way that it impedes upon the natural mechanisms of the cycle. So yeah, that's kind of how I view that stuff. My thought went into Nightbringer, Yasuo, and Riven. Like, I can't imagine Illidan not being pushed into elite position of the Legion, so I wonder who could be the counterpart, either Zal or maybe Tyrande, if she gets pushed to this Avatar of Elune Musha position. Well, she's already become an Avatar of Elune, but if I were to pick one, yeah, I mean, you gotta look at it from the fractal, right? So if you're looking at the fractal for you know, let's say Elune, Anshe, and the we'll say, like, I don't know, the Blue Child, whether that's Argus or, you know, the Winter Queen or whomever. You're looking at Illidan Sargeras, you're looking at Tyrande Elune, you're looking at Malfurion Argus, potentially, you know, big antlers on the head, you know, potentially skilled in the magics of life and death and rebirth or whatever. So, you know, you're looking at Malfurion for that, you know. But yeah, we'll see. We'll see. Wasn't the facility where Mother was the place where Titans made old gods? No, I'd recommend reviewing that lore. In fact, I have a lore tour of Uldir if you want to watch it, where I break down the lore of Uldir and talk about the themes and visual indications and what Uldir actually was and what they were doing. They made basically one artificial old god as we know it with Gahun, and Gahun was basically a fucking horrible weapon that would spread a plague of pestilence and undeath across the world once it inevitably broke out of Uldir, and that could very well have been planned by the Titans as something that was on like a clock. You know, the big Mayan sun disk calendar type thing in Zuldazar made me think of that, like we're coming upon the time, the hour where this thing is unleashed, and you know, it could have been that the Titans' intention was for it to basically wash over the world in a wave of pestilence that would justify the re-origination of the planet or some horse shit, you know? Who knows? Basically, if, you know, they fucked up, the Keepers fucked up, it basically triggers the failsafe no matter what, and they get, bad shit happens as a result. Anyway, yeah, they didn't just make all the old gods in Uldir. In fact, my Uldir lore tour is 2 parts. Let me give you them. Here's part 1, and then it should be in the recommended videos, part 2. I actually should just link it in the comments. It's also the recommended video at the end. So, I don't know why I didn't have it linked. Uldir is one of my favorite instances in the game. Highly recommend checking it out. I have some like mass video edits to make because I have things in my descriptions and videos that should not be there anymore. Yeah, I definitely can hear some of those Zoval motifs in there, some of those Shadowlands motifs that y'all are talking about. I can definitely hear it. I figured out what that island was in Northern a while back. It was the DK Order Hall Mount quest. Yeah, I don't know if I've done that one. In your opinion or hope, which character's life is most in danger to not survive midnight? Also, how likely is Medivh and Vol'jin to come back here? I think we'll see Medivh again in The Last Titan, to be honest with you. I don't think he'll come back in Midnight. He could, but I don't think he will. I think it's extremely likely that we see a return of Vol'jin. I think it's extremely likely. Characters who I'd be concerned about making it to the end of this expansion, I mean, there is the whole marriage between Lor'themar, Theron, and Thalyssra, so I wouldn't really want to see Lor'themar die, but it's possible. Sylvanas is technically possible, though I doubt that they're going to do that. I really don't think Illyria or Turalyon are on the chopping block. I don't think so. It's possible. Turalyon is, I believe, the last, besides Uther, but he's technically dead, the last living member of the original 5 Paladins of the Silver Hand, so it would kind of make sense for him to die. All the others have. I really don't think like Eretor's gonna die. They could kill Verisa. They could. I don't want them to. They could. Valeera, unlikely considering she's our Delve companion. You could have people like Umbrick die. You could have Romoth die, technically. I'm just trying to think of prevalent Night Elven and Blood Elven characters. I don't know. Someone from the second row, basically. Yeah. That's probably why they haven't updated her. I'm quite certain that Verisa has been updated. I'm pretty sure Verisa has an updated look in Midnight. Would it be fair to think every cosmic force we've come into contact with is an orderly version of said force? Yes, and that is one of my main theories, that if there's something that exists on the Chronicle cosmology chart, it's been ordered. Because the logic is this. The Titans and the Titan Forge use the same word for created as they do ordered, right? If Chronicle, at least in some of its imagery and stories, is Titan Forge perspective, as has been said before, then the cosmology chart, which is inherently orderly and I believe made by the ancestors of the Titan Forge and Titans, it may basically be showing us the ordered cosmos, right? Odin himself has also said that can anything truly exist until it's been ordered? Of course not. Therefore, it's irrefutable that the Titans are the source of all creation. Well, all of these things could be hinting at the idea that everything on that Chronicle cosmology chart is... And we also have brokers identifying that this is Titan perspective, or Titan Forge perspective at the very least, could be indicating that anything on that chart is ordered. Because if they're not going to make a map of existence of things that haven't been ordered, because it doesn't exist until it's been ordered, right? So if you look at the Chronicle cosmology chart and there's something on it, I'm talking old gods, Naru, the Legion, the Eternal Ones, the Wild Gods, Azeroth itself, the Shadowlands, the Emerald Dream, these are all things that have been ordered. That's how I see it. Maybe not entirely. They may not have been ordered in their entirety. Wow, voice crack. Voice crack! But they've definitely been ordered at least partially. And I think that for the most part, the entities that we have interacted with from those cosmic forces are ordered. I do think that's the case. I don't know if you got that Fel Argus scythe, but like all of his scythes have Death Knight colors now. Indeed they do. Yep, and I do have it. Almost as if it's not recognized as existing because it's not been ordered in some way. Yes. Yes. Mortals aren't on that chart. No, but Azeroth is, and we live here. They wish they could order us, but they can't. What do you think domination is? That's the ordering and suppression and subjugation of a soul. They can't do it. They can't even keep their own constructs from going chaotic by being exposed to the energies of Azeroth and revolting against them, can they? They can't even stop that. See, the Titans are committing a grave sin and folly by trying to order something that was never meant to be ordered, that they cannot order. They will try. And what I'm most afraid of is similar to what's proposed about Sargeras. If they can't order it and keep it orderly, what will they be willing to do to it? If they can't have their way, they'll eradicate it. They try to save life whenever possible, and nothing could be so dire as to warrant systemic extinction according to Chronicle, but re-origination exists. So they will try to wipe us off the face of the earth, off the planet, because if they cannot get us if they can't trick us into doing what they want, if they can't trick us into doing the thing because they know they can't control us, then they will try to eradicate us. Be careful that you do not blindly become a part of their plan. That's what the Twilight Hermit warned us against. Be careful. Sargeras, even the Dark Titan, had a pattern to his actions, a cold logic that he sought to impose upon creation, in the willingness to eradicate existence if he couldn't accomplish his vision. Do you really think the others of his kind are so different? No. They will sacrifice anything, even their precious followers, to accomplish their goal. Sear that into your mind and don't forget it. They don't care about us. We weren't supposed to exist on this world. I think that's why Light and Void's such a mess headcanon. They were one until Titans ordered them. I do think that they have been indicating for a long time that they are two fragments of one thing. I think that 1000 Years of War hints at this quite directly when Illyria has light and void connect within her and sees the instantaneous moment of truth of something that was happening to Turalyon in real time. She saw no grand visions of the future, nor chaotic pathways and myriad ways to go, and you know, like the void. She saw one thing, the truth, in that instant, in that one moment. So that's what is possible when light and void connect properly. But I think they have to connect through a vessel. I think if you have pure light and void and you try to crash them together, they probably blow up and they're unstable. They don't go together like that. They probably need something that can help mend them together inside of some kind of vessel, probably. It could be what Azeroth is, or what they intend to do with Azeroth, or something like that. But ultimately, yes. There's also the Bronze Dragonflight Inn in the city of Valdrakken, where if you stand next to that big hourglass thing in there, where you turn in the dinars to get the gear from Dragonflight, there's these two NPCs sitting on the ground, and they actually start talking about the infinite timeways and the one true timeline, and how they are similar and could relate to the light and the void. And they kind of argue about which one is better or whatever. And, you know, only time will tell, basically, is what they conclude at the end. Like, I guess we'll have to see. So I think really what they're trying to show us is that time and light and void, they're all related to one another. And the infinite timeways and one true timeline are supposed to be kind of fractals, if not literal portions of the cosmic powers of light and void, being one dogmatic singular outcome and the other being myriad pathways that are uncertain. It's very similar to the one true timeline and the infinite timelines. So I do think that the ordering of the cosmos does include division. I think it includes taking things that are you know, one, and driving them apart, pulling them apart. I think they've done it to Azeroth. I think we've seen this energy do it to souls in the form of Mournblades. I think that light and void were probably split. I think that the realm of life and death were probably once directly connected as well, and that connection was severed. So yeah, I think that there's been a ton of division in WoW, and we see it as this nice thing because it makes sense to us. It's all nice and orderly in their own little parts of the cosmic chart, right? It looks good, but ultimately it's wrong. Just like what Sourfang says about Draenor. This world, it looks good, but it's wrong, broken, falling apart, just like the Horde. Same concept. Same concept. But when things get broken and divided, you can't force them back together and expect things to just be willy-nilly and work out. Sometimes the two aspects are slammed into each other and it causes chaos, or it causes someone like Sylvanas to slip into a coma from which she cannot awaken. And only upon reconciling with both of her two fragments of her soul, the light and the darkness in her, the blue and the gold, maybe the light and the void, was she able to awaken. Sylvanas is in many ways a fractal for Azeroth herself. That's why Sylvanas is one of the most important characters in the game. And if Sylvanas had her soul shattered by someone bound under the power of domination wielding a Mournblade, then so too did Azeroth, I would imagine. And if I had to guess who that was, I don't think you have to think far to come to the conclusion about who that would be. Personally, I'd love to lose at the end of an expansion. Sure, yeah, we talked about this earlier. This always overcoming the big bad can get a bit dull. Yeah, we're gonna have setbacks, but ultimately, like, imagine that Sauron and Saruman just won. And then Lord of the Rings just ended in Act 2. That'd be kind of dog shit, wouldn't it? It'd be kind of dog shit, don't you think? Ultimately, guys, if you want to experience loss and tragedy and a bunch of sad shit and like lose, just go out and just go be in real life. You know what I mean? Luke lost in the second movie, to be fair, but they end up overcoming. Again, there are setbacks. There are temporary setbacks. There are big losses. People fucking die. Like in Legion, we literally had to overthrow the leader of the fucking Nightborn. Tons of people die. The Legion invades. More people fucking die. Evarian Rin dies. Vol'jin dies, though not permanently. Sargeras stabs a fucking giant sword in the heart of the world that surfaces this magical essence that leads us to start the most brutal and gruesome war in the fucking history of the Horde and the Alliance. And you guys are still sitting here like, man, I just wish that we weren't always overcoming the big evil. Like, we've literally already got what you guys are describing, and it feels like you just don't realize that it's happened. Like, we have had these moments before. We have had like terrible loss. We have had massive setbacks. Like, we've had periods where Sylvanas was about to literally ruin the entire integrity of the fucking Horde. Like, we didn't beat Xalatath in the War Within. Like, this perception that, like, we just win all the time and that we never suffer losses. Like, Dalaran got blown up. Like, Garrosh bombs Theramore. Like, what the fuck? The whole Iron Horde thing where, you know, he did this thing that leads to Gul'dan and the Legion coming back to Azeroth. Like, we have lost a lot. So, I think instead of searching for something that has already, that you think hasn't happened, you gotta, like, look at the events that have already happened and reframe, like, how you're looking at them. Because people look at the past and they're extremely reductive about it. Like everything has just been willy-nilly, and, like, I keep saying that word, everything's just sunshine and fucking rainbows, you know? And, like, we've never lost, but we have. It's a constant battle. It's a constant ebb and flow from one state to the next, right? It's not like we just, like, shit-stomped every force. Guys, there's a literal chance, and it's a likely one, I think, that the actual bad guy jailer behind the plot of the Shadowlands is still out there. Like, we literally just defeated his pawn in the Lich King, but ultimately the original Lich and the guy that created these instruments of evil is still out there. Not only is he out there, he has some fucking sway and control over the Shadowlands. Like, that's a big fucking deal. And we just act like, oh yeah, it's just everything's fucking peachy keen. It's just not. First time here, but I made an Arathi Templar from a Midnight Main, and the realization that the Imperial Arathi could go many different ways is a brand new source of anxiety. Putting a lot of faith in Blizz with this character, Lamau. I'm sure that we'll have people who are on... Look, guys, especially it's topical considering the times right now, but I'm sure that we'll have people that are part of the fucking... part of the regime, and there will be people that once identified with that group and realizes how fucked up what they're doing is, and starts to turn against them. That inevitably will happen. I'm sure of it. So just give it some time. I'm sure that we'll have, like, the Knights of the Round Table of Avaloran, and they're gonna be like the honorable ones who uphold the old ways of the old emperors and empresses and recognize the corruption that has befallen the current emperor and realize that he must be dethroned and deposed and replaced, otherwise he will lead his people to ruin. That's what I think is going to happen. Is Anduin a paladin? Or a priest? Well, technically, I think they say he's more of a priest. He's not very skilled with a blade, but he could learn. He's almost like a cleric. Thayren's absolutely going to lead that resistance if it happens. Bingo. She sure will. Despite all the examples you give, WoW has no nuance, rah-rah. You still get Scarlet Crusader appears. I mean, it can't get worse than that, can it? I mean, yeah, I don't want to get into the Scarlet Crusade discussion because with all reason, I just don't see any reason to believe that there are not people who recognize what was going on there. Now, there was one group, the Scarlet Renegades, but they were still fucked up. They just realized that they were being manipulated by dreadlords, and they tried to return to the old, you know, the former order of the Scarlet Crusade, and they were still bad guys. They just didn't want to be controlled by dreadlords. But ultimately, you know, yeah, unfortunately, a lot of the people that RP Scarlet stuff are, yeah, a certain kind of person. For Hearthstone, Anduin's always been a priest, hence why I said he's a priest. I didn't just make that up for no reason. Thanks for the 6-month resub, by the way. Appreciate that. Kishal, thanks for the 22-month resub. I've seen Imperial Arathi, our peers, already. No idea how they made it past the Storming Sea, but whatever. I mean, the same way that the Arathi expedition did, probably. But how did they get here without being part of that? No idea. I could be wrong, but I haven't seen a Void or Shadow version of Paladin. But in the Shadows Rising book, they made a point to have Anduin flickering with shadow magic and anger. Well, we have a Fell Paladin in the game. I think we also have a Night Elf Paladin, but we don't explicitly have a Void Paladin yet. And I think that's because the Void is kind of like antithetical to the ideals and pillars of what being a Paladin is. So I don't know if you'd call it a Paladin if they ended up wielding of Void energy. And I think, yeah, maybe even a Void Elf Paladin, which is strange, but yeah, I don't think you'd call it a Paladin. I think you'd maybe call it something else, but yeah. Oh, okay, I see what you're saying, Rolamic. I mean, I don't know. I feel like there's been times where we've kind of fought a raid boss and lost. Like in the case of Sylvanas. We end up defeating her, but ultimately the jailer still gets what he wants and gets away, right? So we might defeat Sylvanas, but we don't win the war in that moment, right? So I think that there are some examples, but I get what you're trying to say. Like the boss literally beats us, and not in the case of like Argus or Arthas, where they bring us back and everything's okay. But I think that what you're talking about is a real sense of dread because we come up against something that we just literally couldn't beat. And I think that they did that in Final Fantasy XIV. For those that played Stormblood, you remember the first fight with Xenos. That motherfucker was terrifying. And you have no chance. Like, you have no chance. He fucking rolls you. And it sets this stage for like, oh my fucking god. Like, this guy is powerful. And he's fucking psycho. He is fucking psycho. So, we lost in the Vault of Incarnates, technically. Yeah, but we still kill Razageth, right? Then they end up escaping. It's another one of those situations where, like, the villains, really the fucking good guys to a degree, but they're also villains because, you know, they want to do genocide now, too. Where they escape, but it's not like Razageth defeated us. So that's the line that Rolamic is wanting to cross. Like, let's actually be the end of the boss fight is us losing and us having to run away, escape, recoup, something horrible happens, and then we have to come back and address that problem later. I think the issue that starts to arise when you do that is that now you have a boss that maybe you fight twice. Nexus King Salhadar comes to mind. Not to give any spoilers, but Nexus King is still out there. We're gonna end up fighting him again. So it's not like he, you know, is just gone, but you can't do that too much because then it starts to feel like your victories don't mean anything. So there's a balance to be had for sure. There's a balance to be had. And what might happen as a result is because we fight them once already, there's a chance that someone else gets the killing blow, which can kind of suck and kind of feel like you got robbed of your vengeance or victory or whatever, you know, whatever is there in the moment, right? It especially helps to revisit old zones too, like they want to do. Yeah. If the big stone dragon aspect guy, well, the primal incarnate, Iridikron, destroys us and leaves, like, come back to me when you're stronger. Yeah, I mean, yeah, he did kind of fuck on us, to be fair. Like, we didn't do shit to Iridikron. Like, remember, in that dungeon, like, basically Chromie has to put her life on the line to try to save us, and Iridikron kind of fucks on us, so that's also a 5-man group. Not Reese, thank you for the sub, I appreciate you. Scrylife, thanks for the follow. So yeah, definitely some negatives there. Is my YouTube chat still not showing up? No, it is. Does Pyro only read Twitch chat? I have a shared chat plugin, but it doesn't look like it's working right now. Let me try to restart it, because I do normally read YouTube chat, but I forgot about it for a minute. So let me restart that real quick. I was on YouTube first, but I moseyed over here. Yeah, my bad, guys. I'm not ignoring you. I don't just read Twitch chat. I read both. I just, I have this plugin that allows me to put them both into one chat to make it easy for me, and it wasn't showing YouTube for some reason. I'll see if it connects back to YouTube, but it wasn't connected, and I was supposed to take care of that earlier, and I just got distracted, so my bad. Let's see if it connects here. I asked a question, then reposted over here on Twitch. Yeah, oh, that was you that said that you dislike Twitch. Yeah, okay. Yeah. I can't not wait. There we go. Now I am connected to YouTube chat. Sorry about that. Should be good now. Sometimes it just takes a minute. Iridicron wants to end the Titan's taint. Yeah, you just always got to be careful about people that seem like they want to do the right thing and take them out or whatever, because sometimes the hero can become the tyrant pretty quick, you know? So you just got to be cognizant and aware of that, right? Because Iridicron could just as quickly turn on us and have a problem with us. So, but we'll see, you know, we'll see. Should I repost my question? Sure. Yeah, because now my chat has been cleared. He's waiting for the Titans to come back to you know, fuck on them. I'm gonna be honest with you guys. I think Iridicron's very cool. This is what I would do. I would have a Hulk versus Thanos moment where Hulk, you know, is Iridicron. He's this big bad motherfucker ready to square up. And like the Titans come back and Amanthul just looks at him and just waves his hand and Iridicron just fucking like starts to fucking fade from existence. Or like just explodes. Like some kind of like moment where the realization of how fucking powerful and terrifying the Titans actually can be comes to light, where it's like, oh yeah, Iridicron's fucking juice, like let's fucking go, like square up, like let's see it, and then he just gets dusted. I think that'd be fucking sick. Do you think that Blizzard is going to move forward with the Titans the first one's concept as opposed to the Titans being the first ones? I mean, they could go either way, and both can be true. What you have to understand is that, like, the first ones can be a real thing, and the Titans can still be masquerading as the first ones at the same time. Like, the Shadowlands and stuff can be made by the first ones, who could be Azeroth or Argus or both or whatever. Anshe or Elune, maybe even, you know, whomever you want to assign it to. And the Titans can still come in, insert themselves, order the system, and then kind of be like, yeah, this is the first ones, we built this, like, but they actually didn't. So, you know, I think that both things can be true, and I don't know that I would say that like one is more likely to be true than the other. I don't know. We'll just have to see. People pretending to be Batman, then Batman actually shows up. Just look at Urel for an example of how heroes can turn tyrannical. What content exists in pre-patch? I have no fucking idea, to be honest. Flick us like a little tick? Exactly. Speaking about the video about Northrend, I hope we can see full-scale raid Ulduar with 100% its potential involved with the Titans. Yeah, I've always thought that these you know, these facilities have more to them. You know, areas we've never seen. Ulduar in lore, in the fantasy universe of Azeroth, is much bigger than what we see it as a raid in the game, right? And all of those surrounding buildings, that's all part of Ulduar too, right? We tend to think of Ulduar as like the raid instance, but it's everything in that area too. So I'm hoping to see, you know, more of that, yeah, see where that takes us. So yeah, I would love to see. And let's be honest, like they've gotten a lot better at expressing large-scale stuff. It's a continent in old lore. It's a continent in unofficial lore, yes, in non-canon lore. Technically, the northernmost continent is called Ulduar. Actually, it wasn't even I think it's actually southwest that Ulduar existed, and the entry to it from the sea is called the Maw, and I'm pretty sure that the Eastern Kingdoms was called Azeroth. So it's like, you got to be careful not to say like in old lore. It's retconned lore. That's not the case anymore. Ulduar moved entirely. Yeah, they posted a pre-expansion trailer. It's a little spoilery, obviously. Yeah, maybe I could take a look at it. Maybe I could take a look at that. It's in the React request channel. It kind of tells what it's about. Even Western Kingdoms may be a little expanded. Because Old WoW is smaller compared to DF. I mean, Dragon Isles. It's very spoilery. What does it show, like raid bosses and shit, or what? You think Blizzard will get all loose ends of the stories tied together in Last Titan, or will we have some stories unresolved now, will stay unresolved at the Last Titan? I mean, if you want to continue to write for your game and make new expansions, you know, I think you have to introduce new things that are unanswered that lead us to, like, new, interesting places, right? And utilizing the old world and going back and looking at things with fresh eyes and seeing them with perspective that we didn't have before. I think that's really important. So I'm sure that they will try to wrap up a lot of the stories by the end of the Last Titan for the arc that has been happening, but they've been seeding new arcs the whole fucking time. Specifically with, like, Avaloran. There are other continents on this world, and Chronicle told us this a long time ago, that that do not seem to have the same influence of the Titans that Kalimdor had. Kalimdor was ordered. It sounds like there are places across, like, the Storming Sea that the Titans did not order. So there's a lot of things that we have yet to see regarding those kind of unanswered things. So I think that we'll get both. They'll answer a lot, and they'll also open up the doorway to a lot of new stuff. That's what I think will happen. When the saga ends, I feel Avaloran in the menu is on the menu next. I think that's probably right. I used to think that they were going to tackle Avaloran in the Last Titan. I don't really think that anymore. I don't think that's the case. Do the Arathi appear to know about the Titans at all? Well, the Arathi literally stem from the warship of Tyr, who is a Titan keeper, and the Arathi and ancient humans are said to be derivative of Curse of Flesh corrupted Vrykul. So I think it would be kind of hard for them not to know about them. I think it'd be kind of hard for them not to know about them. I think that they would be aware of them. Now, does that mean that they worship them? No, it doesn't. It doesn't necessarily mean that. But do they know of them? I would imagine that they do. But the thing, what you got to remember is that largely up until Legion, and anyone disconnected from the events of Legion is going. The civilizations and cultures, they view the Titans as something mythical. Like, as far as we knew, the Titans were, well, from the player perspective, we didn't really know in-game that the Titans were dead. That was actually a more recent revelation, but then they actually weren't dead. But Chronicle kind of, like, hinted, like, they might be dead, back in 2015. So it's one of those things where, like, the characters and cultures in the game, they view the Titans as something, like, mythical. They've never seen them. Remember that, guys, that, like, these civilizations, for the most part, they've never seen them. What we went to and saw in the Burning Throne and in the Seat of the Pantheon, that is very, like, that's like sacred, uncommon knowledge, right? So it's not a situation where, like, people know what they look like or necessarily even know that they're alive. That is something that a very select few of, like, elite people, like Khadgar, like Illidan, like Velen, like Magni, they're aware of that stuff. But I don't think that, like, the general populations of Azeroth are really, like, aware of this. Have you read the new book that's supposed to be a prequel to Midnight? There's some heavy insinuations as to where the story's going next. I'm actually about halfway through. I gotta finish this. It's a good book. It's a good book. That's where I'm at. And I've got a bunch of notes. I've been making little note cards the whole time, like I did with Before the Storm. So I'll have some things to cover when I am finished with it. This is Blood Ties. Good book. Yeah, it's good. I like it so far. It's nice. It's easy to remember what's happened so far. I'm at the part where Illyria, Turalian, and Eretor are about to go to Honor Hold in the peninsula. That's where I'm at. We just finished up meeting the Demon Hunter down in Auchindoun, and they're going to Honor Hold. That's where I'm at. Gallon, thanks. Golam, thanks for the follow. I could see us maybe hitting up Avaloran near the end of Midnight as a prequel to TLT. Maybe. I'm not in a position to say with any level of certainty one way or the other, you know? Okay, sorry, I've been distracted doing some YouTube edit stuff. You're good, Mike. Questions aren't dumb. I can't wait to fight some light-wielding zealots this expansion. Same. And I can't wait to see some good ones, too. And I think that's kind of the contrast that they're going to pull for us, right? Not every void wielder is bad. Not every light wielder is good. You know, I think that's an important thing to keep in mind. It's good that people be able to recognize corruption amongst their own ranks. It's something that the Scarlets weren't able to do, and part of why they fucking fell apart. You know, or became worse than they already were. You just got Fearlath? Very nice. Congrats, yeah. It was a decent little grind. The quest line for it wasn't too bad. Not every Amani is bad and not every elf is good. No, some people are bad, some people are good. Period. Wanted to get it out of the way before stat squish just in case. Good idea. I think Blizzard need to start playing with a new generation, like Sons of Thrall, Daughter of Get, so Tess Greymane, Thrall's son, grandchild of Magni. You mean Dagran? I mean, they are. I don't know why you're saying that they need to start. I mean, they literally are, so I'm a little confused about that. You played The War Within, right? I mean, I agree with you, but it's already happening. It's not something they need to start doing. They already have. I mean, main characters? Well, yeah, but you gotta, like, you gotta build them up. You can't just fucking delete all these other fucking characters and then just be like, oh, here's the new main character. Like, what I think is gonna happen, guys, honestly, is I think at the end of the Last Titan, they've been setting up this idea for a while now that sacrifice generates a fucking shitload of energy, okay? Especially willing sacrifices. So, I'm gonna be honest with you, I think that we are probably gonna see, similar to Soulscribe, we're gonna see probably quite a few members of the main cast willingly sacrifice themselves to save Azeroth. I'm gonna be honest, like, I think that's gonna fucking happen. I think it's gonna happen. That could include characters like fucking Tyrande, Malfurion, Illidan, Thrall, Jaina, fucking so on and so forth. Like, who knows? But I do think that, you know, if you pay attention to the lore, if you pay attention to the fights, you read things, you pay attention to item descriptions, they've made it pretty obvious that the willing sacrifice of yourself is a massive exchange of energy. So, because this is the case, and because we know that energy transference requires energy input when going up in levels, if Azeroth is at risk of falling into an energy level that would, you know, basically cause the cosmos to fall into a permanent entropic state of decay, like the Void, and basically succumb to heat death, there may be some characters similar to Soulscribe who willingly give themselves up to basically revitalize the world soul itself. Fucking Sargeras could do it, to be honest with you. That could happen too. The Titans could do it. The fucking Titans and Sargeras could do it. Who knows? But, like, Sargeras is he's a lot of energy. There's a lot of energy in that guy. So it could very well be that he sacrifices himself or something like that. You know, it's similar maybe situation to when when Grommash sacrificed himself to free the orcs and himself from the blood curse from Manaroth, right? Maybe something like that. So just basically just like keep in mind that they have been setting up thematically in universe, like mechanically, the possibility of sacrificing yourself to generate a fuckload of energy, and there is precedent set for the possibility that this ends up being necessary in order to save our planet. So did Sargeras commune with Argus before torturing him? With the boss room towards the end, you see what seems like a pure world soul, but it's red? I'm not sure what you're referring to. I don't recall that. Maybe you're referring to the Legion control panel that Agramar is standing next to, which has a spherical, I think, image of the world or the cosmos or something. But that's not the world soul. Noodlehoof, thanks for the 6-month resub. Appreciate that. Congrats on the new sub badge. Sargeras' solar flare could shatter the veil and even turn off Titan facilities. Yeah, maybe like a gigantic fucking solar flare. Almost like a huge electromagnetic pulse that basically shuts down all the machines of the Titans. It's fucking possible, dude. It's possible. Have you been playing any MOP Remix or TBC? No. No. MOP Remix? You mean Legion Remix? I did almost everything in Legion Remix. I got all the rewards I wanted. I got all the zone rewards and all the unique mounts and all the unique transmogs that I cared about, and I got like Varian Sword and the Scythe and the Fell Shatter weapon enchantment and all that stuff. So I did all that. But I'm not playing TBC, no. What do you think about them bringing back races that were alluded to in previous X-Pack, like the Eldrachi? The Eldrachi were exterminated. So they'd have to write a story there where that's not the case anymore. So it's kind of a tough sell. It's possible, but well, so was Koresh. Yeah, but the Ethereals weren't. Eldrachi's not a planet. Eldrachi's the people that lived there, right? So we never had a story that said that the Ethereals were exterminated by Dimensius. That's not the case. But we do have one that says that the Koresh or the Eldrachi were exterminated by Sargeras. Koresh Terraform questline opens that door. You guys are not listening. There's a difference between the world and the people that live there, right? So like maybe the world in its entirety wasn't destroyed. Maybe there are stragglers that like the Krokul that live in the caves and shit that survived or hid out. That's totally possible. But if we're operating on the assumption that the Eldrachi were in fact wiped out, then it's a different situation, right? Yeah, maybe some of them escaped. Who knows? Exactly. How exterminated? Right. Phase shifting allowed to bring back extinct species? Yes, but didn't we have to gather the essence of those species and stuff from like untethered space or something? Like their essence wasn't entirely lost as a result of those mechanisms, right? Again, is it feasible? Yes. Like, you asked my opinion on this thing. I'm giving you my opinion. I'm not interested in arguing with you about the semantics of the opportunity. It's fucking World of Warcraft. Anything could happen technically, but based on the assumption that the Eldrachi were exterminated, the question that was asked, I answered it the way that made sense. I forgot all the finish all the mount recolors, but I got the low drop rate ones. Nice. Nice. As far as I know, the Eldrachi were wiped out. I don't even know what happened to their planet. Their planet could not even exist anymore. I have no idea. I asked that question because of the new book. Don't ask questions about that even relate to the new book anymore, please. Thank you. I will piece together why you're asking the question and potentially, like, it's spoiler adjacent. Just don't. Apexis when? That'd be dope. I would love Apexis. I'd love to find some Apexis inside Beladar, man. What's the new book called? Blood Ties. Their matter and spirit went somewhere. That's pretty well established at this point. Everyone goes somewhere, except people who are eradicated by Fel. We don't know where they go. You see anyone who got dusted by Fel in the Shadowlands? I didn't think so. So it depends on how they died, right? Like, what happened to Varian? What happened to Gul'dan? Are they just different energies somewhere now? Or were they, like, somehow erased from reality? Were they brought into the energy that is the Fel and now they exist there? We just don't really know the answer to that question. We know what happens with traditional death and a lot of other cases of death, but we don't really know what happens when you're obliterated with Fel. And we don't know with certainty what happened. Didn't they not go to the Nether like Illidan's soul? No, Illidan has an immortal demon soul as a result of him binding himself to a demon and basically sharing some of the capacity of the demon's traits with his own soul, right? Being destroyed by Fel, I don't think is the same thing. Would Anduin's vision just be a memory? You're asking questions I don't have the answer for, but if you'd like me to postulate an answer based on what I think it's possible that the sword Charlemagne basically holds valorous fragments of its former wielders, those with true and pure hearts who sacrificed themselves in the line of duty, and it holds fragments of them within it that were basically used to aid Anduin Wrynn to escape from the clutches of the jailer. So I think that those were manifesting from the sword. It just so happens that both Varian and Saurfang not only wielded the sword, but had the capacity to split it in two, like they did. And so I think the Charlemagne is, in a sense, not a Mournblade, but potentially grabs little fragments of the people, echoes or memories of their service whilst wielding it, and holds those valorous, noble parts of them inside of it to some degree. If Anduin wields it long enough and learns to just, split the blades and do all that shit, then it's possible it would do the same thing with him. And one thing that we learned about people who wield Mournblades is that slowly but surely the blade eats the soul of the wielder. So you can look at it in a similar way where maybe the mechanism with a blade like Charlemagne is like that. I would also like to point out that I think that Charlemagne effectively reflects the soul of the wielder. And that's why it's a bright golden light when Anduin holds it, and it was more of an orangish red light when Varian held it, because it's reflecting something about the soul of the wielder. That's what I think. BU, and that's it. Thanks for the Twitch Prime sub. I appreciate that. Thank you. Do you think the old Legion comic with Anduin will happen? I can't be certain. Zira thought that the prophecy where she light forged Illidan and he stopped the end of the Age of Demons or whatever, he brought about the end of the Age of Demons was going to happen too, and that didn't happen. So, I can't say with any certainty. Who forged Charlemagne anyway? Elves did. And then it passed to Jaina and was gifted to Varian Wrynn by Jaina Proudmoore, if I am not mistaken. I don't remember what elves. It might have been the Sin'dorei. It's probably the Sin'dorei. There's also two different visions that we could look at. We can look at the Legion comic, Son of the Wolf, where he has Velen standing by his side and Velen says, "It is time," and Anduin looks like he's about fucking 70 years old. And then there's another vision, I think, I can't remember what it's from, where they see like all of the armies of the Legion or of Azeroth uniting. There's like what sound like Naru joining the fray. There's dragons. There's all sorts of different warriors and people joining. That could have been the assault on Argus itself to dismantle the Legion, or it could be something in the future like Renalash or something. How are servers down right now? Because they're undergoing maintenance, and it's been extended from 3 o'clock to 5 o'clock. Shalator and Elemaine were a pair of ancient elven blades forged during the War of the Ancients, so it would have been Night Elves. Oh, right, they were wielded by Virilian and Lovelian. Yes, sorry, I should know that. So yeah, they're ancient Night Elven blades. With their background of stealing the magic from other beings to survive, it would make sense that the blade aided the soul. Elves, so there's a possibility Charlemagne react to the Sunwell. I mean, maybe, but I don't think I would use the idea of Charlemagne being made by elves to justify why I would think that would happen. Have you seen Warcraft Jeopardy episodes Blizzard put out about 2 years ago? I don't think so. In the questline where Eretor goes to visit Sylvanas, she mentions there's a silent spirit that comes and goes. Do you think that this could be Nathanos? I do, and I've heard about the Easter egg or glitch or whatever it was where people saw Nathanos around the corner. I didn't experience it because I didn't look. I had other people say that they didn't see it. I had some people say that they did see it. I don't think that Nathanos was literally there in the maw. I think that, if anything, they put him there to try to hint that the silent soul that had come to see him was him, or come to see Sylvanas was him. If it's not him, then I think that the soul is probably, if it makes sense. I don't think this makes any sense, but Lyrath? But he died way before the Arbiter ever broke, so why would he be in the maw? That doesn't really make sense to me. I think it makes a lot more sense that it is Nathanos. I saw him as well, but that it was kind of odd. He wasn't, well, he had no dialogue. You couldn't interact with him in any way. It almost just felt like a, hey, think about Nathanos kind of situation, because there's no explanation for him to come back. You know, we know that Tyrande killed him. It's a major plot point in BFA and going into Shadowlands, so it's not like she faked it and lied to Sylvanas. So him having a body doesn't make any sense. So I do think that the soul following Sylvanas around is probably Nathanos. I did think it was kind of sad as fuck when we walked up and she saw Eretor and she thought that it was Lyrath. And that's so interesting to me because it's like, why would Sylvanas think that Lyrath would be, maybe it's just because they look so similar, but why would he be in the maw? He died long before that, unless, I mean, yeah, I don't know, why would he be in the maw? Doesn't really make any sense. It's not like Lyrath died during the Fourth War, so he didn't die after the Arbiter broke and just got funneled to the maw. Doesn't make any sense. Doesn't time work differently in the Shadowlands? Yes, but that doesn't justify anything. Bad writing? Okay, dude. Thanks for your input. Care to explain why it's bad writing? You know what? In fact, I don't give a fuck. I don't care. Time in Shadowlands is fucked up, right? Yes, but I don't understand how, like, that doesn't... Just saying that doesn't prove any... That doesn't provide any evidence why Eretor's or Lyrath's soul would be in the maw. You know what I'm saying? Unless like he was in Revendreth and got funneled into the maw by Denathrius, but I don't think that's the case either. Time in the Shadowlands isn't that different. It also doesn't explain, you can't just be like, time's weird in the Shadowlands. You have to consider the mechanisms of the Shadowlands, right? So like, we had a bunch of souls that didn't belong in the maw because the soul of Argus broke the Arbiter. So all of those souls got funneled to the maw, right? So anything that happened before, you'd have to have a specific reason why his soul would have been in the maw, right? So unless he was like damned as a result of being like forsaken, which he wasn't, or there was, you know, some other reason for which he was sent to the maw, like did Lyrath really deserve to go to the maw? I don't really think so. So it doesn't really make sense to me why he would be there. I think it was just more so that he looked so similar to Lyrath, and she's probably had Lyrath on her mind lately. She's probably been very like reflective and you know, thinking about the past. So she probably just like, it's just a situation like, remember when Uther walked past Anduin and he saw Arthas basically? It's probably like that kind of same situation of like, it's so similar that it like makes that thing in her mind think about him, you know? I guess it would have been quite painful, but now that you mention it, it's surprising Sylvanas doesn't ask the Valkyr that gave her a tour of the Shadowlands where Lyrath ended up. I'm not sure that they really get... I'm not sure what you mean they gave her a tour of the Shadowlands. They showed her the maw in Edge of Night, if that's what you're talking about. And the other thing is that Valkyr are, I think, pretty strictly different, although inspired by the Kyrian. I'm not sure that the Valkyr would know the answer to that question. Like, it's not like the Valkyr have an eye on the sorting mechanism. She gets shown Revendreth when asking to see where Zul'jin went. Is that in, like, pre-patch? When is that from? I don't remember. What is that from? It's in the Sylvanas novel. Oh, that's my bad. I haven't read that yet. I haven't read that yet. Even if they showed her, I still think the argument stands that it's not like the Valkyr keep tabs on every single soul. So I don't know that there's like reason to suspect that they would know exactly where Lyrath is. So that, I guess that's what I would say. Even if she was shown Revendreth, which I'm not saying if, I mean she was evidently based on what you're saying, but I wouldn't make the assumption that the Valkyr would know. Tombadil, thanks for the 2-month resub, or 15-month resub, excuse me. Appreciate that. Are servers up? I don't think so. Nope. Is it possible that the Valkyr maybe could know? Maybe. But I feel like it's one of those... I only say that because they knew where Zul'jin was. She offers to take her to see anyone, really. And that's a good point. Yeah, this is a problem. I can't really debate something I've never read, so... Yeah. Some of the dialogue really isn't supposed to be that deep. Lol feels like more realistic that she'd just be reminiscing. Well, yeah, I would agree that not all the dialogue is that deep, but it's not really really up to you or anyone else to decide what is and isn't deep. So I just think she could have been reminiscing. It could have been that I really think that the most obvious answer, if you're just looking to write it off as an obvious non-deep answer, is just the fact that Eretor looks like Lyrath. She's seeing a blood elf in the flesh, you know. He probably just reminds her of her brother. When we talk about not that deep. Did they ever confirm that spirit healers are Kyrian, or is it a Valkyr situation where they're different? I actually don't remember the specifics of that. I think it was I think Chronicle originally said that spirit healers were so Valkyr are basically based off of the Kyrian, and spirit healers are Valkyr that held within their hearts a level of nobility that drove them to stay in the realm of shadow and guide the spirits of the dead back to the realm of the living. Something like that. But I don't know with certainty. Is there any proof of reincarnation in WoW? Maybe killed off by Fel makes you be reincarnated? Proof of reincarnation? I don't know if this really counts, but maybe Seth Rallis? I don't know if that counts. You might say that what Vol'jin is going through is kind of like reincarnation, but are there any other examples? Wild Gods, kinda, yeah. Kinda, I guess it depends on how you define reincarnation. Like, do you have to be completely fucking, like, destroyed and reborn as a different kind of creature? Or can you just be, can you keep coming back as, like, the same creature? Because if you can, then I would say that the Wild God stuff in Ardenweald is basically that. You're onto something, though. If anything could escape the false afterlife of the Shadowlands, Fel being that avenue is interesting. I mean, yeah, maybe. I don't know if I'd say I'm onto something. I appreciate the suggestion, but it's... I guess I looked at Fel as maybe as a way to subvert that cycle. Like, if mortal souls are damned to go to the eternal confines of the Shadowlands and languish there forever, you know, maybe Fel is entirely subverting that system by moving the energy up a level or putting into this wild, untamed state that may eventually kind of calm back down into maybe more like nature or rejuvenating types of energy. One thing that I think is very interesting is in Blood Ties, it actually talks about how the areas around Fel Soul Hold, which have been scarred by the energies of Fel, are actually being revitalized and healed by the Cenarian Circle. And I think that's really interesting because to me it suggests the possibility that like Fel and life are not so antithetical to one another in terms of energy levels. So, if you were to reduce everything to Fel, you know, it might initially be... And I wouldn't even say Fel is antithetical to life because you have a lot of life forms that live in Fel, and they live alongside Fel, demons being just one of them, but other... You know, go to Argus, there's tons of different types of life forms that live in and around the Fel in the Antoran Wastes, so... yeah, it's interesting. I definitely think that there's a deeper connection between nature energies and fel energies, and there are legendary items with flavor text in the game that literally, I think, prove it. So they should both be chaotic energies. They're both green, greenish yellow, more for fel. And so chaos and life, or chaos and nature, being close on the energy spectrum, similar to order, death, and void, I feel like would make sense. That's why I built like energy models to try to propose like what energy types are similar to one another, and which ones are compatible, like this. Right, so like air, fire, spirit, life and chaos, and light and spirit may all be pretty fucking close to one another. Death, order, void, so on and so forth. This is Omretion's model, so this is the allegedly, in-universe canon model, as it is described in the book, Multiversal Energy Dynamics and Murmuration Paradox from patch 11.2. But then I have my own interpretations to the models for terrestrial powers and cosmic powers. Decay, and then the elements being more terrestrial, decay and spirit, earth, air, water, nature being more terrestrial, earthly powers, and then cosmic powers on a cosmic level like light and void, order and chaos, life and death, things like that, and how they connect to one another. And I don't know, it's fun. I like this kind of stuff. What did you use to make this? I used the free program Obsidian. It's got this purple icon. Yeah, and then I tried to chart like what the Firelands was based on the information we were given. There's just as much magma as there is fire in the Firelands, which means that it's 3 parts fire, 1 part earth, and probably some spirit, because the elementals there have sentience, right? They're aware, so they have spirit in them. They're called elemental spirits for a reason. So it's 3 parts fire, 1 part earth to make equal amounts of fire and magma. So that's how that would work out. Trying to figure out like what's Skywall, 3 parts air, 1 part water. What is Deep Home? 1 part air, 3 parts earth. Abyss Maw, 3 parts water, 1 part earth. Just some. And then I realized the more that you do it, you start to realize that there could be like damn near infinite realms and connections between realms with like primary elemental alignments where you have like minor realms where they bleed together. It's part of what makes me think that the elemental planes could have but once existed as like an elemental chaos of like forgotten realms, where they were all actually melded together and not separated and divided out from one another. So yeah, I don't know. Just some different thoughts. Set for 425 for a few eons, and that's how you bake a world soul. Yeah, maybe. 10 minutes and it's still saying 5 p.m. We'll see. What's TN? Oh, Twisting Nether. Yeah. Cosmically infused spirits change in the plane they're sent to upon being untethered. Yeah, basically accomplishing diaspora. I don't know why, but the page never updated for me, and I've been looking at a commercial break screen for the last past hour. Oof. That's weird. Yo, Burnt Dorito, thanks for gifting 10 subs, dude. What the heck? Yo, people that are subs, can you spam like 10 Pyro gifts in the chat there for the man? Thank you so much, dude. Appreciate that. Medlineal, thank you very much for subbing for 17 months. And the Bexa, thanks for the follow. Thank you, guys. Nice view counter, bro. View counter? You mean sub count? Got it up over 1,000, dude. Thank you. Oh, yeah, I gotta watch this new patch trailer. You guys want to... I mean, people are saying it's got spoilers. Should I watch it or no? I mean, it's official Blizzard stuff, right? So, like, if I wasn't... you have a nice amount of viewers right now. I don't even look. I don't want to know. It is the official WoW channel. If they put it out, I don't really think it's spoilers. Yeah, it's like it's from Blizzard, right? Spoilers for the content coming out a week from. They're not proper spoilers. It's just the bosses in the pre-patch. And then I don't give a fuck. I'll take a look. Let's check it out. Because I have no idea what's going to be. I've been spoiler free to this point. See if I can keep it that way. Well, this is not really. This is a trailer from Blizzard. Extended another hour, bro. I think the problem is that Blizzard keeps feeding their server maintenance Viagra. And so then it's extended for an additional 4 to 6 hours, and they might need to call a doctor soon. That's the problem. They got to figure this out.
Rumors suggest that Zalatath's Twilight's Blade cult has been recruiting in Alliance cities. So Ramoth was right for once. The Twilight's Blade have been recruiting here.
No one should be surprised at this. This is a tactic that the Twilight's Hammer has done for a very long time. They've been around us for a long time, recruiting right from underneath our noses. So, yeah, that shouldn't be a surprise.
We must root out these cultists before they spread their corruption.
The Twilight Hammer did nothing wrong? Yeah, except for wanting to bring about the apocalyptic end of all things. Totally. Totally.
It's imperative that we stop the Twilight's Blade at its source.
It's also important to recognize the Twilight's Hammer cult served Cho'Gath, who I think more explicitly served Cthulhu in the Old Gods, whereas obviously the Twilight's Blade served Zalatath, and Zalatath's more cosmic void alignment seems to differ from the Old Gods themselves. So. They would potentially be at odds. Maybe.
Find and
Oh, wow.
eliminate them.
Speaking of the Twilight Highlands. Twilight's Hammer. Oh, wow. Look at this. It's kind of sick.
Their evil ends now.
Oh, man. Was that a suicide ritual? Is that what that was? Yikes, bro. They doing some cult suicide shit? That's pretty fucked up. You know, it's also interesting. The only good thing about the Twilight's Hammer and the Twilight's Blade cult is that they don't discriminate. They will take anybody. They'll take anybody. They don't care what race you are. They don't give a fuck. Why is there a Tauren? Is my fucking microphone on? Because they can convert anyone to become a cultist. They don't give a fuck where you're from. They don't care. They don't care. They'll fucking recruit anybody. I don't see any Worgans. Just because there's no Worgans in this picture doesn't mean they haven't recruited Worgans. Racist against Worgans? Can you blame them? No. I'm totally kidding. I'm totally kidding. No, but they'll recruit anybody. They don't care. They don't care. To be fair, there could be Worgans there. This woman could be a Worgan. You don't know. Yo, Lucas, thanks for the Twitch Prime sub, by the way, dude. Thanks for the follow. That's the Tauren. Moo27217 who just followed. He's that guy right there. It's him. It's him.
Their evil ends now.
So I mean, it's the standard pre-patch event that we get every single fucking expansion. The enemy force is invading. Stop them. It's the same fucking thing every expansion. We go to different zones, we fight different enemies, but it's the same thing. So, yeah, it does, I mean, cool. Whatever. There's endeavors with this pre-patch. Oh, interesting. I didn't know that, if that's the case. You mean for the housing area? Next week, January 27th. Yeah, so this is a week away. A week away. So we'll get a week to try out our class changes. No way, it got extended another hour? That's what I'm saying, bro. That's what I'm saying. Cool. I fuck with it. I mean, it's standard at this point. We want character customizations for old races. Look at these people like protesting the comments. I mean, it's true. We do want character customization for old races, but people just like, they see new shit like the Harrenir and they're like, but what about my old race? Like, dude, shut the fuck up. Like, it's like every time they put a new zone, but what about the old zones? Yes, Blizzard does know. They are aware. I'm sure that they know that we want more customization for the old races. Like, people develop this idea that, like, Blizzard's just like, no, I don't think we want to give that to you. We don't want to update old races. We don't want to give them more customization options. We don't, because it hasn't explicitly been done yet. They just think that that's what Blizzard thinks. It's fucking insane. Like, bro. Yes, they know. They know that we want more races. I'm sure that they intend on giving more customization options to the races that we have. So fucking annoying. But what about Arthas, Pyro? No. Nope, it's not happening. You're not doing this to me. You're not doing this. It's not happening. I will jump out that fucking window before I start talking about Arthas. I mean, seriously. The guy is just not a good... No, you're not... No. No. You're not doing this. You're not doing this. It's not happening. This is not happening. Arthas did nothing wrong? Oh. This entire chat must be purged. I'm about to put that helmet on and show you what's what. But Pyro, that's a leveled take. Are you even a WoW player? Everything on the internet's extreme nowadays. Arthas with polygamy. I mean, after all, it's a retcon that they could heal the dead scar. You know it, I know it, everybody knows it, you know? What I really liked reading about in the old RPG books, an interesting fact about the Night Elves is that they're actually polygamous. What? What? Is that an interesting fact about the Night Elves? Like, what? Okay. The men had multiple wives. Okay. Okay. All right. Fantasy fun fact. Yeah, dude, like... Oh, it's crazy to me. It's crazy. Night Elves are from Utah? I guess so. We got Mormon Night Elves before fucking GTA 6, bro. It's crazy. Anyway. If I can't goon, it should get removed. Have you explored 40k lore? Nah, it seems a bit too grim dark for me. I think the most grim that I enjoy is like Cyberpunk. But I don't think that 40k, I mean 40k is a bit. I have 40k Warhammer 40k, the newest game, but I haven't finished it. You know, and it's like badass and gritty and metal or whatever, but it's not like my preferred kind of thing. Hey, I'm watching from Utah right now with my wives. I'll level the DH to try the Warthen expansion. If you see purple hair DH with a purple transmog, devour DH, well, it's probably everyone. Yeah, I was gonna say, you're describing something that's gonna be very widely done. The main and really only thing I like from Warhammer 40k are orcs being able to just think shit into existence. Yeah, they're just like, we believe hard enough, and so it is. It's almost like how people develop like cognitive dissonance, where they ignore like facts of reality, and they just like develop this own belief. Except with the orcs, it actually happens. Like, holy shit, that's crazy. That's crazy. Not my fave setting too, but Alcad did a good job with 40k Rogue Trader. I really enjoyed it. I don't know what that means. Havoc won't be the only 4-button spec now. I don't know. I think Havoc was more complex than like Ret Paladin. You want to talk about 4-button specs? Let's talk about Ret. Let's talk about Beast Mastery Hunter. I mean, I don't know about... Havoc had like a pretty high skill cap for playing it properly. If you were doing like Retreat and like, Vengeful Retreat and like Fell Rush playstyle and all that. But like, if you want to talk easy, talk about Ret Pally. Fire Mage now? Sure. Demo Lock is 4-button spec now? I mean, maybe people won't have to have 16 add-ons on their fucking screen that tell them what buttons to press and how to hit to track their fucking cooldowns and shit, and maybe they can pay more attention to the fucking fight and not have to use 6 add-ons to know when a fucking mechanic is gonna happen and actually look at the fucking screen for once. I mean, shit, dude. Damn. What are you gonna main at midnight? Ret Paladin. Ret Paladin. Yeah, I'm not even fucking memeing. I want to play it because my first character fits your skill, no offense. Okay, that's bait. That's fucking bait. That's bait. I want to play Ret because my first character ever, when I installed the trial for World of Warcraft, I made a paladin, and it was a blood elf. So my most nostalgic, earliest memories of WoW was walking through the Dead Scar on a blood elf Ret paladin, and just listening to those violins or whatever it is that they play in the Eversong Woods music, and just this enchanting fucking forest, and like there's undead walking around, and I'll never forget that. And so for me, going back to Silvermoon is super meaningful. It is like the return to the most nostalgic period of WoW for me. It's super exciting. It's really hard for me. I mean, paladins have sick transmog. They do a lot of damage. It's a good thing to play if you're raid leading because you can turn your fucking brain off. You have an immunity button as well, which is really nice. So yeah. That's why I'm playing Ret Pally, because otherwise I'd probably play Mage or maybe even Warlock. But we're fighting the forces of the Void. There's going to be a lot to do with paladins and priests and the light in this expansion too. I just feel like Pally is going to be, it's going to have some unique probably dialogue options here and there, I would hope, and it's very thematic. So reporting back, I reread the section and she decides not to ask for Lyrath or her dad as a means to not give Zoval any more ammunition, but it was her first pick mentally. Oh man, that book has got a lot of details. I gotta read that. After I finish Blood Ties, I'll read Sylvanas. I've just been putting it off, mostly because it's long, but I'll read it. Because that's an insanely important detail. Like, that's something I should know. Yo, Serpamachus, thanks for the follow. Wogal, thanks for the follow as well. Go Prop Pally, it's fun. Well, I actually love Holy Paladin as well, and I actually have a shield and a sword right now, so I could go Prop Pally. I'll probably play all three because it's really hard to get into groups as a Ret Paladin when you're doing Mythic Plus. It's really hard. And having more people that can tank Mythic Plus seems like a good thing. So, in my past, I have been like a multi-spec kind of player. When I play Warlock, I play whatever spec is good. But I haven't been as comfortable to do that recently. Not necessarily not comfortable, but just not interested. So, but I really love playing Holy Pally. It's the healer I have the most fun playing. Yeah, I'm not opposed to playing Prot. So, would the souls that Frostmourne absorbed go to the Maw? So actually, we end up finding those souls. So there's actually a quest where you end up going into this like secret room of Torghast that has the souls, like of the fallen Sun King and the Archmage and all that stuff. It has at least the fragments of these souls, these blue fragments floating in this room. And instead of fucking liberating all of them, we take the one we came for and then we fucking leave the others, which is fucking stupid. But my theory on that is that since ICC is connected to Torghast, I think they're almost reflections of one another. What I like to think is that when Arthas put Frostmourne on the pedestal in the Halls of Reflections, that it was actually transmitting the souls captured by it, some of them anyway, to Torghast, and that the jailer Zoval had basically taken some of those souls and stored them away in like a secret vault, and then like restored some of the power of Frostmourne, re-empowered it or some bullshit. But the idea is that the Halls of Reflection can reflect the souls into the other realm to give the jailer access to them. But that's just like a speculation idea that I had. That's not like something that's canon or proven. But that was just a thought. I thought it was a cool idea. Kind of like purging your USB into your main hard drive. Exactly, yeah. Yeah, or like a memory card from your camera. Let's pretend that the Mournblade is the that's not even a good example. Let's just use your example. Yeah, the USB is Frostmourne. It's holding all the data. You plug it into the mainframe of the computer. You transfer it all to the primary hard drive in Torghast, and then you wipe it, and then you go again. So the pedestal was Frostmourne syncing with the Jailer's iTunes library. Yeah, maybe. I like the idea. Again, it's not, like, I can't prove that to you, but I think it's a fun idea. With Sylvanas calling question of the whole Shadowlands, I'm thinking they touch more on the false victory we had there. I think they're gonna have to. Do we know how long the Primus had Zoval? I mean, we don't have an actual time frame, as far as I'm aware, for the events of the Shadowlands like that. I don't think so. A long fucking time. A long time. I mean, eons potentially. I don't know if we have an actual. I don't know if we know like when they imprisoned him. Just that it was a long time ago. Given the proximity to the Forge of Souls, that might not be too far off. We'll see. Hopefully they talk about this stuff when we go back to the Frozen Throne. You know, if we're gonna go back to, which we are, going back to Ice Crown, you know, it'd be sick if they touched on this stuff. How does the Forge of Souls work? How did that connection to Torghast function? Where do those machines come from? Is that leveraging existing Titan machines? Is it, you know, did the Scourge build that? Where did that come from? Additionally, you know, what was the purpose of the Halls of Reflection? You know, is that how those souls got from Frostmourne into the Halls of Torghast? I don't know. Before the lost city of Korthia was destroyed? Yeah, but that's still not a time frame. Because similar to the Dream, it stands to reason that the denizens of the Shadowlands don't really perceive time in a linear way that we do at all. Like, they don't even, they say eons and shit, but I don't think they're not even counting the years. You know, they don't have a sun. And I think part of the reason why is because how do you tell time in the Shadowlands? Let's be honest. Unless you have a watch, I guess. How do you tell time? There's no sun or moon. There's no celestial cycle that you can use to know. Right? Like, we know a day passes when the sun goes up and the sun goes down. Right? And the moon comes up and the moon goes down. But, like, there is no way of measuring that in the Shadowlands. They have no natural cycle that you can reference. So, I mean, I'm sure you could maybe come up with one, but yeah, I don't know what that would be. Haven't all souls used for domination runes come from broken souls, Ner'zhul, Arthas? Yeah, effectively, yes. Tormented souls are used to fuel Mournblades. And I would say that doesn't stop with just Arthas and Ner'zhul. I would also say Argus, another tormented soul used to fuel the universe's largest Mournblade. Sir Grunty, thanks for the 6-month resub with the Prime and Senrak for 13 months as well. Thanks, guys. They measure by patches. Tough. Over under on if raid cloaks will work when servers come up. I want to raid tonight. I don't see why they wouldn't. Doesn't the raid? Well, I guess that does work outside of the raid. I mean, it could be nerfed. They'll probably nerf it when midnight actually drops. They'll probably either disable the effect or nerf the effect to where it's not really worth using, but it still gives you the item level, so it's still a good piece of gear. I love the game, but I'm waiting for all DLC to drop before a new playthrough. What are you talking about? I miss Holy Pally. It's a good one. Are the Eternal ones just the Titans? No. I think you're asking, are the first ones just the Titans? They could be, but the Titans could have also like overthrown the first ones, inherited their powers and machinery, and basically like pretended to be them. Or they could be a complete fabrication of the Titans to basically impose upon the Shadowlands a structure of kind of dogmatic belief in something that isn't real, in order to kind of control the Shadowlands further. So we don't really know. It's really like I think it's a big tell that like, and I gotta do my Sepulchre of the First One's lore tour like soon, because it's all the life forms in Zereth Mortis are effectively robots. They're automa. They're fucking robots. Almost everything in the Sepulchre is robots. Like, the guy that makes the new iteration, the prototype Pantheon, which I have to clarify something. A big misconception is that the prototype Pantheon predates the raid fight that you do in Sepulchre, where you fight the Primus and stuff, that predates the Eternal ones that we know. That's not true. They're just now being printed. That's a new iteration that does not incorporate their cosmic spirits. Those are basically robots with edicts that are given purpose by Lehuvim, which is basically an AI robot that is making them with like 3D printers effectively, and which tests us to learn more about our combat capabilities. And once we defeat Lehuvim, you know what it does? Automatically reprints itself. So it's like a self-sustaining AI system that is adapting to the power of domination encroaching upon it and trying to build defense systems and fail-safes to fight back against it, which that feels very Titan-esque, I just have to say. Very Titan-esque. It's more robots making more robots to fight against, like, it's very strange. And it just so happens that all the first one's creations they're all susceptible to domination, which is interesting in and of itself. But then we find out that Azeroth has the capacity to resist domination. So I personally believe that Azeroth is like the actual first one. One of the quotes from the Eye of the Corruptor, N'Zoth, is, "She is not the last, but the first. Drown her and you will see." So I think that Azeroth is like the creator deity, creator and destroyer, original like god of the universe, basically. And that the Titans are responsible for the Xerath installations, basically as a means to leverage cosmic forges to rewrite all of reality if they have to. Don't just think about the Titans existing in the Great Dark Beyond and fiddling with worlds and rewriting those specific worlds. They probably have external fail-safes outside of that they can trigger to basically reset all of it. And effectively, when you look at what Zoval was attempting with domination, he was going to use the power of domination through this massive forge of origination to reset the entire fucking cosmos under the dominated power of death. So basically, the hinting that comes from the boss right before him, Rygalon, says through death will come order. So it's a fucking Constellar, which shouldn't even be there. The fact that a Constellar was dispatched to come look at what was happening inside the Sepulchre irrefutably proves that the Titans themselves should also have access to the Sepulchre, which is kind of a hint, like, why can they send a Constellar here? Like, that's a big fucking hint. So then for the Constellar to say that they're going to achieve order through death, it's like, okay, there you go. Like, you know, this is a fucking Titan plot that we're watching to order the universe under the power of domination and effectively eradicate free will and control everything with cold logic, but it didn't work because free will and hope trump those powers. I'm not even going to use the word trump. They supersede those powers. If it's true that the Titans made the Shadowlands Eternals, well, you're kind of jumping to some conclusions there. That's not what's being said. It's very possible that the Shadowlands and Eternals in some fashion predated the meddling of the Titans. We don't know where the cosmic spirits of the Eternal Ones came from. We have no idea. We also don't know that the Titans made the Shadowlands. It could be that the Titans ordered the Shadowlands. And we have information, especially from Erasmus, one of the old fungi mycelial network entities that you encounter in the Night Fae questlines in Ardenweald, basically telling us that, like, there was a time where the Winter Queen did not exist in Ardenweald. That, like, the mycelial network that is being utilized for teleportation and transport predates her arrival, before the groves and before the trees. So that's telling me that the Winter Queen arrived at some point and basically began ordering Ardenweald to her will and basically imparting upon it her designs, right? So this indicates, I think, that the Shadowlands existed in a primordial state, untouched by order in a direct fashion, and that it was more than likely sundered, probably by someone like Sargeras, and then reconstructed in an ordered manner with the pieces that they wanted. You know, and instead of the whole image and the whole picture, it's the orderly part, you know, how they wanted to construct it back together. What's better for gaming, a curved or flat monitor? Entirely your preference. That's entirely your preference. You're gonna get people that say curved, you're gonna get people that say flat. It's totally up to you. I've gamed on both curved and flat monitors. I think they both can be great. I like curved ultra-wides big time, but not every game supports an ultra-wide, so depends on what you like. Someone like Sargeras, does this imply there are Titans that have been killed prior to the ones we now know? I mean, is that not the case with Argus? I mean, one thing that Chronicle says is that Aman'Thul woke up, knew in his heart that more of his kind must exist, so he embarked on this grand voyage to find more of his kind, and he found them and lovingly nurtured them from slumber. And it says, and I quote, "Those who awakened devoted themselves to the Titans' noble search." to me, this implies that there may have been some Titans that did not awaken. And for what reason did they not awaken? I think that's an important question that we have to ask. And so it's very possible that there are Titans out there, or once existed Titans out there, that did not wake up and were maybe abused and kind of, and this is going to be so dark and fucked up when I say this, but kind of abused in the womb, and maybe they never came to maturity and died inside of their cosmic egg, so to speak, which is horrifying to think about. Basically, you could maybe look at Aman'Thul as like an abusive father who like does not, who maybe leads to, you know, it's really fucked up. It's a dark thing if you want to look at it that way. And it is also important, and this could be non-canon, but in the old Titan magazine editions, which there were very few of that came out back in the day around classic time, there's actually a segment that talks about the Titan pantheon, and it describes them as an elite sect of Titans that kind of rule over and govern the cosmos, which an elite sect of them makes it sound like to me that there are others who are not part of that sect, right? So they're the governing body, but maybe they're not all of them. So there certainly could have been other Titans, Azeroth, Argus, who were not part of this little club. Wendy, thanks for the Twitch Prime sub for 22 months. Ashendan, thank you very much for the follow. And Scry Live, thanks for the sub as well, dude. Appreciate that. Aman'Thul was on the Epstein list, confirmed. Well, I don't know if I'd go that far, but he might have, you know. Let's try to not get too. Let's not take it there. You're looking into getting a new monitor sometime soon? There's a lot of great monitors out there, man. And it depends, you know, your monitor often depends on what kind of hardware you have in your computer, right? Because depending on your graphics card and what games you play and stuff, 1080p might be better. A 24-inch 1080p might be better. A 27-inch 1440p might be better. A 27-inch 4K or 32-inch 4K might be better. It just depends entirely on your setup and what you want out of the monitor and how much you want to spend, you know? There's a lot of factors to consider. Thanks, Scry. I appreciate that. It's very clear the comparisons between the Eternal Ones and the Titans, they seem akin to the same level of creation to me. I don't know if I would go that far. I might surmise that Eternal Ones are more on the level of Keepers, actually. But that's just my opinion. The Titans are very good at making themselves seem like grand beings. Both are spirits that can exist outside of physical forms. Titans likely are construct bodies the same way that the Eternals are. What evidence would you have for Titans likely having construct bodies? Well, I think that they're constellation-style bodies. Obviously, they have a similar like design motif to their disembodied spirits and essences. They do. I mean, I try to relate the Titans to the Ethereals, something that has potentially gone through a diaspora, going to a different energy state, leaving behind their former body to exist as energy. So I don't know that I would go as far as to say is that they have construct bodies, but that their very body may be of celestial energy, therefore it may appear that way. When they channel into or out of Argus, or whatever the fuck they do at the Seat of the Pantheon, they take this physical form, and that appears to be more like a visage, kind of like what the dragon aspects do in order to interact with mortals. Not necessarily a construct, but we have seen them build constructs that can be imbued with their powers. I think that the Avatar of Sargeras is a pretty irrefutable example of this. But it's like, could you say that their bodies, their celestial bodies are equivalent to the encounter suits of, say, brokers? I don't think so, because you pretty explicitly have the broker as energy, and then you have the vessel in which they're imbued. And from what I can tell, the Titans, those two things are not separate, they are one. So their energy is maybe perhaps also their vessel. Like, I don't know that they're imbued into constructs. I don't think I can agree with that. It's almost like they exist simultaneously, or outside of it, like, you know, I don't know. Like, maybe they've ordered their own energy to where they don't need like an encounter suit They just are ordered to exist and resist the influence of external powers, maybe like anywhere that they go. There may be exceptions to this though, like exposure to Azeroth. Their form may not be able to resist such an influence. So someone like Sargeras may have been exposed to said power and not been able to resist that because it's something that overpowers and supersedes the power of order. You know, one of the things that you learn is that the bindings that keep the ethereals in a shape are different than the encounter suits made by the brokers because the energies of the Shadowlands basically required a different design. Almost as though the energies there were more intense or just different in some way, that it required a different design to... It's almost like they built themselves a spacesuit, right? Like, think about it's like if we go into space, we have to build an encounter suit, effectively a spacesuit. Otherwise, the lack of atmospheric pressure literally causes us to fucking come apart, right? So it could be that the Titans have an exceptionally well-crafted, integrated encounter suit or something along those lines, but I don't think that there's enough evidence to say that they exist as construct bodies like the Eternal Ones, and I don't even know if the Eternal Ones all do either. I think that what we saw with Zoval could have been the after effect of him having his soul effectively ripped out and placed into another body. So the thing is that, I mean, when Carestia got stabbed, even though she was in a critical condition, she didn't turn into like a robot or like a vessel, right? She was like dying, almost like she is an actual proper being. However, we did... Wow, what the frick? Yo, Skrylight, thanks for getting 20 subs, dude. What the fuck? Wow, yo, could we get some pyro gifts in the chat for that? Thank you so much, dude. I appreciate that very much. But, you know, it's not like she immediately reverts like what we see happen to Zoval. I think what happened with Zoval is almost a unique case. Like, that's not necessarily how they're all, like, constructed. And I think that the Sepulchre, the first ones, can be very deceiving because if you don't realize that the prototype Pantheon is a newly created thing, it can give you the impression of the opposite. That they were bodies crafted and then had something put into them, which could be true, and that's the Eternal Ones that we have now. And that could be what the fight is implying by saying that they're bereft of their cosmic spirits. They very well could be in, like, bodies, and maybe even, like, prison bodies or something, or encounter suits, as it were, themselves. But the fact remains, a couple things remain as facts, okay? There is a room, what's it called? The Crypt of the Eternal? Crypt of the Eternals? Something like that in a Zareth Mortis. It's this room with 5 chambers, 5 chambers, and there are these orbs in there where the souls and spirits of the Eternal Ones can be placed into. The thing is, we got another 10 as well. Yo, Zamlin, thank you very much for gifting 10 subs too, man. Damn, y'all popping off. Not popping the fuck off. Thank you. Where the spirits can be removed from them and be held in these like stasis pods, that sounds so very Titan to me. And then it put into new bodies. The thing about it is that we don't open all of these pods, so we don't know if the Eternal Ones that exist now were in those pods and now they're in vessels now, or if there's other spirits in those pods. We don't know. And the thing as well is that we don't know where their spirits came from either way. We have no fucking idea. Like, we don't have any proof of what the cosmic spirits of the Eternal Ones actually are, or where they came from. And Zaxxas has a really fun video breaking down this barrier of thinking of like, well, what if the cosmic spirits that inhabit these things are not so different to those of like a Naru? We see them in different forms, perhaps at different energy levels, but the crucial essence of what they are, how do we know that's any different from one thing to the next? Like, the celestial, angelic-like essence of a Naru could be so similar or even identical in some fashion or related somehow to that of like an Eternal One like the Winter Queen. And so through this, you can start to basically like formulate this idea that like Elune, the Winter Queen, maybe even Eonar, these entities exist in different forms, but ultimately their original energy state was related to one another. And so if you disembody the essence of the Winter Queen and a Naru, they might not be that different. So, you know, there's a lot of fun stuff that you can get into when you start talking about, like, I want to call it transhumanism because I don't know what other word to describe it as, but trans species, trans celestial beings. I don't know what you would call that, but basically, like, once you disembody it from its vessel, what is the difference? Do you think Adal will ever return? Adal is canon. I mean, Adal's in the game. Adal is in Blood Ties, so return. I mean, Adal could be prevalent in Midnight. Adal could show up to fight alongside other Naru. That's very possible. So yeah, that's possible. Adal's mentioned in Blood Ties. So. Don't forget to use your free Prime subs too, guys, if you have them. I appreciate it if you do. Janny Jampa, thank you very much for the follow. And Mr. McPennick, thank you for the follow too. Quote Sylvanas, this world is a prison, and to add to it, when you get to heaven, you're still just in the Matrix. Shadowlands, yep. And at this point, I've got videos on that. Zaxxas has videos on the Titan Matrix. Phenomenal fucking video. Would highly recommend checking it out. Yeah, I totally agree. The Shadowlands is basically a soul net, at this point ordered and fabricated to serve as an eternal afterlife to trap the energy of mortal souls and remove them from the cycle to be used by the machinations of the Eternal Ones and Titans however they want. Like, it's basically a place that catches our energy and we're never supposed to leave it, really. Basically meant to languish in the cold confines of the Shadowlands for all eternity, to quote Chronicle. Do you think the Maw was different before? Absolutely. Absolutely. I think the Maw suffered some kind of cataclysmic devastation, an explosion of some kind. And that's why it has a ton of strange, almost melted rock formations there. It's starved of energy, which, as we have seen with the other Shadowlands realms, it does have a profound effect upon them. It appears that Korthia may have once been connected to the Maw, so the entirety of the Maw may have once looked a lot more like Korthia. You have the gateway that exists there, that is Korthian architecture as well, so that may indicate the same thing. It is also stated in a daily quest there by one of the Dromen that Korthia was a sister forest to Ardenweald, which leads me to believe that they were actually at one point connected. I very much hold the belief that the Shadowlands is a shattered planet that used to be all connected together, all the realms, but like it's like a more broken apart Draenor. And in those spaces between the different realms, you have this in-between that is basically also starved of energy and is this kind of empty space between those realms, and you are traversing magical currents to get from one area to the next. But ultimately, I do think the Shadowlands is a big shattered, fragmented, formerly whole celestial body that has been reconstructed and pulled back together like a world chained together and chained to itself. That's what I think. And so, yes, I do think that that the Maw used to be different. I think the Maw probably used to have a different name. It probably used to be a place more of pilgrimage. It may have originally been a way to access Zereth Mortis, or the original Zereth Mortis, if it was ever reconstructed or repurposed. I think it was completely different. I think the Shadowlands, as we see it, is a massive facade that is not true to the original existence of it really at all. I think that you see hints and remnants and echoes of what once was, but I think that for the most part the Titans have heavily obfuscated what the Shadowlands actually was. And it's look, the whole Shadowlands is a too orderly thing. This should come as no surprise. As I pointed out in my video when Sylvanas talks about it, the very first cutscene of the Shadowlands, when they show us Oribos, they say that for eons the Shadowlands existed in perfect order. I mean, come on. Like, people that say that it's a retcon and that the Shadowlands being ordered is new just weren't paying attention. So, it's okay. They have an opportunity to, like, learn and move past that, but they weren't paying attention. Almost like a little lake where the Titans can throw in their unwanted rivals. Yep, and those unwanted rivals may largely exist as mortals. So it's pretty horrifying. Yeah. Used to be lush. Why did the Maw show up above Icecrown when Sylvanas shattered the sky? Because it's linked. There's a magical link. Perhaps somehow through Serenite, and the construction of Ice Crown that allows Ice Crown to basically serve as like a receiver and transceiver system between Torghast, right? So you have these worlds that are infinitely far apart. This is the thing about the Nether and the separation of worlds through liminal spaces and shit, is that like things seem so far, but so close that you could reach out and touch them. And this is described in 1000 Years of War, worlds hanging in the distance that seemed infinitely far away, but so close, like they were right in front of you. And so basically what I'm trying to explain is that I think that the Shadowlands and Azeroth are both very close to each other, but very far away from each other, separated by vast swaths of magical interdimensional space, but also right next to each other. It's weird. It's like maybe like a car mirror. Objects in mirror are closer than they appear, you know, because you're a distance from the mirror. If you get closer, then it would be more accurate. But it's basically, to break it down, it's basically pseudoscientific magic. That's what I would say. What if it was the Titans trying to copy a world tree? I don't know about copy. I think the cosmos may have originally been built in the form of like a world tree. Think of the 9 realms of Norse mythology, okay? Where all of the realms are connected through the tree. Okay? So we would live in Midgard. You'd have Muspelheim, Alfheim, Vanaheim, all these different realms that are all linked through Yggdrasil. And I basically kind of see the potential that the Twisting Nether serves as like the branches and roots of Yggdrasil that connects all the realms together, and that's why, or even the Rainbow Bridge, the Bifrost, and that's why when you go from one world to the next, you don't get on a ship and fly out of the atmosphere and fly to another world and land on another world. That's not how that works. There's a reason why the Draenei and the Brokers have interdimensionally traveling ships, and for the record, Draenei ships can not only travel through space, but also time. I think a lot of people don't know that, but they can break the boundaries of reality. They're not. And also another huge, this is a fucking gigantic piece of information that we learned in Koresh. Remember the Ecodome quests and how we found out that the Ecodomes can be custom tailored to allow, down to the individual level, to allow specific species to go in and out of it and perceive the barrier itself. That is fucking insane. Like, that is one of the most insane fucking revelations. If the Brokers and the Ethereals can do that, what can the Titans do? What can the Titans do? Think about the idea that the Draenei are potentially borderline perfect race in the eyes of the Titans. Worshipping the light, trying to preserve life, colonizing worlds, putting things alongside the Naru into stasis, cataloging worlds. Is it so hard to believe that the Titans had designed the barriers in such a way that it would allow the Draenei to freely pass in between them with their ships? I don't think that's that fucking crazy to think about, especially if the Draenei basically, you know, were able and willing to go against forces like the Legion, which didn't technically exist until the fall of Argus. But that was insane, dude. The Ecodome quest, that blew my fucking mind. I'm sitting here trying to like reason to people and show them like there's a barrier around our world and we can't see what's on the outside of it. There's so much fucking evidence of this. There is so much fucking evidence of this, and I have a video outlining all of it for like 30 minutes straight, just fucking dropping fucking lore hammers on you. So you should watch it. I'll get it for you real quick. And then this quest comes out and it literally just explains in universe with like a formally canon example of how this could work. And that fucking, I almost flatlined, bro. My fucking skull sponge almost imploded when I read that shit. That was fucking crazy. So let me give you this video. It's called Azeroth, the Center of the WoW Universe, and it talks about not only the celestial and cosmic structure of WoW and the planets and how they relate to one another, but it also explains the false sky and those things as well. So if you're interested, I would highly recommend checking that out. One of the best videos I think I've ever made, if I may say so. Did you figure out what the different colored snakes meant? No, I mean, I just think that they're a potential fractal for Anshe Musha and the Blue Child, but outside that, I have no idea. Funny that the Draenei don't allow their powerful souls to go to the Shadowlands, right? They trap them in crystals and use them for defense constructs and to power their ships and shit. Well, technically they use Naru, piloted by Naru, and they absorb energies from the Nether, but they do still store their fucking, their souls in crystals. We see that on Auchindoun, and we see that on Argus. And we see that in Hellfire Citadel. They managed to recruit a mortal race in Draenei? They may well have. I mean, at least it's with consent. I guess, at least, yeah, but it's still an interruption to the natural cycle. Yeah, but at least it is with consent. Wild that Naru can trap souls similar to Mournblades? I'm not sure that Naru traps souls similar to Mournblades. I think it's more so that the souls of the Draenei are willingly imbued into crystals, because one of the big things that you'll notice in WoW is that crystals and crystalline structures often serve as powerful vessels for magical energy. You see this everywhere. Arcane crystals, Fel crystals, fucking Death Soul crystals, Void crystals, light crystals. They're fucking everywhere, right? Elemental crystals. They serve as great vessels for power. You can imbue a shitload of energy into a crystal and it can hold a lot of power even if it's small. So basically the Draenei had discovered technology. This is the same concept of what happens with memories. And by the way, it's not just the Earthen that have this technology. The Arakoa also had memory crystals, and the Draenei also had memory crystals. So they had the capacity to pull memories and store them in crystals that could then later be consumed or utilized to get the energy back. So I don't know about, I mean, manipulating the location of a soul, unless memories equal the soul or don't equal soul. I'm not sure what you're trying to say or use as your example. Like you're saying they can trap souls similar to Mournblades. What is that? What are you basing that off of? And that is a good question. What is the difference between a soul and memories? Are memories a part of a soul? Are they a byproduct of a soul, like anima? Are they one and the same? Is your identity and who you are effectively just your memories? I think that you get into kind of a philosophical, existentialist discussion when you go there. Can you explain what Remornia is? Sure. So Remornia does not appear to be a formal Mournblade. It's not crafted with domination runes, nor does it appear to be powered by, souls of the tormented or whatever. Remornia appears to be a soul vessel type of blade, and there are many weapons in World of Warcraft that are like this. Ulthalesh Deadwind Harvester, the Maw of the Damned, are a couple more examples. I think Charlemagne is another example, but understand that they're not Mournblades. They're weapons that can store souls in them, and those souls seemingly retain a level of sentience. So there presumably is some kind of being, perhaps Sire Denathrius's, maybe she was married at one point, maybe he had a wife or something, someone that is probably relatively important to him has been placed into this vessel and now basically gives sentience to the blade itself, which is why Remornia speaks. It's why Remornia has desires. It's why Remornia appears to basically be sentient. Could have been a Dreadlord, who knows exactly what's inside of it, but it is a soul vessel, which I do think should be looked at as explicitly different from a Mournblade. What would you call these kinds of weapons? I would call them, it's not like I have any place to give them an official name, but maybe like I would call them like a weapon of magic, a vessel weapon, because they're explicitly different than Mournblades, because Mournblades, again, they're using the power of domination, and they explicitly have the power to not only steal, but split souls, right? So that's a very important aspect of Mournblades that would separate them from like a rune blade even. Now, one thing you'll see about all these other blades, typically, is that they have runes on them. Whether that's Blade of the Black Empire, whether that's Remornia, whether that's, I think even Charlemagne technically has Elvish runes inscribed upon it. So I would say those are maybe more like rune blades that can serve as vessels, rather than explicitly Mournblades. Mournblades are to be directly associated with the Primus and the power of domination. So, Thiera, thanks for the follow on YouTube. Calvin, thanks for the follow. Christo, thanks for the Twitch Prime sub for 6 months. And Bounty Mantis, thanks for subbing for 4 months. I am doing well, Keaton. Thank you. Thank you. It's, well, just what was said about imbuing them in constructs. Instead of going to the Shadowlands, it may not be too different from trapping them in a Mournblade. And I'm mainly commenting on the technology or power to be able to manipulate souls in any capacity. I guess if you take the concept, well, that's what the Akunai, I think, specialize in, the interment and communion with the dead, so them having soul manipulation is not a far-fetched thing. If you take the concept that all realms originate from light and shadow, then it wouldn't be unrealistic to speculate that Naru are technically capable of everything that the other realms can do. Well, I do think that they have the power to manipulate souls, yes, but I would clarify that I'm not sure that the Draenei's ability to accomplish the same thing hinges upon involvement with the Naru, because as I understand it, the Draenei, and this could have been through techniques derived from the Atamal Crystal or from Ture, long before the flight of the Draenei, that allowed them to understand these concepts, similar to the Stormpike Vrykul's exposure to Lorendel, or Himisul, that allowed them to have new designs flourish in their minds. In the case of Yardvir, you'll learn about that in Siren Isle. If you don't know it, I have an 1:20 long video about the lore breakdown of Siren Isle. I highly recommend watching. It's fucking fascinating and gets into oath binding and all that shit as well. It's not necessarily, I don't think, explicitly proven that the Draenei's ability to imbue souls into constructs like that is related to or the result of influence by the Naru. But that doesn't change the point that you're making. I generally agree with the premise of what you're saying, but I don't know if that directly relates to the Naru themselves or if they showed up and basically influenced the Draenei post-discovery of this technology. So. Untman, thank you very much for the follow. Appreciate that. Welcome. Like a Lich's phylactery, but into a weapon. Sure. And there's a difference. What about Oath Blades? That's a cool name. And that's kind of what I think that Charlemagne would be more like, an Oath Blade rather than a Mournblade. And if you don't understand the difference between oaths and domination, well, it's pretty simple. One of them is entered into of your own free will, of your own volition. It is a binding, a binding, I think, very real magical binding that it can interconnect things together, especially when done through a point of focus, like Circe's Circlet or Oathbinder, in the case of Neltharion, who, presumably got that from Keeper Tyr and the, Titanic Vault and repaired it. And it's good to remember this because the difference is very meaningful, right? One of them, you're entering into, like the Oaths of Koresh, of your own volition. It means something to you. The other one, domination, is bending you against your will to do something, right? So actions done of your own free will are more powerful in World of Warcraft. Ergo, Oathbinding should be a more potent and powerful form of binding things together, but it's done willingly, and as a result has a maximum output of energy, as established by Forgeweaver Araz in the newest raid. So when you consider these factors, it doesn't mean that Oathbinding can't be used maliciously, but what it means by tricking people into taking oaths that they shouldn't be taking, Nexus King Salahadar, or that they want to go back on because it's not fruitful for them or the health of their planet in the long run, because you're a deceiving piece of shit motherfucker like Nexus King Salahadar, who basically declared himself king after being the religious leader of them, high priest into high king, because he's a fucking piece of shit, and he's a dictator. So I don't like Nexus King Salahadar. That guy's a fucking piece of work. He betrayed the Ravel for his own selfish reasons because he doesn't care about the integrity of the planet of Koresh. He only cares about himself. Wonder where I've seen that before. Anyway, you can still have a situation where you can be tricked into taking an oath. And then maybe if you in the case of like Soulscribe, you can have another withstanding oath that is more important to you, like your oath to Koresh over Nexus King, right? Over Salahadar. So that's why Soulscribe picks Koresh, because deep in her heart, that's what she truly has more, loyalty and reverence for, which is a good thing for us and a good thing for Koresh. it also means that Neltharion wasn't, like, blatantly mind controlling the Drakthir. He was uniting them, similar to what Circe did, through a conduit that was Oathbinder on his arm, right? So it's not like they were bent against their will, which is why when Oathbinder was struck by lightning and shattered, Drakthir didn't, like, come to and were like, oh my god, I'm so tormented, how could he do this to us? No, the Drakthir viewed Neltharion as their creator. He was their father. They were entirely, voice cracking again, they were entirely subservient to him. They trusted him with every fiber of their being. So they did not have to be controlled against their will. They followed him willingly. And because they did this, for the similar to the Sturmpike Vrykul revering Circe for taming the Great Galleon, he was able to unite them through a conduit and use oath binding as a power to bring them all together. So there is an explicit difference between oath binding and domination, and it's pretty important. What the fuck happened to my transmogs? What the fuck? All the transmogs are reset, probably because of the new transmog system. Oh boy, this is what it looks like underneath. Yeesh. Yikes. We have to redo them. That's Pepe hands right there, dude. It's live now? No, what you're seeing on your screen is fake. This is an illusion, wrought by the will of the Titans. You don't know what reality is. You only know the grand machinations of those whose intellect far surpasses our own and whose hope pales in comparison. And you know the blue loading screen of death, wherein you never gain access to the servers actually. You just sit here and then get disconnected repeatedly. So, welcome to patch day. It's working! It's working! I can hear people logging in. I can hear it. There we go. All right. New and midnight pre-patch. Twilight Ascension. Cultist activities on the rise. Something sinister approaches. Available January 27th. Neighborhoods. Complete endeavors to earn new decor. It looks like I unlocked a fuckload of transmog items. All of the old raids, well, I'm not sure what those are. Interesting. Oh, it's the lower versions of transmog sets you've already got, I think is what I'm looking at here. Yep, since I collect all of normal, I got all of LFR too, but not mythic. That's how this works now. So, check this out, chat. If you collect all of a transmog set on Mythic, you unlock all of the subsequent difficulties as well. Bless. Bless. That is an insane change. What a fucking insane quality of life change. What an insane quality of life change. I fuck with that, dude. That's amazing. That's why I got all these. Battle Plate, Tyler's Battle Plate, Heroic and Normal. Raid Finder. Heroic, Raid Finder, Normal, because I had Mythic. Aberrations Plate, Normal, and Heroic, and Raid Finder. That's a nice, I like the Heroic, that's nice. Because I had the Mythic set. Something flying around my head. Soulforged Dread Plate, because I had the full Mythic set. I got all the fucking plate sets from Sanctum of Domination, the gold one. The fucking steel. And the dark iron kind of color. Fuck yeah. Heartfire Sentinel. So since I have all the Aberris plate from Heroic and lower. Dude, these are tight. That's pretty fucking sick. I like that. What a great change this is. Look at all these free fucking transmog sets you just get. Razorwind Shores and Founder's Point added to campsite collections. Yo. That's sick. You're gonna have to log into all your alts for different armor types. And all the different... I gotta log into all my alts. We got talents. Talents are reset. I'm gonna have to take a look at this. Certain things have been removed and changed. Oh boy, my bars are fucked. Oh, they changed the icon for the warband bank distance inhibitor. That's different now. Time to spend 100k gold on transmog sets? I mean, I'm not doing that. Fuck that. Oh, we also got stat squished. So instead of 11 million HP, I have 111,000. And I'm item level 148. So we got stat squished and we got gear squished. Which, who fucking cares? People who complain about this must be their first fucking time. Because we've been through this like fucking 6 times now. Since Warlords of Draenor, so who fucking cares? This is the new transmog window. Purchase outfit slot, 100 gold. Okay. Outfit name. Why do I have to name it? I don't know. Outfit 3. I don't give a fuck. Is this even working? Each slot lets you store a full customization of your equipment's appearance. You can freely swap between outfits. Oh, there it goes. Ooh, a lot of lag right now. A lot of lag. Outfit 4, and you can name them accordingly. So this is a great deal better than before. But it is going to cost, you know. And it looks like you have to, these do not, correct me if I'm wrong, chat, but this does not, the new window is much better, much bigger, first of all. I like this window a lot. This looks really good. But these do not unlock. What are you fucking asking me, bro? I'm fucking busy right now. What are we talking about? I don't know what I'm missing. I see playlists for League, etc. and a handful of WoW, but not all of his WoW content. That's because there is no playlist for all my WoW content. The majority of my channel is WoW. So it's not like a, I don't have a WoW playlist. You just look for it, whatever it is that you're after. They don't really, there would be no logic to a playlist either. You know, just, I don't know, I could make one, I guess, but there's like fucking 600 videos that I have to add to it. So like, what's the point? Okay, another one for 350. So anyway, what I was gonna say is that, I'm pretty sure that as you unlock these outfit slots, this is per character. Or is this account wide now? Nice. They are account wide. Oh, bless. It wasn't originally like that, was it? Didn't it used to be like, it wasn't like that, but then they changed it? Good change. This is where people, okay, next fucking time that people say, oh, they never listen to our feedback from PTR and Alpha and Beta. Tell them about this. Fucking remember this. Remember this. Because our feedback and being pissed off about it, I'm sure is why they fucking changed it. So, I'm just saying. They do listen sometimes. They do listen sometimes, alright? Not all the time, though. I don't know. I don't think I really need more than 5. But even though, question, even though it's account wide, the gear sets saved to each slot are still per character, right? So I can have 4 or 5 outfits on my paladin, on my priest. Oh, dude, that's pretty dope, dude. I ain't gonna lie. That's pretty sick. You just get 5 per character. Well, you get 5 if they actually unlock when you buy them. But right now there's so much lag. There we go. So there you go. You get 5 per character. Are you sure? It sure seems like you get more. Until you buy more. Why did you say that then? Stop saying fake shit. You can buy up to 50? That's a lot. Dude. That's a lot. Y'all might be needing 50. I'm telling you right now, I ain't buying no 50. I don't need that many. That's crazy. But I do have to make my transmog again. Let's fix this fucking abomination that you're seeing on your screen right now. What a sick change. Where's my where's my heritage armor? Did I go buy it? I should be able to search it, right? Sindori helm. This outfit has pending changes. Continuing will cause your pending changes to be lost. Oh, I fucked that up. Then these. And then belts. Dude, this is fucking nice, dude. This is fucking nice, chat. Oh, man. Oh, man. Oh, man. I like this already. I like this a lot. First ones. Yeah, dude. Oh, yeah. Oh, fuck yeah, bud. Click custom sets. I don't want to get baited. Let me finish this set first, but it might be in there. Ignore slot, show equipped gear. Ignore the slot. So you could just set it to ignore slot. What's my cloak? Do I... What? Oh, right. It's one of the new Lemix ones. That one? And then the pants, and then the boots. I think that's what I was wearing. I was either wearing those... I was wearing these. Yeah. Okay, and then my sword. Odin's spear. JK, that's fucking lame. I was using my Ranseur. My Blood Elven Ranseur. Fuck yeah. With Primal Fire. Oh, yeah. Oh. It costs 7. Oh my god, that's expensive. Oh my god. It says 1,700 gold. Oh my. Oh, send help. That is fucking expensive. One-time purchase though? What, every time you change it? Every time you fucking change it? Okay, we'll save it and then what? If I make it green, it's 300! It's fucking 300 to fucking change it again. Oh, that's a 500 for the weapon. If I want to change the weapon, it's 500 gold. No, the slots are free to swap. That's not true. Am I looking at this wrong? They're not free to swap. It's 500 fucking gold. Oh, but you can switch the outfit slots. Okay, so what you're saying is I can make another version of this, but with a different weapon, which I will pay the same amount to make, by the way, but then I can switch between them freely, or whatever outfit I want. So it only costs to make and customize the outfit when you're doing it, and then switching back and forth doesn't cost you anything. So does this cost more or less? I don't know if this is good or bad. It seems like it costs more. Good question. How does that work with different weapons, though? One-handed, two-handed. Convoluted. Yo, that's World of Warcraft in a nutshell. I mean, is it not? As a player, does this cost more? Is this better or worse? I don't know. That's a WoW problem if I ever seen one. Holy shit. Anyway, custom sets. Oh, why don't I have any pants on? What the fuck? Why is this not any? So I can delete this now because I've already done it, transferred it over. So, okay, it keeps your existing sets. Some of these are fugly. I'm getting rid of them. That's my prot set, Golden Sentinel. Trash.
Thank you for the streams.
Fallen
This
Judicator,
extract is nearly
trash.
bussing.
Blood Knight, trash. It's actually kind of sick, but it's supposed to have Sin's Edge. Fucking trash. It's supposed to have this. Look at that shit. Oh, fucking. Oh, yeah. 1,900 gold. Oh. Oh. Oh my god, that's so expensive. It's so expensive. Why did the pants change? No. What the fuck? What the fuck? Maybe it's because they weren't mogged before. Okay, so then I can switch between them. Freely. Okay, custom. Blot. Lamplighter. I kind of fuck with this, though. I kind of fuck with it. I kind of fuck with it. Ash Candur. Sick. Oh my god, 1700. Wide. Dude, it's pretty expensive. It's pretty expensive. Situations is pretty cool. I like this. So you can set certain transmog sets to go on when you're in certain areas, which is pretty fucking dope. And it's per set, I think. So that's pretty cool. Choose specific situations. So when you go into your house, you can have it switch to like casual clothes. It's pretty sick. That's pretty sick. That's pretty cool. I think that's a good change. I like that. I think he means changing from 1 to 2 to 3 is free. Correct. That is correct. Not only location even, switch on activity. I did, yeah, I know. I was just giving an example. As you can see on your screen, there is more than just locations. Yes, certain movements. You can put on a certain outfit when you mount, when you swim. If you can make a beach transmog, and if you jump in the water, your character will put it on. That's fire. That's fire. That's fucking sick. You can remember, you know how if you do mount races, you can get the pilot gear. Now, if you mount, you can automatically put on your flying gear if you want to. How fucking sick is that? The diving suit from the trading post. Specializations. Not only, look at this. Not only is it holy protection ret, I can have it be per fucking talent setup. Look at that. Look at that shit. If when I switch from Herald Raid to Herald Mythic Plus, I can have it fucking switch gear. What the fuck? Lobany, thanks for the follow. Arden Fox, thanks for the sub for 15 months. Night Warlord, thanks for the sub for 19 months. In life, woo, in and lose. Woo in and lose. I don't know what that says, but hey, thanks for the follow. That's why we need 50. Worth the gold then, if you intend to use them. If you're like me and you just typically rock one transmog set, then you're Gucci. Then you're Gucci. And you click on the icon to switch to that gear. All icons. Give me my motherfucking paladin spells. Give me my paladin spells, boy. Shit, those are fire mage spells. That's not like... Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Here we go. Oh, yeah. Okay, this transmog system's crazy. I thought WoW's transmog system was already pretty fucking baller, but this is like this is kind of another level, I ain't gonna lie. This is kind of another level right here. This is crazy. This is crazy. Put on a chef's apron because they're cooking. God damn. If it didn't have Arathi motifs on, I'd put that on. We need some updated fucking tabards for places like fucking Silvermoon, because that looks like shit. Anyway, so that's the new transmog sets. That's dope. I fuck with it. Where'd you get that dope-ass spear? That is a Blood Elf Paladin specific weapon, if I'm not mistaken. Correct me if I'm wrong. Might even just be Blood Elf. You have to do the Heritage quest line, and then there's a secret quest line that you do with Lady Liadrin, and I think in it you unlock the Blood Knight armor and the Blood Elf Ransour. It's the only way to get it. It's fucking sick. They saved my previous mogs? Yes, under custom sets. Yep. Endorphins, thanks for the 19-month resub. Do not look at Adventure Guide raids. There are big spoilers. I mean, it's not a spoiler now. It's in the game. You know what I'm saying? I might just take a look. Also, I want this. I want this. I gotta renew my sub here pretty soon anyway, so I'm gonna end up buying this. I'm gonna get the 1 year subscription. I'm playing enough. Wow, this is Sargeras theme, just saying. Anyway. Raids. Whoa. Okay, we have a new Renowns menu. I gotta finish Koresh Trust. Only have 1 level left. Galagio. Fucking Galagio. Never finished that either. Let's go back and farm that. Encounters Delves. Dude, what the fuck? This is sick. Traveler's Log. Suggested content like normal. Visions of a Shadowed Sun, which we already did. Dungeons. Dwarthin. Midnight. Oh, yeah. Oh, fuck yeah. I'm reading them. Den of Nalarak. Wounded by Zuljin and Malakras, Nalarak turned his back on the Amani, slumbering in his den to ease his pain. Now the Amani seek to heal the rift between their tribe and the Loa. But, to gain Nalarak's favor, those who come before him must complete his trials. Assist Zuljara as she journeys into the mind of the Loa of War to defeat him and gain his blessing. Sick. Yo, what the fuck? What the fuck? We fighting a bunch of bears. I like bears and shit. Sick. Did you get that last coin in the guide, by the way? I don't know what the fuck you're talking about, dude. I guess not. There you go. Go to custom sets? Are you behind? You don't need to transmog, mount, or visit the NPC to change your appearance? No, I think you do. Yeah, I opened it from the mount. I just dismounted before you saw, so it looked like I wasn't on a mount. Go to customs. What are you guys telling me to go to custom sets? Or are you talking to someone in chat? You can hotkey to action bar? Yeah, that's cool. I knew you could drag the icons of the outfits to your bars. I know, guy, you're not the only people in chat typing. There are other people that already said that. I don't give a fuck. That's cool. That's cool, and that's great. I'm not gonna do that. I don't care. So what? But what you're saying though? Oh, I understand what you're saying. I'm a fucking idiot. Sorry. That's my fault. I get what you're saying. It's a way, right? So if I take this, boom, and take this, boom. I don't have to be in the transmog window to do that. That's why you're trying to show me this. Sorry, I'm a doofus. That's fucking sick, dude. That's so sick we jump off the building. That's fucking crazy. That's fucking crazy. That's crazy. Do you got Anu Shala Shadow's Guidance? I don't fucking know. What is that? It's a mount? Anu? I do. Where the fuck did this come from? Insurmountable collection. What the fuck is that? Her wings cut through the sky like shadows on a moonlit night. That's for 600 mounts? Nice, dude. I'm gonna ride that on my Void Elf. Ooh. So now we got a shadow, an ice, and a fire version of this bird. Oh. Fuck yeah. That's dope. Thanks for letting me know. I didn't even realize I got that. I just ride this one. Oh! Hell yeah. Olive, shut the fuck up with that. Go somewhere else with it. You have to fucking do it right there. I can sit over there squeaking a toy like a psycho. Looks a little more arcane than Void to me. I mean, Arcane and Void have commonly shared color palettes, but sure. Yeah, it definitely has the blue with the Arcane, for sure. Then I have to ask you, how similar are Arcane and Void in the first place? They're pretty compatible magics. I've already seen examples of it. What mount special do they have? They like jump up and do this like peck at the ground. Yeah, you're right. I didn't really notice the arcane colors somehow because I'm blind. But absolutely some arcane in there too. Which again begs the question, you know, how similar are arcane and void? Is arcane just ordered void or some shit? Who fucking knows? Do the Titans represent something closer to void than we realize? Sargeras closer to light than we realize? Okay, I'm not gonna fuck with talents at the moment. What else? What else is there? They got rid of Valor Stones, didn't they? No, they're still in the game. Do we need Valor Stones anymore, though? Oh, you were looking at dungeons. Yeah, true. They're going to get rid of Valor Stones.
I will do my duty.
Nah, you still need them for upgrades, so that's cringe.
If needed, I will answer the call.
Blood Elf Houseman, it's so beautiful. I'll get there. I'll get there. I'm not gonna do housing stuff right now. Fuck that. Back to dungeons. Okay. Let me read about these entities. The Hordemonger, driven by voracious greed. The gluttonous Hordemonger fiercely defends the stashes of food and supplies he's stolen from nearby troll tribes. Nalarak's first trial is to eliminate him before the tribes go hungry. It's got red eyes. It's kind of spooky. Rotten Mushroom. Abilities. Resourceful measures spoiled supplies. Hence why they're rotten. Okay. Sentinel of Winter. The seasons can be kind or cruel. Sentinel of Winter unleashes the harshest of winter storms to test all who face him. To surpass Nalarak's second trial, endure the biting cold and defeat the embodiment of a winter storm. It's the Volibear. Why doesn't he look like a frost bear, though? He looks like an earth elemental bear. That's weird. Strange. And then Nalarak, slumbering in his fitful, battle-filled dream. Almost sounds like a nightmare. Nalarak, the Loa of War, will only test the mettle of the worthy, survive his trial and receive his blessing, or die trying. He looks pretty sick. It's a cool-ass Loa. Stone with Lightning. Winter. Yeah, Nalarak looks fucking dope. Okay, Magister's Terrace. Magister's Terrace is the heart of arcane study for the Sindorai, including Magister Umbric. Long ago, within its halls lies the cynosure of Twilight, the key to unlocking the way into the Void Storm. Arcanatron Custos. It's a custodian. Oh, nice. It's like an updated, like, custodian from Karazhan. Or from Magister's Terrace. This highly advanced arcane construct has been charged with keeping the peace and ensuring all Magisters adhere to rules and restrictions. Veering from said rules will not be tolerated. Oh, it's like one of the big Titan robots in the fucking water. Serenel Sunlash. An accomplished spellbreaker, Serenel Sunlash has earned the full trust of the Magisters. Charged with the protection of the cynosure of Twilight, Serenel will fulfill those duties with his very life, if necessary. Unnamed item. Oh, no, they have names. Some of them have names. Two-handed sword. Whoa. What the fuck? That's a sword? That can't be right. That's a warglaive. It's warglaives. It says... I don't know why I thought it was sword. I was looking at my own weapon. This is a warglaive. For Demon Hunter. That's fucking dope, dude. I like that. You want a blood elf? You want a blood elf Demon Hunter, dude? Get that shit. Hell yeah. I like that. Gemellis. What the fuck? It's got a little face. An otherworldly spawn of void origins, Gemellis seems to utilize the void not only for its own protection, but to propagate and foster the development of its species as well. Huh. Jelly Replicator. Degentrius. It's dude, it's Twitch chat. It's fucking Degen. It's the Coomers. It's the fucking... It's the Gooners, dude. Ooh, that's a fucking badass axe, dude. Oh, that's bad axe. That's sick. And that's a pretty sick sword, too. That axe is fucking dope. I like that a lot. Oh, hell yeah. Oh, hell yeah. Okay. Mysara Caverns. What do we got here? Necromancy? Yo, Snail King, happy patch day to you as well, bro. Thanks for the 57-month resub, dude. That's a fat one.
Happy patch day.
That's a fat one. Beneath the sacred Mysara Hills, so this is in Zulaman, vile branch trolls sacrifice witherbark captives to power their necromancy. The rituals twist stolen souls into fuel for Raktul, a monstrous dire troll bound in the depths. If the cavern's magic is left to fester, Zulaman will face a terror it cannot contain. So you got Murojin and Nekrax. These seem low res. These need to be updated. Murojin is a relentless tracker charged with capturing victims for the Vile Branch's dark rites. Nexrax, a reanimated eagle, strikes down any who resist capture by her master. They must not be allowed to supply souls for Vordaza's necrotic magic any longer. Ooh. Yo. This guy looks pretty cool. It's a fucking eagle rock. Okay. This guy looks cool, dude. They got some cool loot. You can get his shoulder pads. It's dope. It's a cool spear, too. Pretty cool fist weapon. Luminous life. Nice. Vordaza. Vordaza, the Vile Branch's master of souls, performs forbidden rites to extract the soul essences of the dead, so she's the Primus. She distills the suffering of her victims into raw necrotic energy to empower Raktul, her monstrous creation. Goraktul. Lamau. What the fuck? Her vile magic and her monster must be stopped. She has an ability called Unmake. Necrotic Convergence, Rest Phantoms. Another pretty sick looking boss. Cool totem. And Unstable Phantoms. Danny Phantoms, bro. That's a pretty sick sword. What the fuck? Cool. Back piece. You can get her totem. Her totem drops as a fucking wearable. Oh. Why they always have to reuse models for the birds? Because there's fucking 1,000 mounts in World of Warcraft, and this one, whether you like it or not, does look fucking different because it's got a different beak. The model... Okay, I'm not gonna have this fucking stupid conversation every time a fucking a skeleton gets reused, which is what this is. Who fucking cares? World of Warcraft has recognizable skeletons and things are gonna look similar. Who fucking cares? Who cares? They reuse shit because it's more efficient and because things can be similar. That's why. Who fucking cares? Go complain somewhere else. I don't want to hear that shit. It annoys the fuck out of me. This guy looks sick, but you know, he's a dire troll, so why do they reuse fucking models, bro? No, this is badass. That's a brand new model, same animation rig, but the model's brand new. Yeah, people don't recognize the difference between rigs and wireframes and fucking and models and textures. It's like, just stop looking for things to complain about, please. Anyway, I like the way this guy looks. He looks badass. He's got an axe. Pretty decent. Pretty decent. Pretty cool dagger. I like that bow. That's a nice troll bow. Cool headpiece. It's almost like bat themed. Interesting. Pretty cool shoulders. Vessel of Souls. Okay. And Amani Warding Hex. Well, that's glitched. That's fucking glitched. Okay, next. Murder Row. So we got demon stuff here, huh? The darkened streets of Murder Row hide a secret fell smuggling operation that's been preying on the fears of Silvermoon citizens ever since the Void Storm appeared. Fuckers. Although an accomplished magister, Kistia Manaheart was far too devoted to fell magic to give it up entirely. Little wonder she's become a staunch supporter and ally to underground fell smuggling operations in the Row. Fell Shield, Chaos Barrage, and she has a little pet named Nibbles. Oh my god, look at that thing. That looks kind of sick. Jack Sandy, we'll get to the raid. Stay on topic here if we can, please. It seems when you have a Void Elf DH, you get a new questline from Umbrick. Cool. We can't kill Nibbles. He's the homie. Ooh. That's like some of the green colored mage stuff from current tier. I like that. Zayn Blade Sorrow. He looks like he's almost wretched. His skin is very white. Forbidden Freight. It's like forbidden fruit. Ha! Clever, quick-witted, and commanding, Zane Blade Sorrow oversees the shipments of illegal fell artifacts. Those under his command follow his orders to the letter or pay the price. Okay. There's a fell lord That's not a good sign. Zathux the Annihilator. Zathux the Annihilator is one of Lithiel Cinderfury's most powerful minions. Although he loathes serving the Warlock, he will follow her commands not out of loyalty, but for the sheer visceral joy of destruction. Fell light. The caster channels fell light through their lantern, inflicting chaos damage. What the fuck are there, Legion or at least Fell being here? You guys are listening when I'm reading the fucking description of the dungeon, right? God damn it. I literally explained this fucking 2 minutes ago. Okay, Lithiel Cinderfury sees the void storm above Silvermoon as both a threat and opportunity. Her people are afraid, and she has a perfect solution. Power of Fell. She claims her smuggling operation protects her people from the dangers of above, but the profits she receives are a pleasing bonus. Gotta look at their loot, by the way. I didn't look at any of their loot. Two-handed staff. That's kind of cool. Hands. Okay. One-handed dagger. Pretty cool shoulders. Are there different color variants? Nope, all the same. Dungeon gear. Two-handed axe. Pretty cool set. It's like Bramble. Unstable Fellheart Crystal. Cool, okay, that's Murder Row. Nexus Point Zenith. I'm gonna come back to that one. Let's do Windrunner Spire next, huh? Windrunner Spire. Oh boy. Once the hallowed home of the Windrunner family, Windrunner Spire now mirrors the scarred relationship between Illyria, Sylvanas, and Verisa. Animosity during a reunion at the home drove suffering and grief into a haunted manifestation that binds the spirits there, unable to find peace. Interesting. So the Three Sisters comic, that reunion, the animosity from it, drove suffering and grief into a haunted manifestation that binds the spirits there. Huh. Ember Dawn. Ember Dawn settled in the gardens of Windrunner Spire after seeking a place to raise her young. Highly territorial, she guards her nest with unwavering dedication. So we're going to encroach upon this Dragonhawk's nest, and because it's protecting its young, we're going to kill it. God, I love being the hero. God, I love being the hero. Derelict Duo. Let's look at the loot. Burning Gale. Okay. Two-hand staff. Two-hand swords. So some repeating gear. That's what happens. That's cool. Headpiece. Waist Emberwing Feather as a trinket. Derelict Duo. The Banshee Cat Khalees, and her loyal abomination Latch, I love that name, lead a group of fanatical followers of Sylvanas Windrunner. They've come to the Spire in search of relics with any resonant essence of the Dark Lady. I mean, can you blame them? Willing to do anything to obtain them. They're the simps, bro. They're unironic Sylvanas simps. Nice. Two-handed mace, or one-handed mace. Shoulders, waist, legs, feet. It's us. Hey, speak for yourself. Commander Kraluk. Commander Kraluk once fought in the Second War, a conflict that ended the life of Illyria Windrunner's brother, Lyrath. It's not just Illyria's brother, what the fuck? In her grief, Illyria slaughtered any old horde she could find. The vengeful spirits of those she defeated now haunt the Spire. That's cool. Callbacks to the Second War. Ogres among them. And Amani among them. Fuck yeah, dude. Oh, that's kind of sick, dude. That's fucking sick, because they conscripted the Amani in the Second War. And got the ogres, so that's fucking sick. Nice. For the Horde, this is not the Horde that you know. This is the old Horde. You know, the ones bent on fucking demonic corruption. Yeah, not the Horde that you're part of. I like this Horde. Okay, dude. And then lastly, the Restless Heart. Born from the conflict of Three Sisters. The Restless Heart. They actually call it the Conflict of Three Sisters. Huh. The restless heart, a concentrated whirlwind of grief and suffering, binds the spirits of the Windrunners past to the spire. These haunted remnants will only find peace if the heart is brought to rest as well. And it's their mother. That's a fractal. That's like a Winter Queen, Elune, Eonar, Azeroth fractal right there. And their brother Lyrath. Interesting. The heart. The restless heart. Cool bow. Cool stuff here. Sunfire Sash. Cool stuff. Silver Moon Trading Dummy. Oh, nice. It's like your average LFR raider. Look, there they are. Wow, just kidding. Okay. Next we got, I'm going to do Blinding Veil. This could have some spoilers, okay? The Blinding Veil sprouted instantly from within the light bloom. Rutani emerged and spread the light bloom in their wake. After the light bloom's defeat in Eversong, Orwena began surgical strikes to keep the light bloom in check, but the hideous glare of the Blinding Veil hides a garden where the light bloom cultivates new creatures and magic to drive forward their one fanatical imperative: growth unstoppable. Oh boy. Oh boy. Unstoppable growth, driven by one fanatical imperative due to their influence, the influence of light. This is so fucking Eonar coded, I cannot fucking explain. Oh yeah, dude. Oh yeah. Oh yeah, the golden one. Oh baby. The light bloom suffered a terrible defeat, but like the Rutanian imbued, it changes. These light blossom Rutani fanatically propagate their vicious and invasive garden. Light blossom beam, light sower dash. Light infused life. We do see some of this in the Emerald Dream. Oh, it's so Eonar coded, bro. Oh man. Ikuz the Light Hunter. Ikuz is a fearsome carnivore who once stalked prey throughout Harandar. Now the Light Hunter has succumbed to the overwhelming power of the Light Bloom, and his insatiable hunger serves its growth. Insatiable hunger toward serving growth. Huh. The hunger stuff is interesting. Oh, he almost didn't have any clothes on. Light Warden Ruia. What the fuck is that? Oh, that's got to be their boomkin form. That's fucking horrifying. It's like bat themed. It's fucking freaky. The once respected Root Warden Ruia could not defeat the Light Bloom on his own. His wounded pride led him to drawing power from the Light Bloom and using it to punish all others instead of aiding his allies. He unleashes druidic power, shape-shifting between his moonkin and bear forms. That's the bear form? Weird. That's a weird-looking animal. What the fuck is that? What is that? Fucking mongoose? Does the boomkin form for players look like this as well? I assume so. Oh, that's a pangolin? I heard about this. Pangolin. What a weird creature. I would assume that this is what it looks like. And Zieket. It's almost like crystallizing. Yo, look at this fucking thing. Lightspawn Lasher. Born from the Light Bloom's epicenter, Zieket was spawned and incubated by light-infested Rutani to create an unstoppable engine of the Light Bloom's expansion. What caused the Light Bloom? I can't wait to find out. I wonder, dude, could there be like a fucking Belladar-esque crystal in this place? That's like spread its influence into the life and like this is what the fuck happened? Where is this light coming from? I can't wait to know. Sapling of the Dawn Root. It could come from the Dawn Well. There's a thing, they mentioned that. There's a thing in Herondar called the Dawnwell. I saw it in a short. Sword and shield. Okay. Voidscar Arena. The Voidscar Arena awaits worthy challengers. Overseer Coronis has filled the area. Coronis, you want to crack a Coronis? Has filled the arena with opponents plucked from across Azeroth, forcing them to participate in his games. Love it. Taz-Ra. The Dominar's prized champion, Taz-Ra, is forced to fight against his will. Taz-Ra demands his own death from every opponent, hoping each battle will finally end his suffering. Yo, why is WoW so woke and soft? Dawnwell stuff hasn't shown up at all since that one short. It was seemingly a mistranslation. Okay. That's good to know. As is well known, the Midnight Reveal text on the websites was all wacky. Yeah, there was a couple, yeah. Void Execution Mandate. Atroxis. Whoa. He's fel infused, right? Or it could be acid. It is acid, poison. Imprisoned by Coronis, this starving behemoth is hoping for a new victim to sate his appetite. Atroxis's sheer size is almost as dangerous as the poison it spews. Pretty cool one-handed sword. Awesome headpiece. More the same. One-handed dagger. Tumor of the Swarm. Toxic parasites. And then Coronis. The overly confident and ostentatious owner of the Voidscar Arena, Coronis is imprisoned by the fighting ability of Azerothians, is impressed by, and demands them for his grand collection. Oh, he's Dominar. Interesting creature. Dude, what if ordered Dominar are Naru? Naru. Void Cascade, Cosmic Blast. Maybe Xalatath was a Dominar or something. I can't wait to learn more about them. Nexus Point Zenus. Play Minecraft Naruto mod? Are you on the wrong channel? Ooh. See that? Nexus Point Zenus. A fractured facility teetering on the edge of collapse, once a hub of innovation. Its core now pulses with unstable void and arcane energy. Brave adventurers must navigate its shifting wings, confront void-walking guardians, and uncover the truth behind its unraveling power. Chief Korite Kazreth. Chief Korite Kazreth and the Shadowguard Ethereals once upheld flawless energy flow within the Nexus Point's core spark engine. The Lothraxians' radiant disruption shattered their balance. Now, cloaked in mistrust and weary of outsiders, they labor to restore the arcane harmony that once sustained the Nexus Point. That's a cool staff. Pretty cool shield. Core Warden Nisara. Core Warden Nisara guards Nexus Point Zenus, whatever, with waning strength. Light scarred by Lothraxian's assault, she broods in her wing, wounded and waiting. The Null Ward stirs with battle, and her wrath sharpens for any who dare approach. What does this guy look like? Oh, he looks like the Ethereals, one of the Ethereals we fight in the raid, the current raid. This chick looks pretty sick. Core Warden Nisara. Wretched Supplicant and Null Guardian. Lightscar Flare. Light Scarred. Scarred by her struggle with Lothraxian, Nisara enters the fight at 60% health. Fractured images periodically tear into the arena, causing Lightscar Flare. Devour the Unworthy. Channels Void to consume any surviving subordinates, restoring her own strength. So we gotta kill the ads. Eclipsing Step. And finally, Lothraxian. Blinded by Betrayal. Lothraxion storms the Nexus Point alone, with its defenses shattered by betrayal. What? He prepares to breach the Nexus core, risking a chain eruption that could annihilate Silvermoon and ripple across Azeroth itself. Lothraxion and Fractured Image that has light horns. Oh, his horns are back in the image. Interesting. Loot. Mark of Light. Occlusion of Void. Retrieving item. There's bonus loot that's hidden. I don't know if it's intended to be, but it is. Abilities. Divine Guile. Upon hitting 100 energy, Lothraxion disguises himself amongst his fractured images as they all channel light energy into the core. So you're going to be looking for the one that doesn't have the horns. Inflicting holy damage every 3 seconds until Lothraxion's interrupted. Inflicts 70,000 core exposure. Inflicting holy damage to all players. Brilliant Dispersion. Fractured image, mirrored rend. Lothraxion emits swarms of light aimed in the direction of several players. So instead of like locust swarms, he sends out swarms of light? Mirrored rend. Coming in contact with the fractured image, rends the target. Radiant scar. Jagged brand of divine light. Searing rend. Lashes out with a precise double slash aimed at his current target. So tank buster. Cool, we get to fight Lothraxion finally. Yo, sick! Alright, dude. That was just dungeons, okay? Which, you know, there's a little bit of spoilers in there, but I wouldn't say it was anything too crazy. You guys want to look at the raids? I want to look at the raids. So I can finally just, like, stop having to fucking stave off fucking spoilers from asshats who want to tell me what the bosses are. Alright, here we go. The raids. Midnight. So let's look at the world bosses. Cragpine. Ancient as the cliffs themselves, Cragpine has slumbered for centuries beneath a canopy of towering pines. Now stirred by the careless intrusion of mortals, he rises to defend his glade, bending the forest itself to his will. Oh, he's like a forest giant who summons Treants. Ancient Seeds. Cool. Forest Sentinel Savage Longbow. Kind of a mid-shield. Ramblestalker's Feathered Cowl. Ooh, that's dope. I like the red eyes that it gives you. That's fucking sick. Host Commander's Cask. So these are raid items. Raid set items. And a trinket. Forgotten Farstrider's Insignia. Lua Shawl. While the Light Bloom in Eversong has devastated much of the native wildlife, a few creatures have instead been strengthened by its power. Lua Shawl has grown to gargantuan size from the surging holy energy and is now as dangerous as it is beautiful. It's grown to gargantuan size from the surging holy energy. For those of you very familiar with my theories, that sure makes me think of what I believe about Galakrond. Gargantuan size. Tyr wouldn't do experiments with light. Come on. Oathbinder's not an indication of what he sought to control. Come on. Fake news. It could be fake. Dawnfire Breath, Dawncray's Halo, Radiant Sunder, Radiant Flare. That's cool. It's like the mount that you get. Dawncray's Beast Cleaver. That's pretty cool. It's got like a dragon hawk on it. Scepter of Unbound Light. Radiant Eversong Scepter. And then more of the same loot. Predaxis. We've seen all these transmog pieces. Encroaching Shadow Signet. This is a stat stick, Forgotten Farstrider's Insignia. That could end up being pretty good. Glutted on the writhing Voidstorm spawn. Predaxis stalks the wilds hunting for prey. It does not rest. It does not reason. It devours with a hunger as insatiable as the dark. Ah, it's a Hydra beast thing, of course. That's pretty sick looking, dude. It's cool. And lastly, Thorn Belon. Yo, is that like a Venus flytrap looking ass boss? What the fuck? He's the pangolin skeleton. Once a docile creature known to roam Herendar's southern wilds, Thorn Belon was forever changed when it became afflicted by the light bloom. The enraged beast must now be killed before it runs rampant across the surrounding wetlands. Scintillating shard hurls light-infused shard towards a location. Radiant moat, shredding tendrils, rending claw, dazzling radiance. Cascade of light. Beastly blossom barb. Yo, that's kind of sick. That's cool. I like that. That's almost like rose themed. He looks like a cool gator plant. Yeah. Wish I could grow things to gargantuan size with light, am I right? Blooming thorn blade. That's like a, oh my god, that's sick. That is fucking sick. It's like a flower-based rapier. Oh. That's fucking dope. Yeah, Gorgron vibes. Yeah, like growing out of control botany vibes. Skulking Nettle Dirk. It's a funny name. Okay. Alright. The Dream Rift. Here we go, dude. One boss, Chimeris the Undreamt God. The Dream Rift exists deep within the Rift of Aln, where the dreams of Alnhara took form long ago. Wonder if that's another name for like Azeroth or if that's separate. Dark manifestations have grown within the Rift in Alnhara's absence. Okay. Devouring each other in an endless cycle. Even the brave Herenir dare not delve too deep, for now something greater and more terrible lurks within the Dream Rift's depths. When Alnhara was taken from her cradle, only pain and madness were left to shape the chaos of the Rift. The cradle. In the Rift. Chimeris feasted on the void left behind. Gorging itself on other nightmarish manifestations. Now it stands as the monster within the Rift, a being of agony and rage. Whoa. What the fuck? What the fuck? Oh, dude, it has like gross extra appendages. Half bat, fucking almost dreadlord wings, half like fucking butterfly moth wings. Weird light colors on it. Fucked up face, dude. It's like half moose, half wolf. Ugh, that's gross. Colossal horrors, which look like memories. Haunting essences. Hopefully these are placeholders, and they're gonna, I don't know. It's just the, we've seen these before. Look at its abilities. Stage 1, insatiable hunger. Consume, cannibalized essence. Rift emergence. Coalesced manifestations. Rift sickness. Each coalesced manifestation in the Aln radiates, I think it's supposed to say rift, radiates energy to all players, causing them to absorb healing. Aln Shroud. The manifestation shrouds itself in Aln energy. So this is what, Azeroth, like, dream? What is this? It's like Azerite colored fucking manifestations, and it's in Aln energy. What does that mean? Is that memory energy? What is that? Because they look like this, like World Soul memories. This boss is definitely inspired by some Appalachian legends. I don't know anything about that, but I believe you. Chimeris feasts on any manifestations in reality within its reach, gaining cannibalized essence for every manifestation consumed. What the fuck is this goddess? Aln Dust Upheaval. It opens a rift and slams into the ground, doing nature damage and causing players to gain Aln Sight. When players are covered in Aln dust, it allows them to attack manifestations in the Aln for 40 seconds. So you have to soak something to get the buff to fight the things. Corrupted Devastation. Aln Dust Essences. And it does nature damage. Rift Shroud. protected by a shroud of rift energy. Strange. Aln cast Rift Bloom. Aln cured, Aln forged, Aln woven, Aln scorned. Ooh, that's a cool two-handed staff. That's normal. Let's look at the mythic loot. It looks exactly the same, at least as of right now. Hope that'll stay the same. Tome of Aln Scorned Regret. Please do not modify these. I'm reading the wrong thing. I'm reading factory issued Plex Hammer. I wish I could turn off the comparison. Cool tome. I can't really see it underneath. It almost looks like an Arathi tome. Tome of Aln Scorn Regret. Are you certain you wish to understand the Aln Scorn? To make their pain your own? Scorn Scarred Shulka's Belt. Scornbane Waist Guard. Greaves of the Unformed. Oh, that's a sick belt. Gaze of the Alnseer. Undreamt God's Oozing Vestige. Gaze of the Alnseer. There are some places the faithful dare not look. And undreamt God's Oozing Vestige. The ooze never seems to stop. Eerie Iridescent Rift Shroom. When Alnhara was taken from her cradle, which we don't know what Alnhara is, the goddess of the Rift of Aln, only pain and madness were left to shape the chaos of the Rift. So the Rift is naturally chaotic. Alnhara existed there and gave shape to it, basically kind of ordering it in a way. And when she was taken, only pain and madness were left. So Chimeris, a being that lives in the Rift or near it, feasts on the void left behind, gorging itself on other nightmarish manifestations. So something was taken from its original place that causes this corruption. Something that would give shape to the chaos of the Rift. Now it stands as the monster within the Rift, a being of agony and rage. The Rift, yeah, the Rift could be the result of, like, the damaged cradle. And it might have been that the chaos existed there because she was taken. So she's there in the cradle, right? So everything is normal, it's fine. When she's taken, though, the Rift is created, potentially a wound, as I think it's been referred to as, I think Maria Hamilton called it that, left in chaos. And unfortunately, there is a void left as a result, leading to nightmarish manifestations. Interesting. Rift sickness. So is Alnhara the world soul? We don't know. We don't know. Let's not get into that. Let's go with what we have on the screen that we have, because there are people that I'm sure have looked at the Herendir storyline, and I don't want to hear anything about it, please. Please, please. So that's the Dream Rift. Interesting. Dream Rift exists within the Rift of Aln, where the dreams of Alnhara took form. They've grown within the Rift in Alnhara's absence. So it sounds like the cradle was in the Rift. I don't know that the Rift is the result of of her being removed from the cradle. Dream Rift, Cradle, and Rift of Aln. I'm gonna have to pay attention and understand the meanings. Can you look at the Dream Rift and then Purged Landing? Okay, let's look at the Void Spire. Yeah, the possibilities could be fucking nuts. It could be nuts. Let's look at Void Spire. Ooh, what's that? Interesting. Okay, so this is the second raid, which has 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 6 bosses. Last one's called Crown of the Cosmos. From high above the Void Storm, Xalatath has gathered the devouring host beneath her dark banner. A towering void spire, which looks fucking crazy, by the way, looms like a spear of darkness, a citadel guarded by an army of the void. The forces of the light, led by Illyria Windrunner and the champions of Azeroth, must rally for one last desperate assault before all is lost. Imperator of Verzian. Imperator of Verzian wages a relentless campaign seeking not conquest, but annihilation. His entire will is bent on a singular ambition, to rend the veil between worlds and carve a breach into the void itself. Through this wound, his infinite host shall pour forth, drowning Azeroth in darkness. Holy fuck. Holy fuck. This dude looks sick. Abyssal Gatekeepers, Void Maw, Shadowguard Stalwart, Obscurian Endwalker, Dark Tear, Void Rift, Abyssal Portal, Voidbound Malice. This guy looks sick. Weight of Command, Sunstrike Rifle. That's a dope fucking weapon. These are pretty cool. These are almost like interesting. They're like light. They're like almost like a Wrathy themed, like Dominar weapons. Oh, that's a sick helmet. Devouring Knight's Visage. Sick. I like the horns. That's like that one boss out of fucking, you know, the fucking one boss from the Dwarf Inn dungeon. Storm fucking Rook one. You know the one. Light Judge Spalders. This is Paladin tier. That looks fucking sick. Imperator's Banner. Robes of the Voidbound. Light's March Bracers. Endless March Wastrap. Almost looks Titanic, or even like Dwarvish. Sabatons of Obscurement. Void Claimed Shin Kickers. Light Company. I don't know how to say that word. Guidon? I have no idea. Imperator's Torment Crystal. So does he put things in there and torments motherfuckers inside of it, or does he use it? Alright. Voracious. A colossal predator born in the wastes of the Voidstorm. Voracious grew to an incredible size, fueled by an endless hunger. Interesting how there are similarities to other things that I read earlier, but with light instead. Summoned to the battle, raging at the base of the Void Spire by Voidlight Everdawn. This colossal monster now feasts on both sides. Yeesh. Inescapable Reach. Cool polearm. Hungering Victory. Oh, it's like a broken sword. Broken sword. That's fucking sick. That command didn't seem to do anything. Console always compare item 0. I typed that in, that didn't do anything. Belt looks a bit like Sargeras's. It actually does. That's a, yeah. Yeah. In his Titanic form. I love the broken sword. That's sick. Grimoire of the Eternal Light. Frenzy's Rebuke. Interesting. Void-skinned Bracers. Voracious Wrist Wraps. Parasite Stompers. No, it's okay, Momo. I appreciate you trying to help. I'll just let you know it didn't work for whatever reason. Heart of Ancient Hunger. The antenna has a chance to draw... a chance to detect and draw ambient arcane energy towards you. The heart wants to consume arcane energy. Ooh, that's a big boy. That's a wall boss. That's a big ass boy. I'm fixing all my mogs before I do anything. They're in your custom sets if you don't know. You can just grab them from there. Godzilla! You're reading the wrong one again? You read the antenna from second boss? Oh, you're right. It's because of this goddamn comparison, bro. I read the fucking wrong thing. The right thing says Heart of Ancient Hunger, your attacks have a chance to increase your crit chance, diminishing over 12 seconds. Okay, that's significantly less interesting, but hey, whatever. Fallen King Salhadar, this motherfucker. You get to see this bozo-ass bitch again. What does it say? After turning on Xalatath, the fallen King Salhadar has become a captive of the very Shadow Guard he once commanded. So that's kind of a spoiler. Tortured, delirious, and infused with cosmic void. They kind of specify that. Capital C, cosmic. He awaits his death or a chance to win his people's freedom from Xalatath's grasp. Yeah, you done fucked up, idiot. Does look kind of sick, though. Concentrated void, fractured image. Fallen King Salhadar. Dumbass bitch. Desperate measures, concentrated void, reckless infusion, galactic miasma, torturous residue, uncontainable cosmos, pure cosmic energy escape from Salhadar in several directions. Shattered twilight, fractured projection, fractured image, creates a pool of torturous residue, cosmic energy from the nether envelops an image, protecting it from crowd control and interrupting effects. Despotic command. Asserts authority over several players, inflicting cosmic damage every 1 second to players within 5 yards of afflicted players. When this aura is removed, Salhadar shrouds the wearer in oppressive darkness and creates a pool of torturous residue at the wearer's location. Twisting obscurity, tessence, oppressive darkness, instability. This cosmic instability contaminates his current target. Interesting. Let's look at his loot. Blade of the Final Twilight. Tormentor's bladed fists. I hate the fist weapons in this game. Crown of the fractured tyrant. Ribbon of coiled malice. Despotic raiment. I don't think it'll be a repeat of his last fight. That'd be ridiculous. Yeah, salad bar. Twisted twilight sash. Volatile void infuser. And wraps of cosmic madness. Is it mad to sacrifice your word for victory? Desperately unravel yourself over 2 seconds to unleash a barrage of 12 cosmic missiles at your target, increased by your haste, which deals 6,700 cosmic damage split between nearby enemies. Allied deaths induce further madness, reducing the cooldown by 60 seconds. I have a feeling that's a dog shit trinket. Veilgore and Ezorak. Born as clutchmates in the Red Dragonflight, Veilgore and Ezorak were once the guardians of all living things. Now, twisted by the dark will of Xalatath, all that remains of their former selves is their unyielding bond to one another. Ooh, they look sick. They almost look like infinite dragons, especially this one. Interesting. Yeah, Thorin, I will. Draconic Duo. It's been a while since we've had a duo dragon boss. I think there was one in Bastion of Twilight. Or maybe it was it BOT or was that it was BOT, yeah? Yeah. And I think they were Twilight dragons. So Dread Breath, Null Beam, Veil Wing, and I'm not gonna read all these. Void Howl, Gloom, Rackfang, Midnight Flames. Shadow damage, Shadow Flames. Xalatath shows up in this fight. Clutchmates share a link, increasing damage done by 100% if the remaining health diverges by at least 10% of total health. Or are closer than 15 yards. To each other. Of each other. Oh, weird. Twilight Fury upon removal. Draconic Anger knows no bounds. Really? Draconic Anger knows no bounds, chat. The fuck? Yo, Normsh, thanks for subbing with a Prime for 2 months. Noru and Porkins, thanks for the follows, guys. The effect stacks. Twilight Fury. Xalatath, Midnight Manifestation. So she shows up. Cosmosis. Cosmosis. Funny, like osmosis. Lightbound Vanguard helps us, though, with a Radiant Barrier against the manifestation of Midnight. Aura of Light. This is on Mythic, and there doesn't seem to be too many mechanics, but I'm also not opening everything. Let's look at the loot. Clutchmate's Caress. That's a fucking dope hammer. Emblazoned Sunglaive, which reads, the light of the sun and the fires of vengeance all burn the same. Bro, the light of the sun and the fires of vengeance all burn the same. Okay, dude. So Sargeras is a really pissed off dragon, bent on vengeance, who represents the power of the sun. Just what I've been saying. We'll see. We'll see. We'll see. We'll see. He's mad. Real mad. Null Walker's Dread Epaulettes. Draconic Null Cape. Gloom Spattered Dread Scale. And Veilgore's Final Stare. Voidbound Holding Cell. Ugh. Everyone has imprisonment. Okay, next. Light Blinded Vanguard. Once Paragons of the Light, Sen, Bellamy, and Lightblood have surrendered to their own blinding zealotry. Their faith perverted into a ruthless fanaticism that now compels them to smite all who oppose them. Wonder why that happened. Wonder why that happened. Look, it's Yrel. Lamau, just kidding. That's War Chaplain Sen, General Amius Bellamy, and Commander Vanel Lightblood. So we've got Draenei, we've got Arathi, and we've got Blood Elves. Zealous Spirit. A member of the Light-Blinded Vanguard is emboldened by a Zealous Spirit, increasing their damage done. Spirit of the Mender. Spirit of the Defender. Spirit of the Vindictive. Retribution. Aura of Wrath. Execution Sense. So this guy is a Ret Paladin. This one is a Prot Paladin. And this one is a Holy Paladin, I would assume. Yeah. It's effectively what this is. Tyr's Wrath. Aura of Peace. And Divine Shield. They're gonna fucking use Bubble on us. They all have fucking Bubble. Except Commander Vanel Lightblood. Okay, let's look at their loot. Bellamy's Final Judgment. That's kind of crazy. What a crazy-ass mace. Blade of the Blind Verdict. The Light's Flame spares no one. Vanel Lightblood. Another cool sword. They're gonna Bubble Hearth away. They actually could. Blooming Barklight Spalders. War Chaplain's Grips. Almost look like Fel. I see anything as green as Fel, automatically. Lightblood Greaves. Bond of Light, which is a ring. And Litany of Light Blind Wrath. Are you with the light? Tattered Vanguard Banner. So that's already hinting at what is to come with the light, potentially. Maybe not all of them, but some of them. And then lastly, final boss of the Void Spire, Crown of the Cosmos. High atop the Void Spire, Xalatath marshals her dark army from across the Void Storm. Aided by Turalian, Eretor, and Illyria, the mortals of Azeroth must confront her before she unleashes the might of the Void Spire against her enemies. So what is Crown of the Cosmos? Oh. That's Illyria Windrunner. Morium. Demiar. Aurelis. What's the story here? Stage 1, the Void Spire. Silver Strike Arrow. Illyria marks a player. Oh, so it appears that she fully corrupts or gets control of Illyria Windrunner here. I mean, she's been illustrating for a while that she has the ability to fuck with her head. So we're gonna fight Illyria Windrunner, which is fucking crazy. Orbiting Matter Stage 2, that's Crushing Singularity, Stellar Emission. My fucking game crashed. God damn it. It said Illyria was helping, though? Well, I think that's how it shows up initially. Come on! And that's how we lose. People that want us to lose, that's how it happens. We'll be fighting Illyria and the game will just disconnect. GG easy. No re. It'll be just like that. Into the void. This fucking sucks. This is gonna take forever to get back in now. Watch. Anyone else disconnect? Anyone else on A52 or anything? Made me think she was doing some void clone shit or something. Could have. A52 crashed. I'm still in. Are you on A52? Still here, but I'm on KT. I'm on A52, but I didn't DC. Okay, I see. So you're just like superior or something. You're just like better than us. Cool. Cool. I see you. I hope it lets me back in. Norwegian internet? Bro, come on now, bro. I got a gig up and a gig down. With our Nobel Prize. Oh, don't get me started, dog. Haven't DC'd once, but I can't get the quest for the Twilight Highlands stuff. Well, I don't think that starts till next week, right? Doesn't that start on the 27th? Blizzard made a blue post why the maintenance was so long. Many bugs that they needed to fix ASAP. And there are still 2 bugs that get fixed later in the week. 27th is the event. Here we go. Well, shit. Goddamn shit. Every time I hit save T-Mog, it charges me and doesn't save. Stop hitting it then. You should stop doing that. First bug, charter neighborhoods weren't able to start endeavors properly, so charter neighborhoods will remain disabled until we can resolve this. Endeavors should work as expected for all kinds of other neighborhoods. Is our guild a charter neighborhood, or is that a guild neighborhood, right? That's different. Second bug, due to an unforeseen issue with the item level squish, some commodities in the auction house, like profession materials, aren't purchasable. We've got the issue identified and a fix on the way in the next day or so. That's good. Guild neighborhoods are different. That's not a charter neighborhood. Okay. People are running in place. Server is struggling. Damn, bro. We were on the final boss, too. We were just about to talk about the good, the juicy shit. God damn. Aegon is gone? What is gone? Did you do any transmog stuff yet? I did at the beginning. It was good. I liked it. It seems a bit expensive initially, but like that it'll be a good change in the long run. There's some really cool customization stuff. Bag add-on? You mean Bagnon? I don't use that anyway. I don't give a fuck. Sorry for your loss, though. I haven't used Bagnon in a long time. You needed 3912 Mythic Plus rating to get the 0.1% Mythic Plus title. That's high. It's also 0.1%. That's big dick. It's like plus 20s, plus 23s and shit. I don't give a fuck. I'm sorry for your loss. I don't know how to treat it. I feel it sucks, but also it doesn't, you know. I'm sure there's some customization about Bagnon that people enjoy. I don't use it, so it doesn't. I don't know what additional, you know, functionality it gives. I have no idea. Yeah, that's too high. What do you mean it's too high? It's the percentage. It's percentage based. I don't get the whole too high thing. I don't follow. Restarting the game helped you? Were you on A52 as well? I restarted and got stuck on the same screen. God damn it. Normally the 0.1% is not that high, but I guess the player base is lower this season than the previous one. I mean, the player base is higher this season than the previous one. Hence the higher peak number. It wouldn't be 3,900 if they were lower. It'd be higher. Mr. Statistics over here. I'll fight you, dude. You guys want to know of a vegetable that has fractals in it, by the way? Who here has had Romanesca? Or Romanesco? Romanesco, whatever the fuck this shit's called. Check this out. It's got... Come on. Come on, camera. You can do it. It's like little fractals, dude. It's like a mini version of itself, and it's just the same pattern over and over again. It's fucking weird, bro. That was made by the Titans. Weed? Have you ever fucking seen weed? Doesn't look like weed. I mean, I guess it does kind of look like a bud a little bit. That's a nug. All right, back to this. Midnight. Okay, the Void Spire, final boss is what we were looking at. Crown of the Cosmos. Illyria Windrunner begins the fight held back by undying sentinels from the Void. She periodically strikes out at friend and foe alike with both Void effects and Silver Strike Arrow. So it seems like she's succumbing to madness. When the Rift Simulacrum is shattered, which I don't know what the fuck that is, Illyria crashes into the platform and creates a Rift Simulacrum to assault her enemies in Call of the Void and Ranger General's Mark. When the Rift Simulacrum is shattered, Illyria releases her full Void abilities upon all players. So Xalatath lives? Would that even be remotely surprising? Okay, so we have all these abilities. I'm not going to read them all right now. Call of the Void. So we're going to, effectively looks like we're going to fight Illyria Windrunner and a host of Void entities that, you know, so she's at risk of becoming full-blown corrupted. I bet only the love of her son will save her. We'll get some, like, fucking cutscene or something. Someone's going to sacrifice themselves or some shit. That'd be crazy. I did go through the dungeons, yeah. If everyone would catch up to them, the 0.1% rating would be even higher. That's fine, but at least more of us would be 3,900. But why? You'd gain nothing being 3,900. I do not understand this fucking argument that's happening in my chat right now. What the fuck? How about you just do higher level keys and stop complaining? What the fuck is this? What are we talking about? The fuck? The top 0.1% was 3,900. Also, Season 2 was 3.8, by the way, and that was lower. Which would mean that this season, they're higher. This is a fucking idiotic conversation. Can we please move on? Some of y'all don't understand percentage and math, okay? It's okay. It's all right. Math is... Everyone can't be astronauts, you know what I'm saying? All right, here we go. The last raid. March on Quell de Nas. Did we check her loot? No. I should check her loot. Thank you. Erator's Swift Remembrance, which is the same sword I've been seeing throughout the fucking raid. I wonder why it's not more unique loot. Turalian's False Echo. Ranger Captain's Lethal Recurve. Blood Elven themed bow. Gaze of the Unrestrained. Yo, that looks metal. Sunbound Breastplate. Untethered Berserker's Grips. The one place she could let go was in battle. At least before. Hate-Tide Waist Chain. Nightblade's Pantaloons. Canopy Walker's Foot Wraps for feet that never touch the earth. Locust Walker's Ribbon. Do you wish to learn more of the Void? It has many lessons to teach us amongst its maddening whispers. Pretty sure that's a quote from 1,000 Years of War. Ranger Captain's Iridescent Insignia. And very rare, Eternal Voidsong Chain. Voidsong is the name of that Void Staff that Xalatath was apparently bestowed, or that Dimensius bestowed to the fucking old gods or whatever the fuck, or to Xalatath at the height of the Black Empire, whatever the fuck that was. Dealing shadow damage has a chance to unleash a Voidstalker Sting. Dealing 3,700 shadow damage to your target, okay. And bonus loot, Devouring Host Ritual Engine. You can also fly to the border of Ghostlands and see Windrunner Spire and some of the Void Sky. Cool. All right, here's the final raid. This is the one that the final boss got spoiled for me. Let's see if it was true. March on Quell de Nas. Darkness has eclipsed the Isle of Quell de Nas, darkening the skies above Silvermoon. With Erator the Redeemer by their side, the champions of Azeroth must march on the Sunwell before the light of the Blood Elves is lost forever. Beleren, Child of Alar, which we know about. One of the last clutch of Alar, Beleren was raised for the purpose of protecting the Isle of Quell de Nas. In the aftermath of the Void Spire, Beleren has been irradiated by Void. Confused and freshly hatched, the Phoenix is focused on its sole task: keep any invaders from reaching the Sunwell. It's got a bunch of light-themed, or void-themed, Void Light Convergence. Beleren takes hold of the light and void within, erupting with twilight damage. Light Feather, Void Feather. Interesting. Immortal Flame, Embers of Beleren, Light Ember, Void Ember. This is going to be a complicated fucking fight. Radiant Echoes. Concentrated light and void energy that passes through any barriers. Light Echo, Void Echo. There's so much of this gold and blue contrast. The soul is made up of fucking light and void. Guardian's Edict. Eternal Burns, Death Drop, Ashen Shell, Rebirth, Incubation of Flames. As Beleren falls, he retreats into an ashen egg and kindles the fire of rebirth, preparing to rise from the ashes after 30 seconds. If his immortal flame is not extinguished, he is reborn. Beleren periodically engulfs the arena in flames of light and void that erupt after 6 seconds. Interesting. Light and void simultaneously. That looks pretty janky, not gonna lie, dude. I wonder if that's what it actually looks like, or if this is like a dungeon journal kind of like thing. Light Dive. Heroic difficulty infused quills. I don't see anything. Maybe I missed it, but I don't see anything that's mythic specific. Even on the mythic difficulty. Light Edict, Void Edict. I don't see a mythic difficulty mechanic here. Looks like when two people spawn on each other, you don't see that in the game in front of you. Okay, I hope so. It's a journal issue. Yeah, I kind of figured. And the last one, Midnight Falls. Lura, so it was true. Fucking rat spoiled it for me. Very blue, this one. A lot less purple than she was before. Interesting. Midnight Crystal, Dusk Crystal, Dawn Crystal. Once a creature of light, Lura fell to the void long ago on Argus. Her essence, siphoned by Illyria Windrunner in the seat of the Triumvirate, freed from her bindings. So she comes out of Illyria somehow. Is Illyria Windrunner gonna fucking die? Lura's dark energies now threaten the very Sunwell itself. The Naru counts down the minutes with each harrowing toll of Death's Dirge that echoes off the sacred walls. Heaven's glaives rip and tear through armies of light as Lura conducts the infinite power held within the Dark Well to extinguish all that is holy. When midnight falls and Azeroth descends into darkness, brave torchbearers emerge from the shadows to face the Dark Archangel. Lura transfigures into an unholy weapon of godlike destruction, firing a cataclysmic blast that inflicts 31 million cosmic damage to all players, and fight to see another sunrise. The final toll, bask in the dark, iris of oblivion, midnight falls. The clock ticks, the sun sets, the candle burns. Always bring your candle. Bask in the dark. The light fades. Bathe in its absence. Black aperture. Extinction ray. Oblivion's mirror. Lura converges galactic energy into potent beams and cosmic damage. The Dark Well. The colossal void beam instantly vaporizes any player within the Dark Well. Death shudder. Rings of void emanate outward from the Dark Well. Iris of oblivion. Gaze beyond. Witness fate unravel. Bro, these are sick intermission descriptions. What the fuck? These are fucking sick. Iris of oblivion. Exerting a cosmic grip upon all players, pulling them with her into the heart of the Dark Well. Surrounding iris of infinite void causes any player attempting to escape to be shred atom from atom. Shatterglass. Lura coalesces dark spikes that plummet upon several players. Fractured shards erupt outwards, inflicting cosmic damage. Dark meltdown. Lura galvanizes the Dark Well's power, culminating in an apocalyptic overload that inflicts 300,000 cosmic damage to all players as they are expelled from the font. Starburst. Space-time collapses and ruptures, inflicting cosmic damage within 0 yards. Midnight falls. Time is up. Can you end the ending itself? Dark schism. Gateways to alternate dimensions unseal, inflicting 1.1 million cosmic damage within 10 yards. Lura transcends, diverging her being into two. A violent division inflicts 310,000 cosmic damage. Dimension breach, dimension link. Collision between players in opposite realms trigger an atom-shredding rupture. These ability descriptions are fucking... These are gas, dude. What the fuck? Lura's beings interconnect through the fabrics of reality, inflicting 100% of the damage taken to each other. The Dark Archangel. Lura transfigures into an unholy weapon of godlike destruction. Black Tide. Abyssal shadows cascade from the dark well. Midnight. True darkness suffocates any player forsaken within, reducing movement speed by 10% and inflicting 2.5 million shadow damage stacking. Torchbearer. Any player carrying a dawn crystal becomes a beacon of hope for their allies, emitting protective light within 12 yards. Where hope exists, we make room for healing. For all things that are possible, some that are not. Death's Requiem. Lura sings a dreadful melody before marking players with a dark rune corresponding to each note. Collision between marked players activates each dark rune. Oh no, dude. Oh no, it's Star Augur. It's like Star Augur. Inflicting cosmic damage every second. Upon activation, triggers either Dark Toll or Dissonant Dirge. A transcendent tune resonates through the chamber, inflicting cosmic damage within 3 yards of the target. And a grim clamor echoes through the chamber, inflicting 252,000 cosmic damage to all players every 1 second for 5 seconds. Oof. Oof. We don't want to collide, I don't think. We want to avoid each other, which is technically the opposite of what happened in Star Augur. But we all fucking blow up. Light Siphon. Lura invokes stellar portals for up to 24 seconds. Every half second, energy is abducted from players within 6 yards, inflicting cosmic damage and draining the portal's power. If the portal expires before its hunger for light is satiated, a stellar implosion is triggered, which collapses space-time. Dark Constellation. Dark stars strike down, inflicting cosmic damage. The stars interconnect with luminous void, inflicting cosmic damage to players within the patterns. It's gonna draw a constellation on the ground. You have to fucking get out of it. Heaven's Lance. Lura regenerates a halo of glass ornaments over time. Upon reaching 5 applications, her next melee attack forges the glass into spikes that fire into the target. She gets her own glacial spike. Shattered Sky. Infinite darkness rains down into the chamber, inflicting shadow damage to all players. Shattered fucking Sky is what that's called. And Night Rage. The Darkwell thunders with overflowing void, inflicting cosmic damage to all players every 2 seconds. It's so blue, dude. This feels, I don't know, man. Something about this feels like, I don't know. They've shifted the color scheme of void. Ashes of Belloren, which gives you a mount, which also is scuffed and does not look correct. You get Belloren as a mount, which is fucking sick. That's mythic. Chiming Void Curio, which is the tier piece. Allah Endall, the Dawn Song. Allah Endall. Brazier of the Dissonant Dirge. Ooh, that's pretty cool. Lightless Lament. Oh, dude. Oh, that is fucking sick. Oh my god, yo. I can't, we don't have a void demon hunter in our fucking raid. Can you believe this? We do have a demon hunter, but they're not going to be playing the void spec. You gonna try Devourer? No. I mean, will I try it? Yes. Am I gonna raid on it? No. Is that mythic color? It looks like they're all the same color. I don't know if difficulty variants are in yet. Everything is the same color. That's fucking badass, dude. Literally wielding a Naru as your fucking warglaive. That is fucking badass. Dealing damage has a high chance to unleash a Heaven's Glaive. Dealing cosmic damage split between nearby enemies. Damage increased by 30% per additional enemy up to 150%. Damn. I wonder if that's going to be a lot of damage. Mask of Darkest Intent. Warlocks used to have a spell called Dark Intent. It was our raid buff. I don't think they do anymore. Oblivion Guise. Amulet of the Abyssal Hymn. Robes of Endless Oblivion. It's a warlock tier. Extinction Guard. Someone has to be the last one standing in the great cosmic conflict. Light of the Cosmic Crescendo. There was a time when her song filled hearts with hope. Shadow of the Empyrean Requiem. Doesn't have a fucking flavor text. It should. And then a very rare ring, which has a prismatic socket, and taking cosmic damage greater than 15% of your max health grants you a barrier, so it's a defensive ring. It increases avoidance while the barrier holds. This effect may occur every 30 seconds. Eye of Midnight. A lot of eye references. Chaotic Void Maw. That'd be a sick thing to put in front of your house as like the entrance to your house. Wow. Damn. Damn. Olive, stop it. Sitting here continuously nudging me with her nose because she wants my food. Very annoying. Zalatath whispers the caterpillar has become the butterfly. She is all but ours now. Makes me wonder if Zal really meant Illyria or Lura herself instead. Yeah, and fuck, it could be both simultaneously, but if, yeah. Can we check the raid sets? I mean, you guys need to change your pants at all before we do? I mean, shit. Could have been Uram. Well, the thing is, in this Sunwell raid, we have Eritor. But we don't seem to have Illyria in Turalian. I don't know, man. I don't know. You never know what could happen, but what if, like, Illyria and Turalian die in the Void Spire? Or get stuck in another place again? They could. It's a bit boring to me, but they could. Yes, Wolf. So 11-1 would mean Turalian, you mean 12-1 would mean Turalian, Mad King, Inc, and next boss? How do you come to that conclusion? I don't believe Blizz would kill them off. You just have to consider it. Doesn't matter if you believe it or not. They can still do it. It's just something that has to be considered as a possibility. When Illyria dies, he goes mad? I mean, unless they both die at the same time. Would that make it Illyria's third death, like in the Old God Whispers? Illyria has said she felt as though she's already died twice. We could have... Turalian could go crazy. But I kind of like to think that the visions that Illyria was shown aren't just all gonna come true. It's kind of like not the point of the Void visions. They're just possibilities, they're not certainties by any stretch of the imagination. Y'all should read Blood Ties. I gotta finish Blood Ties. Yeah. I like the idea that it brings if they actually decide to kill them off. Makes it feel like there are more stakes to every fight. I mean, it's not really war if no one ever fucking dies. Right? Y'all want to... Not everyone, but, you know, so I want a harder, more brutal World of Warcraft. Well... no one dies. I don't know. The brutal truth is that people fucking die in war. Sons, sisters, brothers, mothers, uncles and aunts, cousins. You fucking die in war. It's brutal. Try to avoid war whenever you can, otherwise it might be fucking you. But maybe Illyria becomes that Naru. Yeah, I mean, Illyria could effectively be the chrysalis, and maybe that's what Zaxxas was trying to say. Illyria could be the chrysalis for Lura to grow or change or fall into the void or step up in power or something like that. That would be fucking horrifying. Can you imagine Illyria like fucking like morphing from within because this fucking Naru shifts to void while like further into the void while inside her? That's fucking horrifying. Like a fucking parasite. Got into collecting D&D dice, bought an $80 set. Shit. Yeah, it's possible, Frozen. Yeah. I have a question to a different topic. Do we know how old orcs can get? Because we have 2 very old orcs now. I don't know. If I had to guess, orcs probably live just about as long as humans. At their oldest, probably like 90, 100. Humans and orcs, one of the main things about them is that they may look different, but they're super fucking similar. It says freed from her bindings in the raid journal. Does this mean the Naru's bound within Illyria? Yes. Now I'm curious how the Naru gets free. I mean, you fucking you and all of us. Yo, Matt Fed Up, thanks for the 9-month resub, by the way. Durzo, thanks for the follow. Zinthos, thanks for the follow. I'm assuming some of this stuff is gonna happen in cutscenes. What if she's just bound to the bow? It's not a bow. That's a warglaive. So that you know, I get it. What you're trying to say, maybe contextually with Illyria, but it's a warglaive. So it wasn't just Illyria that the Sunwell was reacting to. It was the essence of Lura during the Void Elf Allied Race questline. Yeah, I kind of figured that was kind of. I kind of thought that was obvious. Like that's. It's not like Illyria has a reason to cause the Sunwell to innately react to her. I mean, this is after she takes in the essence of the Naru. I kind of figured that was a bit of a given. So yeah. But I agree. Yes, that would be the case. It's reacting to the void essence of the Naru within. And you know, don't forget that Muru's essence was placed in the Sunwell. I'd assume she consumed Lura. I didn't realize that Lura survived. Yeah, I guess the way that I I took it from the Legion campaign was that she absorbed Lura's essence into her. But I guess I never really thought about that as, like, being gone. The color of the shards in the raid are interesting. We looked at them before. Midnight, which is very blue. Dusk, it's very reddish and almost like purple, which kind of reminds me of Shadow Flame, to be honest. Shadow Flame, I guess that would make sense. And then Dawn. So, you know, Azeroth, Sargeras or something. And I don't know if you wanted to make a parallel, but fire equals sun equals dawn. I mean, dusk is also, the sun is up technically when dusk is happening too, but dawn is like a new day, right? So you have dusk, setting of the sun, midnight, and then dawn, right? So it's about like a cycle, you know what I mean? Midnight looks silver to me. I mean, it's definitely blue, but, you know, whatever. We have always assumed that once Void consumes, it automatically destroys. I wouldn't say we. I don't think everyone shares that belief. I think there's evidence to the contrary. Most importantly, Sargeras equals sun, perhaps. Or it could be Azeroth. Let me open my vault real quick. Oh, and then I'm gonna take a look at the transmog sets. I forgot. Can we turn her back into light at the end of the Sunwall raid? I don't know, maybe. We've seen that stuff before, but it typically requires sacrifice. Okay, let's look at the is it best to look at this through a transmog window, maybe? Yeah, I'm pretty sure that WoW generally still operates within things like the law of conservation of energy and mass. Sets. Do I have to do it through the raid? What's the best way to look at them? Collections? So this is Paladin. Whoa, that's some sick gear. That's from Voidstorm. Dungeon gear, midnight equipment. Garb of Harati. Some new Thalassian equipment. I like that. Silver Moon stuff. Ooh, that's nice. Yo, a lot of like casual Blood Elf wear. I fuck with this. Ooh, that's nice. Dude, that's like Illyria stuff. Those look good. I like all the color variants, to be honest. Those look nice. That looks different. Quest rewards. Drop, epic crafting. Orange, blue, yellow. Campaign and Prey. Dungeon equipment. World boss, delves, noun. That's nice. The Voidstorm gear is nice. I like that. Midnight Season 1, Gladiator and Elite. Meh. Voidspire Normal. Raid Finder. Heroic. Mythic. Ooh, Mythic looks fucking nice, dude. Ooh, I like that. Nice. Let's look at Warrior. Rage of the Night Ender. Some crazy horns on that shit. It's like almost like a mammoth. Raid Finder. Heroic. Mythic. I like the extra fire on Mythic. That's cool. It's a pretty decent set. Gladiator and Elite. Share all the other same gear. Hunter. Primal Sentry's Camouflage. Raid Finder. I like the shoulder guards on this and the boots. I like the boots a lot. I really like the boots. It's nice. Normal. Heroic. Ooh, the heroic variant is nice. Dude, the green is a nice glow. Mythic. I fuck with that. I don't really like how the belt is clipping through the chest piece. Or the legs. Clipping in WoW. Rogue. Motley of the Grim Jest. Raid Finder. Shoulders on this are nice. I like all the daggers all over it. It's almost like Jester gear, yeah. Grim Jest. And like the arms. Normal. I like the normal color variant a lot. That's nice. I really like the teal with the dark red and gold accents. That's very nice. Almost reminds me of like broker gear. Heroic. There's no boots. And Mythic. Mythic looks alright. This is like a very common, I feel like, rogue color scheme that you get with Mythic. You get a lot of grays, dark blues, reds, so on and so forth. Galactic Gladiator's leather, so Glad and Elite. Man, that looks real nice. Midnight leather armor. Ooh, this is nice. I fuck with this, the midnight leather armor set. That's cool looking. It's called, I think it's called a Blizz Move. Firefly. Priest. Blind Oath's Burden. Wow, that is so sick. Oh my god, it's like Valkyr themed. Oh, dude. Oh, it's like Kyrian Valkyr, dude. Oh, it's like a burning blade, too. That is fucking sick. That is one of the... Dude, priests are so fucking spoiled, dude. I can't even fucking fathom it, man. Priests have some of the coolest sets in the whole game, man. Whoa. Heroic. And Mythic. Nice. Nice. Gladiator and Elite. Ooh, the Elite set is fucking sick. Cloth. Oh, it has like it has like Naru shoulder shit that sprouts from it, like Void Elf shit. That's crazy. Midnight Dungeon cloth. Midnight cloth. It's nice. Okay, Death Knight. Ooh. Ooh. Death Knights always get pretty cool gear too. Damn, I like the icy blue. That's dope. Kind of ghostly, ghastly green. These three are kind of close to each other. This is nice. I think the color contrast on this one is nicer than normal. Yeah, it's nice. I like that one. And Mythic purple. They're all going to be purple, of course. Purple and gold. I like it. It's a robe, but they'll probably give you legs. You know, a lot of times they'll give you like a... I don't know. Sometimes they'll give you like a chest piece that isn't a robe. Yeah, this set with the frost axe from the trader. Yeah, that would look nice. That would look real fucking nice. Ooh, the green is interesting. Very Maldraxxus vibes. Oh, and of course they gotta have the red and black, dude. That's tight. I like that. That's pretty sick. Looks like you have a spine on your fucking arms. Chains on the belt. The black and red's timeless. Raid Finder Shaman looks like some Iridacron type shit. We will get there. Alright, next we have Shaman. Raid Finder. Yep. This is like primal. Yep, primal. I mean, it's primal core, so this is going to be primal elemental stuff. So you see earth, yes, but you also see what I perceive as like light and lightning. I think that's really important to keep in mind that like Iridacron, I don't think is just an earth dragon. Lightning is all about grounding and connecting with the earth as well. So, it's a pretty sick set. I like this. Normal, more like magma. Very nice. I like that. Heroic. Ooh, green. Nice. Very almost like naturey or felly. Yellow takes it to fell for me. That's a nice set. I like that. And mythic. Ooh, yeah. The spirit blue. Spirit blue with the browns and darker reds and golds. Standard color palette for shaman nowadays. Very nice. I like that. Glad set and elite set. That looks okay. Don't mind that. Let's look at the male gear. Chain armor. I like the headpiece. The, like, plume. That's nice. I like that. Oh, yeah. Midnight Mail. Looks decent. Mage. Voidbreaker's Accordance. Yeah, it looks okay. It looks okay. I picked the right time to switch away from Mage, Lamau. I mean, it looks alright. I kind of like this color scheme. And the Mythic set is pretty dope. Ignore my jewelry. That's because I'm Blood Elf, so, you know, that wouldn't normally be there. The helm's pretty cool. Looks like some kind of texture glitch right there, though. That's not how that's supposed to look, I'm quite certain. I do like the shoulders a lot. And I like how the ribbons kind of, like, float up. Almost like anti-gravity. Ooh, interesting. I really like that color scheme. That's different. That is different. I like that. It's kind of weird, but... Ooh, and the elite looks nice. That's almost like priestly, to be honest. Okay. Warlock. Kidding me? Reign of the Abyssal Immolator. Dude, what the fuck? Look at those shoulders, dog. What the fuck? That's badass, man. Fuck, you know, fuck warlocks, man. Yo, what the fuck? Warlocks are fucking spoiled, bro. Always, dude. These guys have always got the best transmog sets, man. I've never benefited from that. What the fuck? That's sick. Gladiator. Looks okay. Elite. I'm PvPing on my Warlock, bro. I have to get that. I have to get that. I have to get that. I can't let another elite set like this go just by the wayside. I have to get that. I have to get that. I have to acquire that. I have to acquire that. That is absolutely necessary for my existence. I need that. I need that. I let the Sargeras Demon Hunter set go. I can't do it again. I have to have this. Wow. That is... Wow. That's one of the best sets in all of World of Warcraft, in my opinion. That is fucking gorgeous. What the fuck, man? I have to have that. I gotta have that. Damn. Damn. Alright, Monk. Way of Raden's Chosen. Bro. Bro. That's fucking sick. It's like Mogu themed almost. Dude, the clipping of the belt through the fucking back piece is so bad. Ugh. Just delete the chest clips too. Gross. Oh, I have to get that on my monk. I need this. That's the monk color palette right there. Beautiful cyan with the bright reds and the whites and the fucking light gold accents, dude. Oh, that is fucking sick. Armored shins and ankles, but the exposed just wrapped feet. That's fucking nice, man. That's a sick set. And then it's purple. You know, it's purple. The mythic sets are just kind of like, they're not that great anymore. To be honest with you, I think like a lot of heroic sets look better than mythic sets now. What do you guys think? When they theme the mythic set to just be like the color of the raid, like it's not that exciting for me. You can just kind of count them that they're all purple. But I'm not complaining because I don't do mythic anymore. So you know what, dude? I'll happily take heroic and everything that comes before it and be just fucking happy about it. You know what I mean? I'm not that butthurt. I'm not butthurt. No. I'm fine. So fine. All right. Ooh, dude, I like this like Cloud Strike blue and the orange. It's kind of like weird, but I like it. The belt is the wrong belt. That's not the right color for that belt, to be certain. I kind of like that. And then elite. Ooh, that's nice. The red. You can never go wrong with the nice red. Oh, yeah. Okay, let's look at Druid. Sprouts of the Luminous Bloom. Druids get a lot of good sets. I think this is actually pretty nice. It's intricate. I like the hip things. I like the spikes on the gauntlets, all the leaf work. I like the shoulders. I like the horns. I like how they're doing more sets that have got that. And it's not just like fucking moose horns. It's like they almost look like demonic. Raid Finder. Ooh. Wow, that's almost like Halloween-esque. I like that. Purple and the orange is nice. Ullman, thanks for the follow. Driving Blank, thanks for the follow. Heroic, okay. More green, a little more luminous. And mythic. I mean, I kind of like this one. This is more blue than purple. I like the white on it. That's real nice. I like the white tips. That's cool. Overall, you know, not bad. But I think there's better druid sets. In my opinion. Ooh, I really like the Glad color scheme. Ooh. I like that a lot. I like that a lot. That's very like Night Fae. And Elite, of course, Nightmare. The fucking Elite sets are always black and red. Fucking Nightmare. Nightmare themed. Gotta get that. If you're interested in Nightmare stuff. Same stuff. Demon Hunter. Right, I saw this helmet before. This is Devouring Reaver sheath. This is this is like Fellsteel Annihilator, Fell Reaver, Garothi Obliterator themed. This is fucking sick. I like this. This is cool. The back of the helmet's kind of weird. Looks kind of weird. I like the Raid Finder color scheme a lot. That's nice. I really like that. That's arguably better than normal. I like the Raid Finder one better than normal. Heroic. The green and the red. That's nice. Fuck, I fuck with that. I like that a lot. And mythic. That one's pretty cool too. It's almost like Fell Steel. It's more blue than green, but that almost looks like the Obliterator. With the green. Nice. Gladiator looks okay. And yeah, Elite's nice. I like the red and the orange a lot. Looks like the color variants that you fight during the Kingaroth fight. There's a purple and a green and an orange one, and this looks like the purple and orange ones. It's got to be themed off of that. There's no way it's not. Not that we haven't had Fell Reavers that look, you know, we've had purple Fell Reavers and shit too, so whoops. And then we have Evoker. This almost looks prismatic, like rainbowy. Livery of the Black Talon. Like it's all the different colors of the dragon flights. It's like rainbow. That's kind of sick. It looks simple at first glance, but I really like the boots. The boots are nice. I really like the boots. The pants are okay. I like the scaled things on the side. Again, ignore the gold. That's my stupid fucking jewelry. You shouldn't be seeing that. And it looks like the eyes color shift as well. This is actually kind of cool. At first glance, I thought it was lame. Wait a second. This is like white and gold and like silver dragon flight themed. There's literally like silver dragons on this. And it's chromatic like all the colors. Like a white light that got split into a bunch of other colors. Hold up now. Wait a second here now. Iridicron, Galacron type shit. Let's see Raid Finder. Oh, that might be one of the ugliest pieces of shit I have ever seen in my fucking life. What about Heroic? It's not getting better, really. Purple not looking too good. Mythic looks cool. I like the red and the gold. It's kind of hard to go bad with red, gold, black, and white. You know what I mean? But then the shoulders being chromatic just kind of looks weird. I honestly think the best color scheme of this is normal because it's more neutral. And it allows the kind of chromatic effect to kind of shine more, no pun intended. I kind of like the normal one best. Galactic, Gladiator's chain armor. The blue, looks okay. Elite is, I don't know, it's kind of nice. Oh, the gems color shift too. Okay, that's kind of sick. That's kind of sick. This way, no matter what dragon flight you are, it's like shifting. They're all it's shifting to your different. Do they all do that? No. It's got black, green, bronze, and red. There's no blue. I guess the crystals are blue, and there's a blue gem on the shoulders. Does the raid set color shift like that? On the gems? Sure do. Interesting. Wow. I know that it's not like the most strikingly visually appealing piece of like armor set that they've made, but there's some parts of this that I think are really cool. Like the color shifting gems is really fucking cool. And on the helmet too. Like that's really unique. I don't think I've ever seen a set that does this. And the prismatic aspect of it is kind of dope, dude. I like that a lot. I don't know. I didn't like it when I first saw it, but I'm kind of coming around to it, dude. I still think Raid Finder and Heroic are fucking hideous, but I don't know. That's really neat, dude. And the belt on this one's like white as well. I hope we learn more about the ancient dragon flights, because there's entire dragon flights that were wiped out. Like, I'm so certain that there used to be like a prominent silver dragon, sect of silver dragons, even if they were primal. Same with Violet. Violet dragons were definitely a thing. They're on a fucking mural in Dragonflight. And we know that there used to be way more dragon flights than there are now. So, I would love to learn more about them. We have no like gold or silver dragon flight, but those are the icons that they use for rare and elite enemies. Overall, I think the sets look pretty good. There's a couple outliers that are maybe a little more mid than others, but I think overall that's pretty good. That's pretty good. All things considered. But I have to say my favorite has gotta be either Warlock Elite PvP set, because that's fire, literally, or Monk Heroic set, I think it was. Yeah, dude, those are so fucking good. Those are so good. Those are so good. Wouldn't silver be the infinite dragonfly? No. Just look at Galacron and Iridicron. Their names are hints. Galacron, gallium, it's a silver metal. Iridicron, iridium, it's a silver metal. No, the infinites are not silvers. They're corrupted bronze, which are arguably gold, but whatever. You know, the good thing is that that's being forgotten by some people is that now, when you get a full mythic set or full heroic, you will get the previous ones as well. Right, so as we're doing heroic and we unlock this set, you'll also get this one and this one for each item that you're getting. Or you might have to complete the whole set. I'm not sure how it works. That's pretty awesome. Pretty fucking awesome. Yeah, great raid sets, dude. I'm excited. I hadn't looked at any of this stuff. I mean, this is all brand new to me. This is what happens when you go into something without looking at fucking PTR and beta and all sorts of spoiler bullshit on the internet for months ahead of time. You get to actually react to it as though it's fucking new, because it is. What a fucking concept, right? So you get to look at all the fucking transmog sets, the dungeons, and the raids. That was nice. I enjoyed that. I hope you guys enjoyed that too. That was cool. I'm happy about that, but sad it's only for set stuff. Well, I mean, I think all the prominent pieces that come with multiple recolors are generally sets. Always gotta find something to complain about, right? I'm excited about it. I'm gonna open this vault and get fucking dog shit from it. You ready? Ready? Actually, I hope I get a mythic piece in my, I get a mythic piece of gloves that I can change in a fucking tier. I got van braces, fucking KMS. I did get gloves that I can make hero, though. That's a fucking win. I don't even have to use a fucking slot, either. I will, though, because I want these. And then I will convert them. I'll convert them, because I have a fucking charge anyway. And no reason to get mythic bracers, because I can craft them. Very interested to see how we get some of those bosses from the dungeons and raids. You mean like how they're designed? And I'm excited. Midnight hype is peaking, dude. Midnight hype is peaking. Like how they become enemies? Oh, sure, sure. Well, some of them it sounds like rites of passage, you know, fucking gladiatorial arena owners. Wait, did they? Oh, they cleared off set bonuses. Did you guys notice that? Our set bonus is just flat damage increases now. Set 2-piece, damage done increased by 6%. Damage done increased by 10%. Oh, weird. I wasn't ready for that. Strange. Mine is flat healing. They announced that some time ago? Yup. The new tier set bonuses are cracked. I didn't even read what any of them do. Let me look at Paladin. Expurgation deals 20% increased damage. And 4-set Final Verdict applies Expurgation at 50% effectiveness, while Divine Storm applies it at 25%. Oh. Wow. Wow. Gotta remind me what the fuck Expurgation does. Keep it real with you, I don't fucking remember. Where is that? Is that a talent? I can't be excited about. It's a dot. Expurgation. Your Blade of Justice. Oh, it's Blade of Justice dot. Okay, yeah, I know what that is. Your Blade of Justice caused the damage to burn for radiant damage over 9 seconds. So, yeah, pretty straightforward. That I press that button all the time. That's boring. Of course it is. It's Ret Paladin. Come on. Press the button right now. It's not working. The pursuit continues. What the fuck is that? Oh, is this to unlock the Void Demon Hunter spec? I'll do that later. I'll do that later. I don't want to do that right now. It's like 4 quests. Is it pretty fast then? How long do you think it'll take me? 30 minutes? Takes 2 hours? Shut the fuck up. You haven't even done it. Void Elf Demon Hunter, specifically. Not the spec. Do we have a way to unlock the spec yet? Am I tripping? $30 minutes to an hour. Maybe it's pretty quick. Alright, fuck it. I bring word from Magister Umbric. His apprentice, Leona, has been preoccupied with the desire to learn the ways of the Illidari. I concur. I, too, wish to learn how the ways of the Illidari. She apparently found another demon hunter willing to train her, should she prove herself worthy. But after what happened the last time she sought such a mentor, Umbric is concerned for her safety. Umbric requests you join Leona for this trial. Make sure she's not getting involved in something she's not prepared to handle. Okay? Ah, stable connection at last. Meet Leona and her new demon hunter in Koresh. Umbric will be grateful. Okay. When are we gonna get Nightborn Demon Hunter?
Shadow God
Maybe
harry us
in
from
midnight,
all
actually.
sides, even across plains.
This antique transmogrifier was damaged in transit. See if you can
Getting
repair it.
bombarded with fucking world quests.
Greetings, traveler. Be
That's not
open to
right.
possibilities.
It's awkward. Wait, so the usual DH races and Void Elves and Void Elf DH don't have access to the same heroic talents then? What? No, there's no difference. They all have access to the Void Demon Hunter spec. This is just to unlock Void Elf Demon Hunters. Oh, I can fly here. What am I doing? Be warned, Darkstrider, the path of a demon hunter is one of pain and sacrifice.
We fight for
Valari
a
seeks
new
to test my
future.
resolve. Nothing will deter me from this pursuit.
Fate is ours to decide.
Leona must demonstrate mastery of her weapons and of her own enmity by retrieving undamaged pieces of her kills. I will observe from here. You, Anshara, will go with her.
Do not give in to the power
Show
of the
me
Legion.
the precision of your attacks. If you can't focus your hatred, then the demon within you is already won. I'll carve out those pieces like I was holding a scalpel. Okay. The hero trees got split now since there's 3 instead of just 2. I believe Havoc has Aldrachi and Void Scarred, and Devourer is Void Scarred and Annihilator. Vengeance is Annihilator and Aldrachi. I thought only Void Elves had access to the new spec. No, no, that would be very cringe. Yeah, we press Avenging Wrath again. Other than that, nothing fucking changes. Gotta kill some shit. Aberration part. Yeah, this class basically didn't change at all. Are your talons set up? Yes. That's what I was just doing. To be honest, the Void Elf DH racial is huge. Yeah, I know you keep trying to draw attention to it. You've mentioned it about 3 times now. You want to go ahead and explain what it is for the class again? You said it was some kind of teleport or something? Radiant Glory's a capstone talent now for passive wings. I don't think I want passive wings. Is that a thing? What do you mean passive wings? From Wake, like before? Oh. Wings from Wake of Ashes. Right. Huge. Haven't pressed the teleport since unlocking Void Elf. What does it do? This teleport is not particularly descriptive. You fire like an orb and you can port where the orb is. What's the cooldown on it? Like 3 minutes? It's like a warlock circle. No, it sounds like it's you like fire it out in front of you and then you teleport to it. Far too slow IMO. It wasn't great for a while. They just recently made it faster, so it's much more usable. Yeah, what's the cooldown on it though? And also, it's not Void Elf DH racial. It's Void Elf racial. Just to be clear, this is not unique to Demon Hunter. This is not like new. This isn't like some special fucking spell that you get because you play a Void Elf Demon Hunter. There is nothing that's like unique about choosing to play Void Elf Demon Hunter. It's just flavor. 3-minute cooldown? Yeah, I don't think that's that big of a deal. Where the fuck is Blessing of Freedom, by the way? Is that not? I'm gonna have to recheck my talents. I just imported something for now. Unbound Freedom. This talent setup doesn't have you take Blessing of Freedom? What kind of fucking brain dead shit is that? Fuck. No pushback on cast is the better of the 2 racials. Yeah, that sounds like a lot more powerful utility to me. We don't have all your talent points yet? I mean, but I'm level 80. Why wouldn't they... You'll get another 3 Paladin talent points? Right, I figured that you'd get more talent points going from 80 to 90. I just wasn't really expecting that with the rework to the talent tree that with what you'd pick at level 80, that you wouldn't get Blessing of Freedom. I just imported something just to be quick about it because I wasn't trying to sit there and read through everything right now, but... The only important usage of that racial was on Muggsy on Mythic to escape cages. That's it. Other than that, the racial was useless. I mean, I'm sure you can probably come up with other ways to use it, but is it super important?
Everything.
That's arguable, especially since it has just such a long cooldown. My fucking eyes are burning. Can you also goblin jump out? I don't know, I just alter time that bitch.
I have sacrificed everything.
Demon Hunter wields their ire.
What have you given?
But is never ruled by it.
We are all that
These
stands
parts are
between
pristine.
the Legion and annihilation.
Well done, both of you.
Lord Illidan knows the way.
Cutting through scores of lesser foes is a simple task for any Demon Hunter. It's when we face a large, singular threat that our skills are truly tested. That will be Leona's trial. You will act as her second. Let us see how she vanquishes a particularly dangerous opponent.
Remember,
Right.
nothing is more important than the Legion's destruction.
You fight well, but it's time to demonstrate your skills against a greater threat. You can use it as an escape tool. Like, for example, on Dimensius, you can fix the rings if you fucked up by walking in too fast. You can also mitigate knockbacks using it just before knockback and teleport. Sure, yeah. I mean, I feel like there's different niche uses that you can identify to make it more worthwhile and beneficial. I think people are just resistant to it right now because it was being treated by one particular chatter as though it was like some huge advantageous thing, and almost as if it was being specifically listed for demon hunters when it's not unique to Void Elf Demon Hunter at all. It's just the Void Elf. It's just the Void Elf racial. So I think that's mostly why people are saying something. Oh, right. Now Hammer of Wrath is just Judgment. Right, that's like one of the other main changes. Right, we don't have Hammer of Wrath on our bar anymore. We just get it when we have wings. So you don't have to choose. Even someone that had played a decent amount of Ret, I would sometimes just hit Hammer of Wrath when I wasn't supposed to. So it's kind of nice they just collapse that. Instead of having just another button that sometimes lights up and you're like, do I press that or not? You see the key art with Anduin in it? I don't think so.
The Shadow God harry us from all sides, even across plains.
The same fire I see in Leona is what brought me where I am today.
This antique transmogrifier.
She
was
fights well,
damaged
but more
in
importantly, she's shown me the potential that the Void Elves possess.
Trust in Lord
Rage
Illidan's
of the
plan.
Rendorai. Leona's shown me that the Rendorai are uniquely suited to both wield and combat the Void. The Illidari currently lack such expertise. We will train any Void Elves who wish to join us. I will direct those who are interested to you. May this exchange of knowledge benefit us all. My thanks, Alari. I look forward to walking the path ahead of me. Okay, well that was very short. Okay, well, Void Elf Demon Hunter unlocked. That was easy. That was very short. If they added more specs, what would you like to see them add? I mean, that's a huge question. I don't know, dude. I don't have enough brain power to answer that question at this point. They've done a poll recently on adding additional specs to other classes with some different ideas. I actually talked about that on one of my more recent streams, and there were some pretty interesting ones. Like a holy light-based DPS priest would be very interesting. A healer mage that wields time to mend wounds. A tank warlock, tank shaman, stuff like that. A support paladin. Yeah, all sorts of interesting stuff. So, who knows? That kind of stuff could come to the game. Instead of continuously adding more and more classes, it seems like maybe they're going to take a turn and start adding more specializations to classes. I always wish Discipline could DPS. Who the fuck are you kidding? How Discipline heals by doing damage. Discipline has been historically one of the highest damage dealing healer specs. Like, Discipline is a fucking pseudo DPS at certain points in the past. Absolutely, that shit has been powerful as fuck. I want a Tinker class. Yeah, I mean, they might continue to add new classes, but I think they're gonna maybe focus on new specializations. Remember when Shaman had a weapon enchant that increased threat? Nope. Can't say I do. But I'm also okay with tank shamans. That would be cool to see. I really want like a generic class hero talent tree. I don't know what that means. Rockbiter, true. Revamp old zones and add new specs, my dream. Some type of bard would be fun at some point, sure. I don't know how it would fit in. Yeah, maybe learning to like play the Radiant song or something like that. I don't know. You can make a fucking bard. There's enough music in this game. Naru have like They, like, make music and shit. I feel like their lives would be so much easier if we had mop talents. I fucking hate current talent trees, I'm not gonna lie. To me, this is overwhelming nonsense. I don't like this at all. It's not the most popular take, but I prefer mop and wad talent trees. I don't like this at all. I think it's way too complicated. But whatever. Maybe I'm just a fucking idiot. Maybe I'm a noob. So where's that art? Let me take a look. Nice. Look at this shit. Some wicked key art. That's a new background for me right there, bro. You got Faerun. Fucking Lothraxian back there, dude. You got Faerun, you got fucking Erator, excuse me, Liadrin, Anduin, Turalian. Got a motherfucker wearing the judgment set in the back. You got a motherfucking priest. That might be Alonza's Fowl. I don't know who the fuck that is. You got, like, Dezco Sunwalker or something? Hell yeah, dude. Random benediction in the back. This is fucking awesome. One of Faerun's eyes glowing with light. That's interesting. Oh, it's because it's white. It's because she's blind in that eye. Yeah. I forgot. That's nice. I like that. Anything else I'm missing besides new additions to housing stuff, chat? Does that about cover it? We are raiding for the first time in a long time tomorrow, 3:30 p.m. Pacific time. For those that are in the raid. Look at this. We haven't had this many people online in the guild in fucking forever. That's crazy. Don't forget to switch your time runners over to become regular characters. If I weren't working, I mean the raid is for raiders. It's for people on the actual raid team. Which if you're not, then yeah, it's not. It's for yeah. It's like getting the group back together. On God, if I wasn't working too, I know, Tazzy. Yeah, dude. We are losing a lot of people going into the next raid tier, bro. We're losing Viv. We're losing Ooze. We're losing Miss Mossy. You. Bevy. We're losing so many fucking people. It's actually fucking crazy. It sucks. It sucks. We'll figure it out, you know, we'll find a way. We gotta persevere in the times of darkness, but... It's gonna be... It'll be fine. You guys recruiting? Yeah, we're recruiting... Yes. We're recruiting DPS specifically. In particular, range DPS. We're going to be raiding Tuesday, Friday, and Saturday, 3:30 to 6 p.m. Pacific time, so 2.5 hours. And we're only bringing people that are of the same skill level as the rest of the people in the raid. So, I would want to see logs. I'd want to see your performance in a raid, even if it's just a farm heroic. And, you know, we do like a trial. And, yep. Either you pass or you don't. So, yeah. But we are looking for more people, especially DPS. So, DPS and healers, mostly. So, our tanks for this coming tier will be Olwyn and Farsight. Our healers will be Shasu, potentially Pod on a flex Paladin, and Talus. And then our DPS, I'd have to pull it up to remember all the DPS, but... So it's Tuesday, Friday? No, it's Tuesday, Friday, Saturday. 3:30 to 6 p.m. And I really wish we could start at 3 p.m., but there's a couple people who apparently can't start until 3:30, which is a fucking huge bummer. That extra 30 minutes can make a big difference. I'd really like to have 3 hours. Are you Cutting Edge Guild? No, we get AOTC in week 2 or 3, and then we do Mythic for fun. We usually do about half the raid on Mythic over the course of like 2 weeks, and then we usually just kind of go casual at that point, farm heroic. People tend to get burnt out. We probably won't be able to do Mythic at all this tier because we don't have enough players. We only have like a 13 or 14 man raid, so we don't have enough. Which fucking sucks, because the extra challenge of Mythic is nice, and we get vault slots by doing 2 Mythic bosses, so we've done it in the past. We did 3 bosses. We could have done 4, but we did 3 in Mana Forge. We did 3 in, we did 3 or 4 in, Lu, and we, I think we did like 2 in Narrow Bar when we first started out, so. After we get AOTC, we'll probably drop, I imagine the raid day that will drop will probably be Tuesday. And we'll probably just raid Friday, Saturday. And that'll be nice because I stream on Friday and Saturday and Sunday now, so I won't have to stream on days when I won't have to raid on days when I'm normally editing. So, can you activate the housing endeavor so we can start questing at your convenience? No, you're good, Miss Mossies. You're not annoying. I totally didn't even think about that. One more thing they added to the patch are the training grounds for PvP. Oh, yeah? I might have to check that out. Yeah, Midnight Raid's gonna be interesting. Having multiple different raids. So, where do I start the Endeavor? Where do you do that? How's that work? I have no idea how this works. But this guy, I think? You mean the steward?
For the people. We're in this together.
We killed one boss. All right, guys, 30-minute break to get to the Void Storm. Nah, I better not be like that. 30 fucking minutes? What the fuck? How do you start an Endeavor? Press H and click Endeavors. Endeavors. Your neighborhood currently has no active endeavor. Neighborhood managers can start an endeavor by talking to the steward.
Room for all.
Is it because this isn't the guild master? Is it because I'm on my alt? Stupid. That's alright though. I gotta log into another character anyway. Fix my fuckified transmog. Unfuck my transmog. And just change GM maybe? I mean, I have to log on this character anyway. I will probably, yeah, I probably am gonna want to make this. I'm gonna want to make Anshara the GM anyway, because that's what I'm gonna be playing. How do you do that? How do you promote to Guildmaster? That's the wrong character. Anshara, promote to Guildmaster. Unlocked a bunch of fucking sets, dude. I'm gonna fuck with that later. I'm not gonna do that right now. to just promote my mage to GM alt. Lost raid lead and guild lead in one X pack. I know. Rank permissions now is the option for setting up endeavors. Oh, that's good. Thanks for letting me know. Oh, there it is.
We build
I wish to
community
purchase
here.
a permit to rename my neighborhood. What endeavors do we have
Here
available?
if you need us.
Okay. Reaching beyond the impossible. Invite Drakdir trade masters to your neighborhood. After realizing they can be more than warriors, the Drakdir have thrown themselves into learning new skills. Bring them to the neighborhood so your residents can benefit from their expertise. Friend of the Grummels. Friend of the Grummels. Like you? Maintaining a home is hard work. Everyone could use a little pick-me-up. That's why we're reaching out to the Grummels of Kunlai. Brew a special beverage called Kaffa that will put some pep back in your step, or Consortium Consternation. After the Consortium closed down Void Storage, some of the locals in the neighborhood are complaining about missing items. Invite the Consortium to the neighborhood to help resolve the issue. Does it make a difference? Does anyone in the guild have opinions? Not really? What even are they? You pick? I'll do Drakthir, fuck it.
We'll leave a light on.
And now there's like, what, some daily quests or some shit that you do? Yeah, there's some quests here. Sorry, I'd have done that fucking, hours ago if I had thought of doing it, sorry. Now there's some daily quests.
So many possibilities.
Community coupons. Assist Jared with smelting in the neighborhood.
In unity.
Yeah, I mean, have fun. Knock yourselves out. I can knock yourself out. Rank permissions. GM alt. Neighborhood manager. Nice. Do you only have to pick up a new endeavor once per week? Because this goes for the whole week? Oh, it's 30 days? It's like a whole month. Oh, shit. 40 days? Shit. Is that in the housing tab now? 40 fucking days. Damn. God damn. And then there's a bunch of tasks. Wow, fucking knock yourselves out, literally. Cool. That's cool. Cool way to... Decor catalog. Oh, that's a separate thing. Man, they added a lot of fucking decor. You can get one of those? How the fuck you get that? Crazy. There's a lot of shit in here. What? Oh, Prey system. Cool. What the fuck? Yo, housing is crazy. Housing is fucking crazy. Anyway. There's new levels now too, I think. I assume both neighborhoods can participate in the same endeavor, right? I would fucking sure hope so. I sure would fucking hope so. Do Legion Order Hall in your pally to get big ass holy book you can put in house. I need to do it for other reasons anyway. But it's fucking, dude, it's so, I should have done this during a remix, but it's like, unfortunately, we have to actually gather the order resources to do the missions in live. What do you mean by both? Well, our guild neighborhood is big enough and full enough that we have a second layer. So he's in layer 2. It activated for us in layer 2. Sick, they should work together. It's all bound together, I'm pretty sure. Ambassador Korn, thanks for the Twitch Prime sub. Alright guys, well, today's been a pretty fucking awesome patch day. I've had a lot of fun hanging out, chatting with you guys, looking at new stuff, transmog systems, gear sets, upcoming dungeons and raids. And and a very short little thing there unlocking Void Elf Demon Hunter. So I'm gonna get out of here. I wasn't even supposed to stream today. I did put out a new video today, if you guys are curious about it. It's my reaction to the Game Informer interview talking about The Last Titan and the revamp of Northrend. You can find that on my YouTube channel, youtube.com/pyromancer. Thanks so much for watching over on YouTube and on Twitch. I appreciate all of you for being here, and I hope that you enjoyed the stream. I'll be live again on... I'm not going to stream tomorrow. Just going to focus on Raid tomorrow and get some editing done. I will be live again on Friday, so I look forward to seeing you guys then. I am playing Cyberpunk 2077 a lot recently, but of course with Midnight coming up here soon, I'll be shifting a lot more focus back to WoW. I'm finishing side content in Cyberpunk, and then I'll be wrapping up the main story and then taking a look at some of the alternate endings. So if you're looking forward to that, come and check out the stream on Friday, Saturday, or Sunday. I might start with a little chatting on each of those days before transitioning to the game. But I've been loving Cyberpunk. It's been an amazing world, and I have been publishing episodes of my playthrough on my YouTube channel. The one that goes up tomorrow, actually on Thursday, is me finally going to meet Alt Cunningham and checking out the Black Wall. So if you're familiar with Cyberpunk, it's gonna get a little crazy. And finally enacting some fucking vengeance upon the Voodoo Boys. So yeah, but other than that, look forward to more content, WoW, Cyberpunk, and other things, League of Legends. Thanks again, guys, for an awesome stream. I appreciate you for supporting the channel again, whether you just lurked and watched, followed and chatted with me, subbed, or gifted a sub to somebody else. Thanks for being here. With that all being said, I'm gonna get out of here. Appreciate you very much. Stay awesome, and until next time, which will be Friday, I'll see you guys later. Peace!